So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And this sleep story is the novel version of my Dragon's Fire series of sleep stories. Dragon's Fire by Dan Jones, illustrated by Edward Bentley. Prologue. Wizard and the Ice Dragon. Year 3, 4971. End of the Third Age. First Age, Formation. Second Age, Life. Third Age, Magic. Fourth Age, Harmony. In the dimly lit chamber of his abode, the wizard found himself suddenly and inexplicably roused from his slumber. A shiver ran down his spine. His body drenched in a cold sweat, as though a forbidding chill had crept in through the very marrow of his bones. As he lay there, his heart pounded against his chest, its rhythm a telltale echo of the unease that haunted him. In the depths of his being, he sensed a malevolent force. A sinister darkness had been unleashed upon the land, and it left him trembling with an anxious dread. The wizard, a seasoned sage, well versed in the intricacies of the arcane, had experienced many such premonitions in his long life. Yet this one was different. A sinister undercurrent, a palpable evil that seemed to fill the very air he breathed. He couldn't help but wonder what had brought forth such a ghastly disturbance. What malignant force had found its way into the world? What nefarious force has shaken me from my slumber? The wizard murmured, rubbing the sleep from his weary eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom that clung to him like a shroud. Desperate for answers, he knew he had to act quickly. Rising from his bed, he cast aside his silken sheets and strode purposefully towards his sacred spell chamber. This chamber, a hallowed space within his dwelling, was where the wizard had crafted countless potions and elixirs throughout the centuries. Its walls lined with ancient tomes and scrolls bore witness to his vast knowledge of the magical arts. As he entered, a dim light flickered from the candles placed meticulously around the room, casting eerie shadows upon the stone walls. With steady hands, the wizard began to gather the ingredients necessary for a potent divination potion. He selected the finest herbs, roots, and powders from the dusty shelves, their labels faded with age. Carefully, he ground them into a fine powder, his fingers stained with the remnants of the colourful concoction. I must pierce the veil of darkness and reveal the truth of what plagues our realm, he whispered, his voice determined yet laced with unease. Mixing the powdered ingredients with a measured amount of sacred water, the wizard stirred the potion with a practiced hand, watching as the murky liquid transformed into a shimmering, iridescent mixture. Securing the potion within an enchanted glass container, the wizard placed it over a small crackling fire. The flames licked the bottom of the container, their vibrant dance reflecting within the liquid's surface. He knew he needed to act swiftly to uncover the source of the darkness that had awakened him from his rest. The wizard's eyes remained fixed on the flickering flames that danced and weaved within the iridescent liquid in the container. He was utterly entranced by the hypnotic interplay of light and shadow, as the fire's glow melded with the potion's ethereal shimmer. The container seemed to hold the essence of both darkness and light, a confluence of opposing forces that mirrored the very conflict that gripped the wizard's heart. "Take me to the source of the dark magic," he whispered, his voice barely audible amidst the crackling of the fire. He steeled himself, prepared to confront whatever malevolent power dared to disrupt the balance of his world. As the wizard gazed deeply into the liquid, he allowed his consciousness to drift, letting go of the physical realm and embracing the intangible. He entered a trance-like state, surrendering his senses to the potion's mystical properties. His breathing slowed, his heartbeat quietened, and his thoughts became one with the liquid. Through this mystical connection, the wizard's spirit soared across the land, guided by the pulsing essence of the potion. He traversed the rolling hills, dense forests, and towering mountains of his realm, seeking the origin of the dark magic that had disturbed his rest. The world below him was but a blur of colours and shapes. As his focus remained steadfast on the arcane energies that ebbed and flowed through the very fabric of existence. As he journeyed through the metaphysical plane, the wizard's mind was awash with visions of the land's inhabitants, their lives and struggles, playing out before him like a kaleidoscope of human experience. Yet, amidst this cacophony of emotions and events, he honed in on the dark magic that permeated the air, its tendrils reaching out to corrupt and destroy. He felt the malevolent force draw nearer, the sinister aura growing stronger with each passing moment. The dark energy seemed to be emanating from a specific location, its oppressive presence casting a shroud over the surrounding area. With a deep breath, the wizard steeled himself, prepared to confront the source of the darkness and protect his realm from its insidious influence. He needed to deepen his trance, so he began to murmur an ancient incantation once again. His voice steady yet filled with determination. The words of the chant were ancient, handed down through countless generations of wizards and seers, their power resonating within the very core of his being. As he chanted, he felt the warmth of the radiant light emanating from the iridescent liquid. This warmth washed over him like a gentle wave, its divine touch seeping into every pore of his skin. The light coursed through him, flowing from the top of his head down to his shoulders, permeating every fibre of his being. It continued its journey through his torso, invigorating his limbs as it enveloped his arms and hands, his legs and feet. With each word he uttered, the light grew stronger, surging through him with a resolute purpose, guiding him deeper and deeper into the trance, connecting him to the universal moment. As he chanted, the wizard felt a profound connection with the very fabric of existence, a bond that transcended the boundaries of time and space. He felt the ebb and flow of the cosmos, the delicate dance of celestial bodies, the eternal struggle between light and darkness. This connection empowered him, filling him with a sense of purpose and a newfound determination to face the darkness that threatened to consume his world. The chant grew louder, echoing through the chamber and resonating within his very soul. as the words left his lips. They seemed to take on a life of their own, reverberating with the power that coursed through him. The light that filled his body began to pulse, synchronizing with the rhythm of his incantation, imbuing him with an even deeper connection to the mystical forces at play. And as the chant reached its crescendo, the light within him swelled to an almost blinding intensity, its divine warmth suffusing every cell of his body. It was in this moment that the wizard felt a profound unity with the universe, an unparalleled sense of belonging that transcended mortal comprehension. He was one with the cosmos, his essence intermingling with the very fabric of existence, his spirit merging with the eons-old energy that bound all living things. As the incantation continued, the wizard's senses sharpened, honing in on the depths of the iridescent liquid. His keen eyes began to discern intricate shapes and mesmerizing swirls forming within the substance, patterns that were constantly changing, morphing in a dance of cosmic energy. Each movement seemed to contain the secrets of the universe, their significance just beyond his grasp. He strained to listen, and from the depths of the liquid he could hear an orchestra of sound, a cacophony of whirring and popping, as if the liquid itself was alive with the essence of magic. The soft crackling of the fire that filled the chamber, once a comforting background noise, became distant, its sound gradually fading as the wizard's consciousness melded with the liquid. It was as if the very walls of the chamber were receding, replaced by the vastness of an infinite expanse, and he was being drawn into the depths of the liquid, his essence merging with its shimmering light. The whispers of the ancient incantation became the only anchor to his physical form as his spirit traversed the boundaries of reality. And in this trance-like state, the wizard could feel his connection to the liquid growing stronger, and it seemed as if the very essence of his being was beginning to permeate the substance. His thoughts intertwined with the swirling patterns, and he could feel his consciousness melding with the liquid, as if the two were becoming one. The delicate dance of the shapes and swirls within the iridescent pool mirrored the rhythm of his own heartbeat, and their hypnotic movements echoing the cadence of his chant. As the wizard's spirit delved deeper into the liquid, the barrier between his reality and the world within the pool began to dissolve, leaving him on the precipice of a new, unknown realm. The crackling fire and the stone walls of the chamber were now nothing more than distant memories, replaced by the unfathomable expanse that awaited him. The words of his incantation, like an ethereal tether, still bound him to the physical world, but the allure of the depths of the liquid was irresistible. With each passing moment, he felt the edges of his consciousness blur and meld with the swirling light, drawing him ever closer to the transcendent union he sought. He began to perceive an entirely new realm surrounding him, as if his spirit had been transported to a distant place within the land. The familiar surroundings of his chamber vanished, replaced by the vivid details of this new location. With each breath, he felt an increasing affinity with this foreign landscape, as his thoughts honed in on the sinister, pulsating energy of the dark magic he sought to locate. The dark magic radiated an aura of malevolence, and he focused on this sensation, attempting to attune himself to its vile presence. The landscape around him unfolded in immense detail, as if he were truly present, his heightened senses now attuned to the faintest whispers of the wind, the rustles of the leaves in the distance, and the aroma of damp earth beneath him. He found himself floating above this world, his spirit form granting him an unbound perspective on the land. As he soared, his consciousness became increasingly attuned to the dark magic that he sought, following the tendrils of its energy that stretched across the land, like a hunter tracking his prey. As he pursued the source of the dark magic, he began to hear hushed, fragmented voices in the wind, their words barely discernible but laden with fear and desperation. They were the echoes of countless souls ensnared by the malevolent force, crying out for salvation from their torment. The wizard's resolve strengthened, as he knew that not only was he seeking to uncover the location of the dark magic, but also to liberate these tormented spirits from its grip. His surroundings became increasingly tainted by the dark energy, the once vibrant colours of the land now twisted into a dismal, desolate panorama. The once gentle breeze had become a chilling gale, carrying with it the distant echoes of anguished cries, while the earth beneath him seemed to writhe in agony, as if yearning to be free from the dark magic's influence. As the wizard delved deeper into this corrupted reality, his spirit form began to shimmer with the intensity of his determination, a beacon of light amid the encroaching darkness. As he concentrated on the menacing sensation, his senses began to pick up on the growing cacophony of chaos in the distance. At first, it was a distant, low rumble, but gradually the unmistakable roar and swoosh of a dragon thundered in his ears. He could feel the vibrations of its mighty wings, the dread it instilled in the air around it. Soon he started to hear the panicked screams of people in a village as they desperately tried to flee from the impending doom. He could feel their terror, their frantic heartbeats racing in unison as they scrambled for safety. The village materialized before him, a once thriving settlement, now consumed by chaos and destruction. The dragon was a terrifying sight, its massive form swooping down from the skies like a relentless force of nature. Its scales shimmered with a sinister, icy hue, and as it opened its maw, a torrent of icy blue breath poured forth, engulfing the villagers below. The screams of terror reached a crescendo as the draconic assault continued. The people below, petrified and helpless before the beast's relentless onslaught. A scene of devastation unfolded before the wizard's eyes as the dragon ascended back into the skies, circling the village like a monstrous winged predator. The villagers, once full of life, were now frozen in place, their expressions etched in eternal horror as they were encased in the dragon's frosty embrace. The once vibrant village was now a chilling graveyard, a monument to the dragon's merciless rampage. The wizard could hear the wails of the survivors, their sobs echoing through the air as they huddled together, trembling in shock and despair. Mothers clutched their children close, shielding their eyes from the devastation that surrounded them, while elderly villagers whispered prayers to the gods, begging for mercy and deliverance from the terrible beast. as the dragon swooped down once more, unleashing another torrent of its icy breath. The wizard's heart ached for the villagers. His determination to put an end to the dragon's reign of terror growing ever stronger. The wizard stood rooted to the spot, his heart heavy with despair, as he helplessly observed the dragon wreak havoc upon the once peaceful village. He could almost feel the biting cold of the dragon's frosty breath as it mercilessly froze the villagers in place, one by one. Their petrified faces would haunt his dreams, the grim reminder of the devastation that had befallen them. The once bustling village had been reduced to a desolate, icy graveyard, a monument to the dragon's cruel reign of terror. As the cacophony of screams and wails subsided, replaced by a haunting silence, the dragon appeared to be sated for now. With a final bone-chilling roar, it beat its massive wings and took to the skies once more, its malevolent gaze fixed on the horizon. The wizard could see the dragon's intent, clear as day. There were more villages lying in its path, vulnerable and defenseless against its icy onslaught. The wizard clenched his fists in frustration, the weight of his inability to act crushing him. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had failed these people, that he should have been able to intervene, to save them from their frozen fate. The images of the fallen villagers, locked in their eternal icy prisons, wouldn't leave his mind. I must stop that dragon, he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible. He knew he could not allow this monstrous beast to continue its rampage unchecked, to bring further destruction and despair to the lands that lay before it. And with a newfound resolve, the wizard's eyes burned with determination. I'll put an end to this creature's reign of terror, he vowed. No more innocent lives will be lost to its insatiable hunger for chaos and destruction. I swear it upon my very soul. The wizard was at a loss as to the origins of the malevolent dragon. But one thing was clear in his mind. He was the only one with the power to confront and ultimately stop the beast. It was his responsibility to seek out this icy terror and force it into a slumber once more, ensuring the safety and peace of the realm. The weight of this responsibility pressed heavily upon his shoulders as he steeled himself for the long and perilous journey that lay ahead. Emerging from the depths of his contemplative trance, the wizard found himself back in the familiar surroundings of his modest chamber. With a quick wave of his hand, he extinguished the fire that crackled in the hearth, casting the room into darkness. The time for reflection had passed, and he knew that he must depart from the sanctuary of his home and embark on the journey that would determine the fate of the lands he held dear. As the wizard stepped out into the cold night air, he felt a chilling sense of urgency, urging him to hasten his pursuit of the destructive dragon. The unforgiving wind whipped at his cloak, yet he did not falter, his resolve unyielding. He took one last glance at the place he'd called home, knowing that he might never see it again. But it was a sacrifice he was willing to make for the greater good. With a deep breath, he set off towards the dark, foreboding forest that lay before him. Because he'd seen the dragon in his mind's eye, the wizard found himself inexplicably bound to the creature, as though an invisible tether connected their very souls. It was this mystical bond that allowed him to hone in on the dragon's location, guiding him through the twists and turns of the perilous journey that lay ahead. As he focused on the dragon, he felt an irresistible pull drawing him ever closer to the monstrous beast he sought. He wandered deeper into the dense, dark forest, the shadows of the trees enveloping him like a shroud. As he pressed forward, he found himself hacking away at the thick, gnarled branches that threatened to impede his progress. With each forceful swing of his staff, he cleared a path through the seemingly endless sea of undergrowth, determined to reach his ultimate goal. And as he ventured further into the heart of the forest, the wizard's senses were assaulted by the cacophony of sounds that filled the air, the eerie cries of nocturnal creatures that filled his ears, their haunting melodies providing a macabre soundtrack to his quest. Yet amidst the discord, he could also hear the gentle, soothing sound of a stream, its waters cascading down from the mountains above and winding their way through the forest towards the distant ocean. The wizard found solace in the stream's delicate melody, allowing it to guide him as he continued to follow his instincts, driven ever closer to the dragon that haunted his thoughts. The forest seemed to stretch on for an eternity, but the wizard's resolve never wavered. The connection he shared with the dragon became stronger with each passing moment, fueling his determination to confront the icy terror that threatened the realm. As he moved further into the dark, forbidding wilderness, he knew that he was growing closer to the moment when he would finally come face to face with the fearsome beast that had until now existed only in his mind's eye. When he finally arrived at the village that had been so vividly etched into his mind, the wizard was met with a sight that both astounded and horrified him. The entire village was encased in a layer of ice. The frosty grip of the dragon's magic, reaching out and encircling every living being within its confines. As he surveyed the scene before him, he quickly came to realize that the frozen villagers were not, in fact, dead. Their eyes, wide with terror and disbelief, stared out from their icy prisons, trapped but still very much alive. The wizard's heart ached for these unfortunate souls, and as he gazed upon their frost-bitten faces, he vowed to himself that he would free them from their enchanted slumber. "If I can put the ice dragon back to sleep," the wizard murmured to himself, his voice barely audible above the chilling wind that swept through the village, "then the magic will be broken, and the villagers will be free of the ice." As he continued to explore the frozen village, he came across the remnants of their desperate attempts to fight off the dragon's icy onslaught. Broken weapons lay scattered upon the ground, and the remnants of hastily erected barricades bore testament to the villagers' courage in the face of such an impossible foe. The wizard couldn't help but admire their bravery, even as his heart ached for the suffering they'd endured. He came upon a small group of villagers, their frozen bodies huddled together as if seeking warmth and comfort from one another. The wizard gently placed a hand upon the icy surface that encased them, feeling the cold seep through his fingertips. "I promise," he whispered, his breath forming a cloud of mist in the frosty air. "I'll free you from this curse and return you to the life that was so cruelly stolen from you." The wizard pressed onwards, his journey taking him along a winding path that led him to a grand, ancient stone bridge that arched gracefully over a deep gorge. The river below roared ferociously, its waters thundering as they cascaded over rocks and rapids, a testament to the raw power of nature. The bridge, weathered by time and the elements, bore intricate carvings of mythical creatures and scenes of great battles, each telling a story from a long forgotten past. As he cautiously crossed the bridge, the wizard couldn't help but pause for a moment, struck by the beauty and the history that lay before him. He gazed down at the raging torrent below, feeling a sense of awe and humility in the face of such magnificent forces. It was a fleeting yet powerful reminder of how small and insignificant he was in the grand scheme of things. But he knew that despite his smallness, his mission was of great importance. Once over the bridge, the wizard continued along the path, the frozen village now behind him, and ventured deeper and deeper into the hushed countryside. The landscape around him seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the wizard to make his move, to bring hope and warmth back to the frozen land. As he journeyed further, he was struck by the eerie silence that had settled over the countryside. It was as if the land itself was mourning the tragic fate of the villagers, its sorrow echoing through the stillness. Lost in his thoughts, the wizard couldn't help but ask himself, "How will I stop the dragon?" He pondered this question as he walked, his mind racing with ideas and strategies, each one more daring and dangerous than the last. He knew that he had to find a way to defeat the dragon and free the villagers from their icy prison. But the task ahead was daunting. His thoughts turned to the people he'd encountered so far on his journey, their courage and determination in the face of overwhelming odds, inspiring him to keep pushing forward. He thought of the frozen villagers huddled together for warmth and comfort, their brave yet futile attempts to protect their homes from the dragon's wrath. Their determination strengthened his resolve to find a way to put an end to the dragon's reign of terror and restore peace to the land. The wizard, deep in contemplation, came to the conclusion that the most effective way to halt the advance of the ice-breathing dragon would be to wield the power of fire. He knew that fire would not be the dragon's demise, for dragons were near impervious to harm. However, fire held the potential to counteract the dragon's chilling breath, offering him a precious window of time to cast a potent sleep spell, which would send the fearsome beast back into the depths of slumber. As he considered this plan, he couldn't help but feel a gnawing curiosity about what could have roused the dragon from its age-long slumber. He realized there must be someone or something manipulating events behind the scenes, a puppeteer pulling the strings. Nevertheless, his immediate priority was to ensure the dragon's return to its peaceful sleep and to restore order to the realm. The wizard, emboldened by his newfound plan, allowed a glimmer of hope to flicker in his heart. He had confidence in his mastery of fire, having spent countless years honing his pyromantic abilities. His thoughts raced as he contemplated how he might conjure a firestorm to rival the dragon's icy maelstrom. He also knew that precision and timing would be crucial, as one wrong move could spell disaster for him and the villagers he sought to protect. Fire, he whispered to himself, as if speaking the word aloud would seal his commitment to the plan. Fire will be my weapon, my shield and my salvation, for the sake of the people who depend on me. I will wield the flames with unmatched skill and determination. I shall banish the ice and darkness and restore warmth and light to the land. He then considered the sleep spell he would need to cast. The wizard had studied ancient tomes of magic and had learned a multitude of enchantments to subdue even the most formidable of foes. He knew that the incantation to put the dragon to sleep would require every ounce of his concentration and energy. The wizard steeled himself for the task, his resolve unwavering, his heart filled with courage and conviction. The safety of the villages and the future of the realm depended on him, and he would not fail. After a long and arduous journey through treacherous landscapes and uncharted territories, the wizard suddenly became aware of panicked screams echoing through the air. The terror-filled cries were punctuated by the thunderous sound of the dragon's massive wings as it swooped down, casting its ominous shadow over the frightened villagers below. Each time the dragon took to the sky, its scaly form would momentarily become visible above the treetops, only to dive back down upon the village with relentless ferocity. The chilling sound of its icy breath crackling and hissing across the village sent shivers down the wizard's spine. "There you are," murmured the wizard under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he caught sight of the dragon each time it emerged from the dense forest canopy. The dragon's movements were agile and precise, its sinuous body swooping gracefully up into the air before circling like a predator, stalking its prey. It would then dive down upon the village with alarming speed, unleashing its devastating icy breath upon the helpless villagers, freezing them in their tracks as they attempted to flee from the beast's wrath. As the wizard observed the dragon's relentless onslaught, he couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency and responsibility welling up inside him. The people of this realm were depending on him to end this reign of terror, and he knew that every moment he hesitated, more innocent lives would be lost to the dragon's icy fury. He steeled himself, whispering words of encouragement and resolve, as he prepared to confront the monstrous creature that had cast its frigid shadow over the land. By the ancient fires that burn in the heart of the world, I shall put an end to your icy rampage, the wizard vowed, his voice steady and resolute. I shall face you, mighty dragon, and bring warmth and hope back to this land, banishing the cold and darkness that you've wrought." The wizard hastened his pace, striding urgently towards the village, his heart heavy with foreboding. As he approached, he saw a sight all too familiar from his previous encounters. Frozen statues of villagers, their faces contorted in expressions of terror, lining the once bustling streets. Each icy figure stood as a chilling testament to the dragon's merciless fury. The wizard felt the weight of responsibility settling upon his shoulders, knowing that he was the realm's last hope against this cold-hearted monster. As he walked through the desolate village, he noticed that the dragon's trail led further into the dense forest, a path of frozen destruction in its wake. He knew that he must follow the beast into the unknown depths of the woods. With each step, his determination grew stronger, and he vowed to put an end to the dragon's reign of terror, no matter the cost. The wizard journeyed deeper and deeper into the forest, the shadows growing darker and more oppressive with each passing moment. The air grew colder, the wind biting at his face as he pressed on, ever vigilant and alert to the sound of the dragon's approach. As he navigated the treacherous terrain, the wizard's ears suddenly caught the faint sound of laboured breathing echoing through the trees. The dragon, he realized, was not far away. Quickening his pace, the wizard moved silently through the undergrowth, his heart pounding in his chest as he closed in on the source of the ominous breathing. His hands tightened around his staff, his fingers tracing the intricate runes etched into the wood, as he prepared himself for the confrontation that lay ahead. As he neared the origin of the dragon's breath, the wizard felt a chill creep into his bones, an icy grip that threatened to sap his strength and resolve. He knew that the moment of truth was at hand, and he must face the beast, come what may. He followed the sound of the breathing to a vast clearing where the emerald-scaled dragon reclined amidst the remnants of its latest conquest. As he cautiously entered the clearing, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer size and magnificence of the creature before him. Its sinuous body, covered in glimmering ice-blue scales, lay coiled up on the ground, while its immense wings, now folded, twitched restlessly at its sides. Breathing deeply, the dragon exhaled clouds of icy mist that shrouded the clearing in an ethereal fog. The wizard could hear the powerful breaths, each exhale resonating like the gusts of a relentless gale. Despite its apparent serenity, the dragon radiated an aura of untold power, and the wizard knew he must tread carefully in this most dangerous encounter. As he inched closer, the dragon's immense head lifted, its piercing white eyes narrowing as they locked onto the wizard. It seemed almost as if the dragon had been expecting him, and its gaze bore into him with an unsettling intensity. The wizard felt a shiver run down his spine, but he steadfastly held his ground, refusing to let his fear get the better of him. The dragon, now fully aware of his presence, tilted its head slightly, studying him with a calculating curiosity. Its nostrils flared as it drew in a deep breath, the cold air transforming into a swirling vortex of frost and ice within its maw. The wizard tensed, sensing that the beast was preparing to unleash its deadly breath upon him, and he readied himself for the battle that would surely follow. However, instead of attacking, the dragon merely released a low, rumbling growl that echoed through the trees, reverberating in the very core of the wizard's being. It was a sound that seemed to convey a sense of ancient wisdom and sorrow, a lament for a time long past. The wizard, though still on guard, found himself intrigued by the creature's apparent hesitation, and he wondered if perhaps there was more to this dragon than the wanton destruction it had wreaked upon the villages. With a newfound determination, the wizard stepped closer to the dragon, his voice steady and resolute as he addressed the fearsome beast. "O mighty and ancient dragon," the wizard began, his voice echoing through the clearing, "I beseech you share with me the reason behind your relentless attacks upon these peaceful villages. What has stirred you from your ageless slumber and driven you to such destruction?" The dragon's eyes gleamed as it pondered the wizard's words, and then it spoke, its voice deep and resonant, yet tinged with a sorrow that weighed heavily upon its heart. "Alas, wise mortal, it's not by choice that I lay waste to the homes of your kin. I have been summoned and bound by a sorcerer of great power, one who seeks to harness my might for their own nefarious purposes. I'm a slave to their will, unable to resist the iron grip of their enchantments." The wizard's eyes widened at the dragon's revelation, and he felt a sudden pang of sympathy for the once noble creature that now found itself enthralled to a darker force. "Such a fate is a cruel one indeed," he murmured, his heart heavy with sadness. "And this sorcerer, tell me, how have they come to possess such control over you? What spell or artifact do they wield to keep you in their thrall?" The dragon sighed, a mournful sound that seemed to echo the pain of its spirit. "I know not the details of their wicked sorcery, only that it is a power born of darkness and malice. The sorcerer's command over me is absolute, and I am unable to break free of their sinister hold." As the dragon spoke, the wizard's resolve grew stronger, and he knew that he must do whatever he could to help free the dragon from its torment. It was clear that the creature had not chosen to wreak havoc upon the innocent, and the wizard could not stand idly by while a fellow being suffered so unjustly. As the wizard cautiously approached the colossal dragon, he observed its immense wings, each one appearing like the sail of a mighty ship, quivering with anticipation. With a powerful thrust, the dragon launched itself into the air, the force of its wings creating a tempest that threatened to uproot the ancient trees surrounding the clearing. The dragon swiftly circled above, its keen eyes never leaving the wizard below, as it prepared to face him once more. Undeterred, the wizard stood his ground, his heart pounding within his chest, as he planted his staff firmly into the earth, his feet, clad in worn but sturdy boots, remained rooted to the ground as if they were an extension of the very soil upon which he stood. He watched intently as the dragon, its scales glinting in the sunlight, swung down towards him with an intensity that would have sent lesser men fleeing in terror. By the powers that govern the elements, the wizard whispered to himself, I shall stand my ground and protect the innocent from this enchanted creature's wrath. The dragon, sensing the wizard's determination, pulled its wings in close to its body, transforming itself into a living missile as it dove towards the mage at a breathtaking speed. The air around the dragon seemed to crackle and shudder, as though unable to withstand the raw power of this fearsome beast. The earth beneath the wizard trembled, the trees swayed violently, and the sky itself seemed to darken as the dragon bore down upon him. Face me, beast, the wizard roared, his voice filled with equal parts courage and defiance. I shall not be swayed from my duty, no matter the might you wield. As the dragon hurtled towards the wizard, a primal cry of challenge escaping its maw, the world appeared to hold its breath, waiting for the titanic clash that was about to unfold. Just as the dragon neared the wizard, the seasoned mage outstretched his right hand, his fingers splayed wide, and began to chant in a sonorous ancient tongue. The words of the incantation, long forgotten by most, held an untold power, and the wizard's voice grew stronger with each syllable he spoke. He was casting a potent sleep spell designed to render the mighty beast unconscious and vulnerable. As the dragon was but mere meters away, the wizard's staff pulsed with energy, the runes carved upon its surface glowing with a fiery red. With a final decisive word, the mage unleashed a spell, a brilliant bolt of fire that surged forth from the staff, speeding directly towards the oncoming dragon. The monstrous beast, reacting to the sudden attack, sprayed forth a torrent of icy breath in retaliation, hoping to quench the wizard's flame. The fire and ice collided in midair, each force battling for dominance. The intense heat of the fire pushed against the dragon's frigid breath, forcing the cold stream backwards towards its origin. The dragon's breath was driven back into its own mouth, extinguishing the icy torrent in an instant. The fire, however, was undeterred. It continued onwards, engulfing the dragon in a swirling, roaring ball of flame. Though the dragon roared in anger, its scales protected it from the worst of the Inferno's wrath. It could not escape, however, the effects of the wizard's sleep spell. As the dragon struggled against the fire, the enchantment began to take hold, seeping into the beast's mind and sapping its strength. "Yield to the power of my slumber, great beast," the wizard intoned, his voice filled with the weight of centuries. "Rest now, and let us end this conflict without further bloodshed." The dragon's eyes, once filled with the cold light of fury, began to cloud over, the spell working its way deeper and deeper into its consciousness. It was not yet defeated, however. In a last-ditch effort to resist the wizard's magic, it let out a desperate roar and launched itself skyward out of the raging inferno. The dragon launched itself out of the searing flames, rapidly ascending into the heavens above. As it circled around, its wings beating furiously against the air, it attempted to muster the energy for another powerful breath. However, the beast could not manage even a single gust, its breath extinguished by the fire that had so recently engulfed it. The wizard, undeterred, continued to chant his sleep incantation, his voice strong and unwavering. As the ancient words flowed from his lips, the staff in his hand began to emit a pulsating, ethereal purple light. The light, a manifestation of the sleep spell, steadily grew in intensity and size, expanding outward from the wizard's staff in a magnificent display of arcane power. "Your strength wanes, noble creature," the wizard bellowed, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "Succumb to the slumber that now beckons you." The dragon, still soaring high above, cast a baleful glare downward, its once fiery eyes now clouded by the encroaching spell. It fought against the weariness that threatened to claim it, determined to resist the wizard's enchantment for as long as it could. It let loose an anguished roar. The sound, a mixture of pain and defiance, echoing throughout the land below. The wizard observed the dragon's struggle with a mixture of respect and determination. He knew that the battle would soon be won, but he could not let his guard down, not until the mighty beast was safely subdued. He focused his energy on the staff, the pulsating purple light growing ever brighter, and more expansive with each passing moment. The dragon, sensing its imminent defeat, launched itself into a desperate dive towards the wizard, aiming to deliver a final, devastating blow. As it plummeted towards the ground, it stretched its massive, scaled talons out, intent on tearing the wizard to shreds. The wizard, however, remained resolute in his determination, focusing all his might into the rapidly expanding sphere of purple light. The incantation he chanted grew more intense, the ancient words now resounding. With the force of 1,000 whispers, the light expanded further, now a veritable wall of ethereal energy that stood between the dragon and its intended prey. Realizing its perilous trajectory, the dragon desperately tried to adjust its course, to avert its collision with the impenetrable magical barrier. Its wings beat frantically, muscles straining in a futile attempt to change direction. But it was too late. The dragon was ensnared within the purple light's irresistible pull, its once proud and powerful form now vulnerable and exposed. Almost instantaneously, as the dragon entered the sphere of light, it succumbed to the overpowering spell. Its once fearsome eyes, now clouded and dulled, closed as if weighted by an unseen force. Its wings, once symbols of strength and majesty, now hung limply by its side as it hurtled towards the earth, and as it descended it let out a final, defeated sigh, the sound of a once mighty creature surrendering to its fate. The dragon's colossal form thundered down to the ground like a rock falling from the sky, crashing and skidding along the earth with a force that shook the very foundations of the land. As it slid to a halt, it carved a long, deep crater in the ground, testament to the immense power of the wizard's spell and the dragon's own formidable presence. The wizard approached the fallen dragon, stepping cautiously yet decisively towards the once mighty beast. As he drew nearer, the air surrounding the colossal creature seemed to hum with the latent energy of their combined powers, stopping just inches from the dragon's enormous head. The wizard stared deep into its eyes, as if peering into the very soul of the ancient creature. He could sense the dragon's essence, a form so potent and wild that it threatened to consume him whole. Placing his hand gently upon the dragon's scaled forehead, the wizard closed his eyes and began to chant the words of his incantation, weaving an intricate tapestry of magic. His voice, calm and steady, belayed the intensity of the spell work at hand. As he continued his chant, the wizard felt his own magic melding with the dragon's essence, a symphony of arcane energies intertwining and harmonizing with one another. With each passing moment, the connection between the wizard and the dragon grew stronger, the bond between man and beast deepening into something transcendent. As the spell reached its crescendo, the wizard issued a solemn command to the dragon, speaking words imbued with power and purpose. "You shall return to your slumber, O Ancient One. You'll depart from this realm, and your magic will be no more. The world shall be safe again. You'll vanish, and with your absence, peace, serenity, and tranquility will spread throughout the land." The wizard's voice echoed across the landscape, his words resonating with a finality that seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of existence. The dragon, its once fierce gaze now softened, seemed to understand the gravity of the wizard's decree, acknowledging its role in the restoration of balance and harmony to the world. As the connection between them solidified, the dragon appeared to surrender to the wizard's command, a sense of acceptance washing over its gargantuan form. As the wizard continued his chant, he could feel the dragon's power beginning to wane. Its essence receding like a tide pulled away by the moon. The once formidable beast, now humbled by the wizard's magic, seemed to understand that its time had come to leave this realm and let peace return to the land. Suddenly, amidst the delicate balance of energies, a thunderous explosion erupted, tearing through the air and shaking the very ground upon which they stood. The dragon, jolted from its submissive state, let out a fearsome roar that echoed through the valleys and mountains, a warning of the disturbance in the forces that had bound it. The wizard's eyes snapped open, the once serene connection with the dragon now tainted by an unwelcome presence. Before him stood a sorcerer cloaked in dark shadows, a wicked scowl contorting their face into a visage of pure malice. The air around them crackled with the dark energy they wielded, and their eyes burned with an insatiable hunger for the power that the dragon held within. "Foolish wizard," the sorcerer sneered, their voice dripping with disdain. "Did you truly believe you could stop me? I've harnessed the power of the dragon, bent it to my will. I shall not let you interfere with my grand design." The wizard stood his ground, unfazed by the sorcerer's menacing words. His voice, resolute and unwavering, carried the weight of wisdom and a deep understanding of the responsibility that accompanied such power. "I will not allow you to use this dragon for your own nefarious gain. The power of the dragon is not meant to be controlled and abused, but respected and cherished. It's a force of nature, and you shall not taint it with your malevolence." As the two spellcasters locked gazes, a tangible tension hung in the air between them, like the calm before a storm. The dragon, now caught between the wills of the wizard and the sorcerer, let out another agonized roar, its massive form quivering with the conflicting energies that sought to claim its allegiance. The sorcerer's twisted grin stretched across their face, their eyes glinting with cruel delight. "You are a fool, wizard, to stand against me, your efforts will be in vain, for the dragon is now bound to my command." The wizard's resolve only grew stronger, knowing that the fate of the dragon and the whole world hung in the balance. The sorcerer's laughter reverberated through the air, a wicked and taunting sound. "You are too late, wizard. The dragon is mine to command." However, the wizard's determination to complete his spell remained unbroken. He gripped his staff tightly, his unwavering gaze fixed upon the dark sorcerer. He knew that the moment of truth was at hand. With a swift, decisive motion, he directed his staff at the sorcerer, uttering a single powerful word. A shimmering ball of fizz-crackling light materialized around the sorcerer, effectively freezing them in place, their expression twisted in surprise and rage. With the sorcerer temporarily incapacitated, the wizard returned his attention to the dragon, closing his eyes and focusing his magical energies. The words of his spell flowed from his lips louder and more assertively. The incantation, weaving an intricate web of magic that reached out to the dragon. He could feel the dragon's power beginning to wane and the sorcerer's influence slipping away. From within their luminescent prison, the sorcerer screamed in frustration, the sound filled with a raw primal fury that echoed across the landscape. They could only watch helplessly as the dragon began to sink into the ground, as if the very earth itself was swallowing the beast, taking it back to the depths from whence it came. The dragon's immense form gradually disappeared, its scales glinting in the sunlight one last time, before being consumed by the earth. The magical energies that had bound the creature to the sorcerer's will dissipated, leaving the sorcerer seething with anger and desperation. They clawed at the confining light, their fingers leaving trails of dark energy in their wake, but the prison held firm. "You shall find respite beneath the earth," the wizard whispered with a compassionate tone. "In the depths you shall slumber, soothing the scars of the land with your dormant presence." His words were gentle but firm, a stark contrast to the fierce incantation that had just passed his lips. The dragon continued its descent, sinking deeper and deeper into the ground, as if it were being pulled into a loving embrace. As the wizard's voice carried on, the frozen villagers began to thaw, stirring from their icy prisons without any knowledge of the events that had transpired. The wizard's incantation continued to flow, its power and intent unwavering, until the dragon was swallowed entirely by the earth, drawn deep into its bowels, hidden from the world above. With a serene expression, the wizard turned his attention to the sorcerer, who still struggled against the luminous confines. "Your influence over the dragon has been severed," the wizard declared. "It shall no longer serve as an instrument of your wicked design." The sorcerer's face contorted into a venomous sneer. "This is but a temporary setback, wizard. I'll find another means to harness the dragon's might and you'll rue the day you crossed my path." Unperturbed, the wizard replied with an unwavering conviction, "I shall remain vigilant, prepared to stand against you. The power of the dragon will forever remain free, safeguarded from the likes of you." The sorcerer, unwilling to admit defeat, mustered every ounce of their remaining strength, their body trembling with the sheer effort. With a howling, guttural scream that echoed through the valley, they channeled that power into an act of desperate escape, a teleportation spell that would transport them far from the prison that held them captive, and away from the land they'd sought to conquer. As they vanished, the air crackled with the remnants of the dark energy, leaving a bitter taste lingering in the atmosphere. The wizard, ever vigilant, knew that their work was far from over. Turning their attention to the potential return of dragons, they began to weave an intricate spell. Their words swirled and danced on the wind, imbuing the very essence of the land with a protective charm. This enchantment, a testament to their wisdom and foresight, would ensure that if any dragons ever dared to resurface in this land, their breath would be rendered impotent, unable to cause harm or destruction as it once had. However, the wizard was not content with simply securing the land against the dragon's wrath. They knew that the sorcerer's malevolent presence still lingered, an ever-present shadow of darkness that threatened to return. To safeguard the land from this threat, the wizard cast a second spell, a powerful ward that would alert them to the presence of the sorcerer should they dare to set foot upon these hallowed grounds once more. As they wove the spells into the very fabric of the land, the wizard couldn't help but ponder on the identity of the sorcerer. They'd not recognized the dark figure, which only served to heighten their unease. The wizard, physically and mentally exhausted from their recent endeavors, knew it was time to retreat to the solace of their home. With each step, their weariness seemed to weigh heavier on their shoulders, but their resolve remained strong. They'd expended a great deal of energy vanquishing the dragon and thwarting the sorcerer, but their work was far from done. Although they'd managed to shield the land from immediate danger, they were all too aware that the sinister forces that had been unleashed could return. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the wizard trudged through the lush forests, allowing the tranquility of nature to soothe their troubled mind. The air was filled with the comforting sounds of rustling leaves and gentle birdsong, the very essence of the land they'd sworn to protect. Yet, even amidst this serene landscape, the wizard couldn't shake the gnawing feeling that the spectre of danger still loomed large. The villagers, nestled safely in their homes, remained blissfully unaware of the darkness that had brushed against their lives. They went about their daily routines, unaware of the sacrifices the wizard had made to keep them safe. Their innocence was both a blessing and a burden, for the wizard knew that they would need to remain vigilant, watching over the people and the land with unyielding dedication. It was not simply the knowledge of the sorcerer's existence that troubled the wizard, but the unanswered questions that plagued their thoughts. Who was this mysterious figure that had wielded such dark and malevolent magic? What had driven them to unleash the dragon upon the unsuspecting world? As the wizard mulled over these questions, they resolved to delve deeper into the mystery, scouring ancient texts and seeking counsel from their fellow wizards to uncover the sorcerer's true identity. Upon reaching the humble abode they called home, nestled amongst the towering trees of the forest, the wizard allowed themselves a moment of respite. They knew that they would need to gather their strength before embarking on their quest for answers. For now, rest and sleep were necessary. A brief reprieve from the ever-present shadow of darkness that threatened to rise again. The wizard vowed to remain vigilant, watching over the land with unwavering determination as they prepared to face whatever challenges the future might hold. Chapter 1. The journey begins. Year 3, 6132. One fateful morning, Highland, the diligent apprentice of a renowned wizard, was roused from his slumber by the harrowing screams echoing in the distance. He resided in a humble shack situated along a picturesque coastline, a fair distance from the nearby village. Jolted by the cacophony of distress, Highland sprang from his bed, hastily threw on his clothes, and rushed out of his dwelling, his heart pounding with trepidation. As he emerged from the shack, his eyes widened in horror upon witnessing the village in the distance being ravaged by flames, while a monstrous dragon circled overhead, its menacing presence casting an ominous shadow on the land. The beast roared ferociously, baring its formidable teeth and unleashing torrents of fire upon the helpless village, sowing chaos and despair among its inhabitants. With steely determination, Highland sprinted along the pristine white sands of the beach, his feet sinking into the soft, yielding sand with each hurried step. He traversed the coastline, passing by the breathtaking meadow that was now tainted with the acrid smell of smoke and destruction. The once tranquil scene was marred by the billowing plumes of black smoke rising from the village, starkly contrasting the crystal clear azure sky above. The idyllic landscape now played host to a calamity of epic proportions, a sight that would forever be etched in Highland's memory. During his desperate run, Highland muttered under his breath, "By the gods, I must reach the village and aid my master. We cannot let this foul beast continue to wreak havoc upon these innocent lives." The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him, yet his resolve remained unshaken, and so, The young apprentice forged on, determined to stand with the villagers in their hour of need and fulfill his duty as the protector of the realm. Hyland's gaze was fixed upon the terrifying scene before him as the dragon continued its relentless assault on the village. The gargantuan creature swooped down with terrifying precision, each descent accompanied by an explosive burst of fire that engulfed the village in an inferno. The deafening roar of the dragon's flames sounded like the bellowing engines of ancient machines, the searing heat causing the wooden structures to crackle and disintegrate under the intense pressure. As the dragon ascended once more, its colossal wings fanned the raging flames, exacerbating the devastation below. The fearsome red dragon had a sinuous serpentine form, and its powerful wings carried it gracefully through the air. It possessed an air of malevolence that could only be described as otherworldly, its piercing red eyes seemingly intent on sowing chaos and destruction. The villagers, struck by sheer terror, ran helter-skelter in a futile attempt to escape the beast's wrath. Desperate cries rang out as family members called out for their loved ones, while others screamed in agony as they were consumed by the unyielding flames. "Please, someone save us," cried a young woman, her voice trembling with fear as she clutched her child to her chest, shielding the infant from the unbearable heat. "We cannot withstand this monster alone." Hyland watched in anguish as the dragon continued its relentless swooping and circling, each fiery breath leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. He could feel the searing heat from the flames, even at a distance, and the choking smell of burning wood and flesh filled the air. The creature's movements were swift and calculated, its long neck twisting gracefully as its muscular body followed in a fluid motion, launching it back into the air for yet another deadly attack. "Why is this happening?" shouted an elderly man, his face etched with despair as he desperately tried to douse the flames that had consumed his home. "Why has this curse befallen our village?" As the tragic scene unfolded before him, Hyland's heart ached for the villagers and the immense suffering they were enduring. He gritted his teeth in anger and determination, resolute in his mission to aid his master and save the village from further destruction. He knew that every second counted, and with each passing moment the likelihood of more lives being lost grew ever greater. In the very heart of the village, the valiant wizard fought against the onslaught of the dragon's fury. His robes billowed around him as he expertly wielded his arcane powers, attempting to create a magical barrier to shield the defenseless villagers from the fiery doom that sought to consume them. As the force field shimmered into existence, a delicate dance between life and death unfolded, the wizard striving to not only maintain this glowing, pulsating barrier, but also to engage the dragon in battle that could determine the fate of all within the village. With each passing moment, the dragon grew ever more relentless in its attacks. Sensing the wizard's struggle to keep the force field intact while simultaneously battling the beast, its serpentine form weaved through the air with malicious grace, circling the wizard and probing for any weakness it could exploit. The force field, imbued with a vibrant blue hue, gradually expanded from the wizard's position, striving to envelop and protect more of the vulnerable villagers caught within this maelstrom of chaos and destruction. The wizard's face, etched with lines of concentration and determination, glistened with perspiration as he strained to maintain the barrier and fend off the dragon's relentless assault. His hands traced intricate patterns in the air, manipulating the raw essence of magic to sustain the force field and unleash offensive spells against the terrible beast. As the magical energy crackled around him, he shouted defiantly, "By the will of the Ancient Ones, I shall not let you prevail." Highland, his heart pounding, observed the valiant wizard with a mixture of awe and concern. The immense strain of upholding the force field was evident, the wizard's brow furrowed and beads of sweat dripping down his face as he strained to maintain the barrier, while also fending off the dragon's advances. It was clear to Highland that the wizard was engaged in a precarious balancing act, one that could falter at any moment and leave the village exposed to the merciless wrath of the dragon. With each swooping pass of the dragon, the force field flickered, threatening to give way under the immense pressure of its attacks. The wizard's eyes darted about, assessing the situation and calculating the best course of action in the face of such overwhelming odds. The villagers looked to him with a mixture of hope and terror, their fate resting in the hands of this solitary figure standing resolute against the encroaching darkness. Highland intently observed the wizard's plight, realizing the limitations of the force field. The magical barrier, though powerful, was unable to allow the wizard's own offensive spells to pass through unimpeded. With each energy pulse the wizard launched at the dragon, he had no choice but to momentarily drop the force field, leaving both himself and the village exposed to the dragon's retaliatory strikes. As the wizard's hands moved in rapid, calculated motions to release his energy pulses, the force field dissipated, leaving a haunting stillness in the air. In these fleeting moments of vulnerability, the dragon's eyes gleamed with malicious intent as it seized the opportunity to unleash its fiery wrath upon the village and the wizard. As soon as the energy pulse had traversed the area where the force field once stood, the wizard, with immense concentration and agility, restored the barrier. Its pulsating blue glow re-emerging like a shield woven from the very fabric of the cosmos. Highland, his heart pounding in his chest, knew the precarious nature of this dance between magic and fire, life and death. He could see the toll it took on the wizard, his face strained with the weight of responsibility, his hands trembling slightly as he alternated between attack and defense. The villagers, witnessing this terrifying display of power, held their breaths with each drop of the force field, praying to the ancient ones that the wizard could restore it before the dragon's fire consumed them. Hyland's keen eyes darted about, searching for any sign of danger among the chaos. He spotted a building, its once sturdy structure now weakened and teetering on the brink of collapse. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the crumbling structure, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. With a swift, almost supernatural agility, he dashed inside, the building groaning and trembling around him. As he navigated the dark and dust-choked corridors, his ears were met with the panicked cries of the trapped villagers. He found them huddled together in fear, clutching each other as if to hold on to their very lives. "Fear not," he bellowed, his voice strong and determined. "I shall get you to safety." He gathered the terrified villagers in his arms, their eyes wide with fear and gratitude. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as Hyland charged towards the nearest window. The building groaned once more, its walls crumbling away like sand castles against the angry tide. With a powerful leap, he launched himself and the villagers through the window just as the building began to collapse. They fell to the ground in a cloud of dust, but Hyland expertly rolled to cushion their landing, ensuring their safety. As he helped the villagers back to their feet, his attention turned back to the town square. He sprinted onward, his magical senses alert and ready for the next impending disaster. As buildings teetered and fell, he used his burgeoning magical abilities to halt their descent, the structures hovering mere centimeters above the heads of the trapped citizens below. With expert precision, he granted them precious moments to escape their precarious positions before he was forced to release his hold and allow the buildings to crash down, moving on to the next emergency. Hyland's instincts drove him, compelling him to project magical shields in front of the villagers, shielding them from the searing heat of the dragon's fire. He was no expert wizard, still in training, yet he was determined to do whatever he could to protect those around him. His body trembled with effort as he concentrated on maintaining the protective barriers, sweat beading on his brow as he channeled his burgeoning power. As Hyland neared the town square, his pulse quickened. The dragon circled around and dove in low, a wicked gleam in its eyes. This time, it didn't just breathe fire, it charged headlong through the village wall and ploughed through the houses like a rampaging monster, spewing fire in all directions. The flames consumed everything in their path, reducing homes to smouldering heaps of rubble in mere seconds. Hyland's heart raced as the dragon bore down upon them. He watched in horror as it hurtled towards the wizard's force field. The dragon crashed into the shimmering barrier with a deafening roar, sending a bright white flash of light and heat rippling through the air. The collision was akin to a clap of thunder echoing through the village and shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The dragon struck the force field with immense force, its scaly body careening vertically at breakneck speed into the sky. The impact was so powerful that the wizard, who had been steadfastly maintaining the barrier, was flung across the town square like a rag doll. His body collided with a nearby building, crumbling against the unforgiving stone before collapsing in an unmoving heap on the cold, hard ground. Hyland's heart thudded against his chest, a cacophony of fear and determination ringing in his ears as he sprinted towards the town square. His mentor lay defeated, and the burden of responsibility weighed heavily upon him. He knew he was no match for the dragon, not yet. But he was the village's last hope. Gritting his teeth and summoning every ounce of courage within him, Hyland continued his desperate race towards the heart of the battle. As he neared the epicenter of the destruction, Hyland caught a glimpse of the dragon's immense form, its wings casting vast shadows across the smouldering ruins. The creature's eyes gleamed with malevolent glee, its hunger for destruction insatiable. Hyland's resolve wavered for a moment, but then he thought of his people, of the terrified faces huddled in fear, of the lives he had sworn to protect. He steeled himself, knowing that there was no other choice but to fight. Drawing upon the limited knowledge his mentor had imparted to him, Hyland weaved his hands through the air, attempting to mimic the intricate patterns the wizard had shown him during their lessons. Sweat beaded on his brow as he strained to focus, feeling the burgeoning power within him begin to awaken. Sparks of magic flickered at his fingertips, and he felt a surge of hope. Perhaps he could indeed continue the fight against the dragon and protect his village. However, the dragon's colossal size and raw power were overwhelming, and Hyland knew he was outmatched. But he refused to surrender, refused to let his people down. With a steely determination, he mustered every ounce of strength and magical energy he had left and prepared to face the monstrous beast. The dragon, its fury unabated, soared high into the air once more, its immense wings beating with a primal power that could only belong to such a fearsome beast. With an ear-splitting roar, it circled around for another deadly dive, its malevolent gaze fixed upon the vulnerable village below. Hyland, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, knew that he had but one option left. With a desperate cry, he called to the villagers, "Run! Run through the break in the village wall. Make haste to the beach and find shelter in the caves along the seafront." The terror-stricken villagers, their eyes wide with fear, didn't hesitate. Like a surging river, they flowed en masse through the gaping hole in the wall, desperate to escape the dragon's fiery wrath. As they fled, Hyland stood tall, his face etched with determination. He knew that while he couldn't create a force field large enough to encompass the entire village, he could at least defend against the dragon's relentless assault. Drawing upon his limited magical prowess, He concentrated fiercely, weaving his hands through the air in intricate patterns as he'd been taught by his mentor. A shimmering barrier sprang into existence between Highland and the dragon, its iridescent surface pulsing with the energy required to withstand the beast's fiery onslaught. Sweat poured down Highland's brow as he struggled to maintain the force field's alignment with the dragon, his muscles trembling with the effort it took to keep the barrier in place. The dragon, undeterred, swooping down in a terrifying dive, flames pouring from its gaping maw like a molten river. Its fierce eyes gleamed with sadistic pleasure, utterly confident in its ability to crush the pitiful human who dared to stand against it. As the torrent of fire bore down upon him, Highland gritted his teeth and braced himself, his heart aching with the knowledge that he was the last line of defence for his people. Highland's force field held strong against the dragon's fiery onslaught, its shimmering surface absorbing the blistering heat and sending it hurtling skyward. But Highland knew he could not hold out for much longer. His body ached, and his strength was waning. The dragon, sensing its prey weakening, let loose another furious roar before abruptly wheeling around and soaring back into the air, its vast wings carrying it effortlessly away from the village. With all the villagers safely away from the village, the monstrous beast retreated. With this, Highland slumped to his knees, exhaustion coursing through his veins. He'd held the dragon at bay for now, but at a great cost. His body ached, and his magical reserves were nearly depleted. But the battle was far from over, and he knew that he must find a way to save his village, and the entire land, from the deadly threat posed by the dragons. Highland hurriedly ran over to the wizard, his heart heavy with concern. The old man lay on the ground, his once vibrant robes now tattered and blood-stained. The depth of his injuries was evident, and his breath came in ragged, laboured gasps. "Master," Highland cried out, falling to his knees beside the frail figure of his mentor, "what must I do?" The wizard, summoning what little strength he had left, managed to sit up and speak. His voice was weak and trembling, barely audible above the crackle of the flames that still ravaged the village. "Highland, my dear pupil," he whispered, "the dragons, they've returned to our land. Their numbers have grown, and they now terrorize each realm with their ferocity. You must find a way to vanquish them all." Highland's eyes widened in shock, his heart sinking at the thought of such an insurmountable task. "But master, how can I possibly defeat them all? I'm not strong enough. I barely held off one dragon today." His mentor's eyes, clouded with pain, held a flicker of determination. "You must become stronger, Highland. You must learn to face the dragons, vanquish those that have returned to our realms, and ultimately confront the dreaded black dragon that has risen once more. If you do not, darkness will fall upon the land, and death will claim all who reside within. Hyland's mind raced as he pondered the monumental task that lay before him, feeling overwhelmed and unsure of his capabilities. He looked into the eyes of the wizard, desperation evident in his gaze. "Master, please, what must I do? How can I accomplish this?" The wizard, despite the excruciating pain that enveloped him, managed to conjure up a faint smile. "Hyland, my dear boy, you cannot do this alone. You'll need the aid of others, those who possess skills and strengths that complement your own. You must assemble a fellowship, one that is united in their desire to restore peace and vanquish the dragons." "Who must I find?" Hyland asked, his determination slowly growing with each word of guidance the wizard shared. "You must seek out Fezler, the skilled elf archer whose arrows are true and deadly; Kroger, the stout-hearted dwarf whose axe has felled many foes; and Piper, the enchanting siren whose voice can sway even the most formidable of adversaries. Together you shall form an unstoppable team capable of traversing the realms, vanquishing the dragons that wreak havoc upon our lands, and bringing an end to the terror they inflict." Hyland listened intently, committing the names and descriptions of his future allies to memory. "But master, even with their aid, how can I hope to lead them? I'm inexperienced and untested." The wizard's eyes glimmered with a mixture of wisdom and pride. "Do not doubt yourself, Hyland. You have within you a hidden potential, a strength that you have yet to realize. You must learn to harness this power, to achieve a balance of mind, body, spirit, and magic. It's only through attaining enlightenment that you'll truly be prepared to confront the dreaded Black Dragon and bring an end to the tyranny of these dragons." The wizard continued, his voice growing weaker, yet still resolute. "Hyland, to achieve enlightenment, you must first embark on a perilous journey to seek out the fabled Book of Enlightenment, an ancient tome that holds the knowledge and wisdom you require to unlock your hidden potential. This mystical book is said to be hidden deep within a treacherous cave nestled in the heart of the realm of death." Hyland's eyes widened with apprehension as the wizard described the daunting task ahead. "But how will I locate this cave, master? I've heard that the realm of death is vast and teeming with danger at every turn." The wizard nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Indeed, Hyland, it is a treacherous place, filled with malevolent spirits and unspeakable horrors, yet it is in this forsaken realm that the Book of Enlightenment resides, guarded by ancient forces that will test your courage and resolve. You must trust in your instincts, your friends, and your own inner strength to guide you through the darkness that lies ahead. When you stand before the cave's entrance, you'll recognize it by the markings etched upon its threshold, a pattern of interwoven runes that symbolize the unity of mind, body, spirit, and magic. It's only when you possess the Book of Enlightenment and truly comprehend the wisdom within its pages that you'll be prepared to face the dreaded Black Dragon and bring an end to the tyranny of these malevolent creatures. As the wizard finished imparting this vital information, Hyland felt a mixture of fear and resolve take root within his heart. The path before him was fraught with danger, but he could not turn his back on the people who depended on him. With the wizard's guidance and the support of his newfound allies, he would face the challenges that lay ahead and strive to fulfill his destiny. With a heavy heart and an unwavering determination, Hyland began his quest to gather the team that would help him confront the dragons and bring peace to the realm. Though he doubted his own abilities and experience, he took solace in the trust that the wise wizard had placed in him. If someone as powerful and knowledgeable as the wizard believed in him, then surely he could find the strength within himself to believe as well. He steeled his resolve and set out on his journey, knowing that the villagers he left behind would be able to take care of themselves now that the dragon had been driven away. They were resourceful and strong, capable of putting out the fires that still raged, tending to the injured and using the network of caves that surrounded their village as a temporary refuge. With an air of resolution, Hyland set his sights on the coastal caves where he intended to search for the dwarf Kroger. The caves where the dwarf was known to reside were a fair distance from the village, and so he braced himself for a long journey. As he ventured onwards, his boots met the soft golden sand of the beach, and he began to walk along the seafront. The horizon was peppered with the caves in which the villagers sought shelter, the temporary homes nestled within the rugged cliffs that lined the shore. As he walked, Hyland marvelled at the beauty of the coast. The sun sparkled on the gentle waves, and the water lapped over his feet with each step he took. He listened to the rhythmic sloshing of the sea as it ebbed and flowed, a soothing melody that accompanied his journey. The cool sea breeze played with his hair and caressed his face, offering some respite from the sun that hung high in the sky. Hyland decided to stay close to the water's edge, allowing him to travel at a faster pace than if he were to traverse the treacherous rocks that were further inland. As he walked, he pondered his mission and the great responsibility that had been placed upon his shoulders. He knew that he would need allies, like the formidable Kroger, to aid him in his quest to confront the dragons and restore peace to the realm. Though the journey was long and arduous, he strode forth with purpose, each step bringing him closer to his goal. The sun began its slow descent towards the horizon as Hyland continued along the shoreline. He could feel his limbs growing weary, but the thought of his mission spurred him onwards. He considered the dwarf Kroger a being of great strength and skill, and hoped that he would be able to convince him to join in their quest to save the realm from the looming threat of the dragons. With a deep breath, he pushed himself to keep moving, the image of the dwarf's cave drawing nearer and nearer in his mind's eye. After several hours of walking, Highland finally arrived at the entrance to the cave, where the enigmatic dwarves made their home. These reclusive beings were known to keep to themselves for the most part, only occasionally venturing into the village to partake in the lively atmosphere of the local taverns. However, their infrequent interactions with the villagers did little to assuage their aura of mystery. The dwarves, though shorter in stature, were stocky and incredibly strong, their bodies a mass of rippling muscle that seemed to make up a majority of their forms. Their personalities were just as solid as their bodies, known for their abruptness and direct manner of speaking. They preferred people who were straightforward with them, rather than those who meandered around the point with flowery words. As Highland approached the entrance, he took a moment to gather his thoughts and compose himself. He knew that the only way to win the respect of these hardy beings was to be as forthright and honest as possible. The air around the cave was cool, and the scent of earth and stone mixed with the salty tang of the sea. Upon entering the cave, Highland found himself in the presence of several dwarves who eyed him warily. Their dark eyes were sharp and scrutinizing, as if they could pierce through his very soul. Unfazed, Highland held his ground and addressed them with respect. "Greetings, noble dwarves," he began. "I come in search of Kroger, a mighty dwarf whose strength and skill are legendary in our village. I've been sent on a perilous quest and seek his aid in confronting the dragons that threaten our realm." The dwarves exchanged glances, their stern expressions softening slightly at the mention of their fellow dwarf's renowned prowess. One of the dwarves, a grizzled elder with a thick white beard, stepped forward. "Aye, we know of Kroger," he replied gruffly, "but he's not one to be summoned by just anyone. What makes you think he'd join you in your quest?" Highland, emboldened by a sense of duty and the importance of his mission, did not hesitate to answer. "I believe that together we can restore peace to our realm and protect those who cannot protect themselves. I'm willing to face any danger, and I know that Kroger's strength and skill would be invaluable in our struggle." The elder dwarf nodded, seemingly satisfied with Highland's response. "Very well, young human. Follow the path into the heart of our domain and you'll find Kroger. But remember, he is a proud dwarf and will not be easily swayed. Choose your words wisely." Highland followed the elder dwarf's instructions, venturing deeper and deeper into the intricate cave system in search of the mighty Kroger. The further he delved, the more apparent the lively and industrious nature of the dwarven community became. The air was filled with the echoes of hearty laughter and rambunctious singing as groups of dwarves celebrated, no doubt regaling one another with tales of their mining exploits and the treasures they'd unearthed. As he continued, the dim light of flickering torches revealed dwarves hard at work, their pickaxes striking the cavern walls with a rhythmic precision that spoke of years of experience. The ringing of metal upon stone was punctuated by the dull thuds of hammers as dwarves shaped leather and crafted garments, the unmistakable scent of cured hides mingling with the earthy aromas of the cave. The further Hyland ventured, the more the caverns opened up to reveal vast chambers where dwarven blacksmiths toiled tirelessly. The clang of hammers on anvil resounded throughout the chamber, accompanied by the hiss of red-hot metal as it was quenched in barrels of water. The dwarves moved with purpose, their strong arms manipulating the glowing metal with a finesse that belied their rugged appearance. Hyland could not help but be awed by the industriousness and skill of these underground dwellers. Though he'd come to seek the help of one dwarf, he found himself gaining a newfound respect and appreciation for the entire dwarfen race. As he pressed through the bustling subterranean community, he stopped a young dwarf to ask for directions. "Excuse me, I'm searching for Kroger, the legendary warrior. Can you point me in the right direction?" The young dwarf, wiping the sweat from his brow, looked at Hyland curiously. You must be the human seeking Kroger's aid. Word travels fast around here," he said with a grin. "Head towards the great forge, and you'll find his dwelling just beyond. But be warned, Kroger is not one to be easily persuaded. Good luck, human." With a nod of gratitude, Hyland continued on his way. Hyland finally arrived at the dwelling of the legendary Kroger. As he approached, he could feel the heavy atmosphere of the place, the air filled with the weight of countless battles and victories. Upon entering, he found Kroger deep in concentration, sharpening his axe with a steady hand. The dwarf's eyes held a fiery intensity, and his muscular frame bore the scars of 1,000 skirmishes. Gathering his courage, Hyland stepped forward and began to recount the events that had transpired back in the village. He painted a vivid picture of the devastation wrought by the dragons and the terror that gripped the hearts of the villagers. He described how the wizard had sent him on this quest to seek Kroger's aid, imploring him to join their cause. Kroger listened intently, his brow furrowed as he weighed the gravity of the situation. Yet, despite the urgency of Hyland's plea, the great warrior hesitated. "Why should I risk my life for the sake of a human village?" he questioned, the gruffness in his voice betraying his doubt. Desperate to sway Kroger's heart, Hyland appealed to his sense of honor and pride. "The village will reward you handsomely for your help," he promised, hoping to stir the warrior's interest. "And think of the glory, the chance to once again display your unmatched skill, strength, and fearlessness in the face of such powerful foes." Kroger remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the gleaming edge of his axe. As he considered Highland's words, a slow grin spread across his face. The prospect of a grand adventure, a chance to prove himself against the might of dragons, proved too alluring for the veteran dwarf to resist. "Very well, human," he said finally, his voice full of determination. "I shall join you in this quest. Together we shall face those dragons and emerge victorious." Highland and Kroger, now united in purpose, retraced their steps through the winding caverns, the shadows cast by their flickering torches dancing upon the ancient walls. The echoes of their footfalls reverberated through the darkness, a testament to the great task that lay before them. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, they were greeted by the sight of a rugged, wind-swept beach. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm, golden light upon the sand and the frothy waves that lapped at the shore. They made their way to a small, weather-beaten boat tethered by a wooden post, its hull scarred by the ravages of countless voyages. As they pushed the vessel into the water, the scent of salt and seaweed filled their nostrils, and they could feel the excitement of adventure coursing through their veins. With Kroger at the helm and Highland manning the oars, they navigated the treacherous shoreline, avoiding the jagged rocks that loomed just beneath the surface. The waves crashed against the boat, sending sprays of cold, salty water into their faces. Yet their resolve did not waver. They held a steady course, keeping the ever-receding shoreline to their left and the vast expanse of the ocean to their right. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight sky became a canvas of deep purples and blues, punctuated by the first glimmers of the stars above. As they sailed, the gentle sound of the wind whispered in their ears, its breath caressing their face like a lover's touch. The rhythmic lapping of the waters against the boat's hull, providing a calming soundtrack to their journey. As the distant rocks slowly emerged on the horizon, the sirens, mythical creatures of unfathomable beauty and treachery, were known to dwell among these craggy outcrops. Some of these enchantresses took delight in luring sailors to their deaths with their entrancing melodies, while others sought to warn the unwary of the perilous waters that surrounded their rocky abodes. As the boat drew nearer to the rocks, the ethereal voices of the sirens began to drift across the waves, their haunting melodies threatening to ensnare the minds of any who heard them. Kroger and Highland exchanged wary glances, knowing all too well the dangers that lay ahead. "Remember, Highland, we must not succumb to their songs," Kroger cautioned, his voice tense with the weight of their mission. "We cannot allow ourselves to be lured to our doom." Highland nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on the treacherous rocks ahead. Together they stuffed their ears with wax, the soft substance muffling the seductive call of the sirens. Despite the danger, they felt a shiver of excitement and anticipation as they drew ever closer to the creatures whose voices had claimed the lives of countless sailors throughout the ages. With their ears safely plugged, Kroger and Highland steered their vessel through the treacherous waters, the jagged rocks looming ominously around them. They could see the sirens perched upon the rocks, their lithe forms silhouetted against the fading light of the setting sun. The beauty of these creatures belied the deadly power of their voices, and the knowledge of this made the heroes all the more determined to resist their enthralling songs. As the boat glided through the perilous waters, the heroes maneuvered carefully around the jagged rocks, avoiding the deadly embrace of the crashing waves, the wax in their ears providing a barrier against the sirens' beguiling melodies, allowing them to focus on their mission and resist the temptation to abandon all reason and throw themselves into the sea. The heroes arrived at the base of the towering rocks and carefully moored their vessel, securing it against the relentless pull of the waves. They could see the sirens perched upon the craggy outcrops, their enchanting voices raised in song, but they could not hear the melodies that had doomed so many before them. Their hearts raced with a mixture of fear and awe as they prepared to confront these alluring creatures. As they searched the rocky landscape for the siren they sought, their eyes fell upon Piper. She sat high atop a cliff, her lithe form draped gracefully over the rough surface, her gaze lost in the vast expanse of the ocean. The setting sun cast a warm glow over her, only serving to enhance her otherworldly beauty. There was something different about her, a contemplative expression that seemed to set her apart from the others. Highland felt his heart skip a beat as he approached Piper, the most exquisite female creature he'd ever beheld. He hesitated for a moment, then removed the wax from his ears, exposing himself to the siren's potential song. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak. "Piper, we've come to ask for your help," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "We have a quest, one that is of great importance to us and to the people of our village. The dragons have returned, and if left unchecked, they'll lay waste to everything in their path, endangering everyone, even those who dwell here among the rocks." He paused, searching Piper's eyes for any sign of understanding or compassion. "We believe that you can be of great help to us. Will you join us on our quest and lend your voice and your strength to our cause?" Piper considered Highland's words, her expression thoughtful. For a brief moment, she looked to her fellow sirens, and then back to the earnest faces of the heroes before her. She could sense the urgency and the determination in their plea, and it stirred something within her. Slowly, she nodded her agreement. "I'll join you on this journey," she said, her voice melodious even in its quiet resolve. "I long for a change, to be among those who see more in me than the power of my song. I wish to be valued for my abilities, not feared for my potential to harm. I'll lend you my strength, my voice, and my skills, and together we shall face the dragons that threaten our world." Highland breathed a sigh of relief, his heart swelling with gratitude. He moved to replace the wax in his ears, not wanting to risk succumbing to her song in a moment of vulnerability. Piper, aware of the danger she posed to her newfound allies, chose to remain silent as they began their journey together. The trio made their way back to the boat, each lost in their own thoughts, as they contemplated the challenges that lay ahead. Piper found herself both exhilarated and apprehensive about leaving the rocky cliffs she had called home for so long, but the prospect of adventure and purpose filled her with determination. Kroger, usually gruff and stoic, couldn't help but steal glances at the enigmatic siren, his eyes filled with wonder and curiosity. Highland, for his part, was focused on the task at hand, his mind already racing ahead to plan their next steps. Together, they boarded the boat, carefully navigating the treacherous water as they made their way back to shore. Kroger took the helm, his experienced hands guiding the vessel through the churning waves, while Highland and Piper secured their belongings and prepared for the next leg of their journey. As the shoreline drew nearer, they could see the sun beginning to finally dip below the horizon, casting the world in a warm, golden light that seemed to promise hope and new beginnings. Once back on the shore, the trio wasted no time in setting off in search of the enigmatic elf Fezler. Rumours spoke of his dwelling perched high atop a plateau, granting him an unparalleled vantage point over the verdant valley below. Their journey proved arduous, as the ascent towards the plateau involved a steep, treacherous climb that tested the limits of their endurance. Working together, they scaled the craggy face of the cliff, offering one another support and encouragement as they ascended. "Keep your eyes on the next handhold," Kroger barked gruffly, his years of experience evident in the ease with which he climbed. "And remember, we do this together." Piper, unused to such physical exertion on land, struggled to maintain the pace set by her more seasoned companions. Nevertheless, she persevered, her spirit buoyed by the camaraderie and shared purpose that drove them all forward. Highland, though physically exhausted, found himself invigorated by the challenge. "Almost there," he breathed his words, catching in the thin air. "Fezler awaits us, and with him the key to defeating the dragons." At last, the trio reached the top of the plateau, their bodies aching but their resolve unbroken. They took a moment to catch their breath and marvel at the awe-inspiring view that stretched out before them. In the distance, the jagged peaks of the mountains cut a striking silhouette against the sky, while the lush valley below seemed to teem with life. Farther still, they could just make out the small village Highland had left behind, nestled against the shimmering shoreline and the vast expanse of the sea. As they gazed upon the stunning panorama, the enormity of their quest weighed heavily upon them. Yet with each passing moment, the bond between them grew stronger. The elves are expert at climbing, Hyland observed, a note of admiration in his voice as he surveyed the plateau's inhabitants. They're swift and agile, truly masters of their environment. Piper nodded in agreement, adding, "They're like the wind, elusive and ever moving. It's no wonder they've chosen such a place to call home." As the trio ventured deeper into the plateau, they encountered a group of elves, their silken hair and lithe frames indicative of their ancient race. Engaging them in conversation, they inquired as to the whereabouts of the elusive Fezla. One of the elves, her eyes a vibrant shade of green, regarded them with curiosity. "Fezla? Yes, we know him well. He dwells within the heart of the plateau, near the sacred grove." Following the elf's directions, they soon found themselves before a modest dwelling. Its simple construction blending seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. Tentatively they approached the door and knocked. Fezla, a tall and slender elf with blonde hair that cascaded down his back, greeted them with a bemused expression. "Greetings, travellers," he said in a melodious voice. "What brings you to my abode?" Hyland, taking the lead, explained their dire predicament, explaining what had happened in his village, before continuing. "We seek your help, Fezla. The dragons have returned. We must unite our strengths to defeat them and protect our people." Fezla regarded them thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting the weight of their words. "I've heard whispers of the dragon's return," he admitted, "and I know the terror that the black dragon represents. I'll join you on your journey for the sake of our world." With their team now complete, they made their way to the edge of the plateau, gazing out over the valley and off towards the mountains. They knew that their first task would be to descend into the valley and confront the red dragon that had attacked the village. As they prepared for their descent, Hyland understood the importance of honing his mind alongside his physical prowess to stand a chance against the red dragon. He would need to cultivate his mental resilience and forge an unbreakable bond with his newfound allies. Together, they stared into the distance, determination etched on their faces as they steeled themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. The valley stretched before them, a daunting test of their mettle, and they knew that their journey through it would be instrumental in preparing them for the ultimate confrontation with the dragons. Chapter 2: The Red Dragon. Hyland, Piper, Kroger and Fezla began their descent into the valley. The expanse of the verdant forest stretched beneath them, a vast sea of green that seemed to go on forever. The wind whispered through the trees, as if the very forest itself was encouraging them on their quest. They knew the challenge of the task ahead, to find and confront the red dragon that had attacked the village and to clear this realm of its menacing presence. As the four companions continued their descent, they found themselves navigating a treacherous path carved into the side of the plateau. Carefully, they picked their way down, helping one another as they traversed through a thick layer of clouds that clung to the mountainside. As they dropped below the clouds, they were greeted by the breathtaking sight of the forest canopy, the vibrant green leaves creating an almost ethereal sight against the backdrop of the sky. Continuing their descent, they finally reached the forest floor, the earth beneath their feet damp and soft from the moisture of the clouds above. The air was cool and the scent of earth and foliage filled their nostrils as they began their trek through the valley. The dense undergrowth hindered their progress, but they pressed on, their resolve unwavering in their search for the red dragon. As they journeyed deeper and deeper into the heart of the forest, the sunlight grew dimmer, the thick canopy of leaves overhead casting long shadows that danced and flickered on the ground below. The towering trees stood like ancient guardians, their gnarled trunks and twisted branches creating a sense of awe and wonder in the travellers. Highland, mindful of the challenges they would face, took the lead, his eyes scanning the surroundings as they pressed on. He knew that to prevail in their quest, they would need to trust one another, to rely on their unique skills and abilities. He felt a deep bond forming between them, the kind of camaraderie that could only be forged through shared struggle and purpose. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The rustling of leaves and the distant calls of unseen creatures, creating an orchestra of natural sounds. It was a realm both wondrous and perilous, a place that would test their courage and determination to its very limits. Highland knew that he needed to hone his mental skills for the battles ahead, demanded more than just physical prowess. He understood the importance of developing his mind abilities to be able to defeat the red dragon alongside Piper, Kroger and Fezler. As the four of them navigated their way from the plateau, they made their way down to the river, which served as a lifeline from the mountains to the ocean. As they descended, Highland pondered how best to sharpen his mental faculties. "We must all develop our skills to their fullest potential," he said, his voice resolute. "We must become masters of our minds so that we may face the red dragon with confidence and unwavering resolve." Piper, Kroger and Fezler nodded in agreement, their expressions solemn and determined. They knew that the challenges that lay ahead would test the limits of their capabilities, and that they would need to work together as a unified force to prevail. As they trekked along, the sound of the thundering river grew louder, serving as both a reminder of the raw power of nature and a soothing backdrop to their journey. The vibrant green of the trees overhead contrasted starkly with the deep, dark brown wood of the trunks, painting a picture of a landscape at once beautiful and foreboding. As they traversed this enchanted realm, they felt the earth beneath their feet change from the damp, moss-covered soil to the rocky terrain bordering the river. The sights and sounds of the forest surrounded them, each sensation a testament to the living, breathing world they found themselves in. Highland, in particular, was mindful of the need for balance. He knew that his mental skills, though powerful, would only truly shine when complemented by the talents of his companions. He turned to his friends and spoke with unwavering conviction. Each of us brings something unique to this quest. It's only through unity and the fusion of our abilities that we can hope to emerge victorious. With these words, a renewed sense of purpose filled the hearts of the four travellers. They continued their journey towards the sound of the river, emboldened by their shared commitment to the task at hand. The thundering river greeted them with its mighty roar, its white-capped waves crashing against the rocks and foaming with a ferocious energy. And yet, amidst the raging waters, there was an undercurrent of serenity that spoke of the balance of nature. The vibrant green leaves overhead cast a dappled light upon the group as they traversed the riverbank. The deep, dark brown of the tree trunks standing tall and proud, like ancient sentinels guarding the secrets of the forest. In the depths of the forest, the air was heavy with moisture, and a thick, shadowy gloom cloaked the surroundings. The light that managed to trickle through the canopy above was muted and subdued, casting an eerie blanket over the landscape. Highland, ever the tactician, considered their next move carefully. His voice steady and commanding, he said, "We should follow the river. The path will be more open than this dark, dense woodland, and will make it easier for us to navigate." The others agreed with Highland's assessment, and they began their journey along the thundering river. The powerful current roared beside them, a force to be reckoned with in its own right. They were aware that this seemingly serene environment might conceal unseen dangers, and they tread cautiously, eyes scanning the landscape for potential threats. As they continued, they caught sight of huge crocodiles, their enormous bodies floating like immense tree trunks on the river's surface. These behemoths seemed to defy the very nature of the turbulent waters, remaining motionless despite the river's relentless power. The presence of these predators only heightened the sense of peril in this deceptive, enchanting place. Highland, observing the crocodiles, remarked, "These creatures are a reminder that the beauty of this place is not to be underestimated. We must remain vigilant and cautious as we navigate these treacherous waters." Piper, Kroger, and Fessler nodded, their eyes never straying far from the giant reptiles. They understood that the river, though a more open path, also brought its own set of dangers. They knew that they needed to rely on one another and their individual strengths to overcome the challenges that lay ahead. As they pressed on, the river's roar echoed around them, almost as if the very forest itself was whispering a warning. The group moved with a newfound sense of caution, their eyes darting between the shadows of the trees and the restless waters. They were surrounded by beauty and danger in equal measure, a delicate balance that seemed to govern the very essence of this enchanted realm. Highland's suggestion proved to be sound, for the river did indeed provide a more accessible path than the oppressive darkness of the forest, despite the constant lurking threat of the colossal crocodiles. The group pressed onward, their resolve unwavering in the face of adversity. As they moved forward, they began to feel the oppressive weight of the forest lessen, replaced by the sense that they were but small, insignificant players in a much larger, more dangerous game. The river, with its thundering current and hidden perils, had become both their guide and their adversary, and yet, as they continued, they began to understand that even in the midst of danger, there existed a sense of tranquility, a harmony between the forces of nature and the untamed wilderness. The group knew that they must navigate this treacherous landscape with care, for it was as beautiful as it was deadly, and the path that lay before them would test their resolve and their unity to its very limits. In this valley, the forest flourished in every direction, stretching as far as the eye could see and reaching towards the heavens, painting the hillsides with a beautiful green hue that kissed the very edge of the clouds. The party trudged onwards, their steps measured and cautious, as they hacked through the dense foliage that engulfed the valley floor. Time seemed to lose all meaning as they delved deeper and deeper into the heart of this ancient primordial landscape. Kroger, ever the intuitive one, began to sense a disquieting unease that gnawed at the edges of his consciousness. He could not pinpoint the source of this sensation, but it felt as if unseen eyes were watching their every move. A presence far more sinister than the gargantuan crocodiles that had accompanied them along their journey. He confided in his companions, his voice low and hushed. "I have this feeling, like we're being watched. I can't explain it, but I know it's not the crocodiles that concern me." As they continue, Fezler, whose sharp gaze had saved them from many a hidden danger before, caught sight of something that sent a shiver down his spine. At the periphery of his vision, he noticed an almost imperceptible movement, like that of a fallen tree trunk, shifting upon the ground. The sight, however, was far too unnatural for any ordinary tree. Kroger, following Fezler's line of sight, felt his heart skip a beat. "By the gods," he whispered, "it's not a tree trunk, it's a snake." Indeed, the immense serpentine form that lay before them was no mere log, but a monstrous reptile, its body easily a metre in width. Just as they noticed one snake, another dropped from the branches overhead, coiling itself around Kroger. In an instant, Fezler was on top of the serpent, striking and cutting. Without notice, this snake suddenly retreated, not because of the actions of Kroger or Fezler, but because the moving tree trunk had now arrived to take its prey. The colossal snake's head shot up. Its cold, unblinking eyes fixing on the party with malevolent intent. With lightning speed it lunged towards them, encircling their group in its massive coils. The party braced themselves as the serpent began to tighten its grip, a deadly noose that threatened to crush them all. Highland, Piper and Fezler jumped out of the way of the snake, but still recovering from his duel with the smaller snake, it managed to close tightly around Kroger. Kroger tensed his muscles and strained against the crushing snake. The strain was clearly visible across his face as the snake continued to flex and tighten around him. Fezler chopped at the snake with his elvish sword. His first chop was like metal on metal, as if the snake's skin was made of metal. Fezler's second chop was more successful as he chopped between the scales, but the chop was still just like a paper cut to such a large snake. It was painful and irritating to the snake, but not really any threat. Fezler flexed his muscles. Spikes protruded from his armor. He scrambled into the snake's mouth. From outside the snake could be heard slicing and dicing of flesh. As Fezler cut and hacked his way deeper and deeper into the core of the snake released Kroger as it was busy trying to dislodge and spit out Fezler, but Fezler wedged himself into the snake's stomach, continuing to cut, slice and dice with his armor and his sword deeper and deeper into the snake before erupting out of the snake as the serpent's head collapsed and the snake lay motionless on the ground, with the blood-stained elf stood on top of the body, puffing and panting. Kroger, still shaken by the close encounter with the snake, expressed his gratitude towards the elf. "Fezler, I owe you my life, thank you," he said, his voice wavering. Highland observed the scene, marvelling at Fezler's calm demeanour and quick thinking under such perilous circumstances. He knew that the elf's abilities would prove invaluable in the challenges ahead. The group pressed onwards, their spirits emboldened by their recent brush with danger. Soon they reached a sharp bend in the river that meandered through the landscape. The long route around the river seemed arduous and time-consuming, so they were determined to find a way across. Gazing at the rushing waters, they quickly dismissed the idea of swimming, for the current was strong and treacherous. Moreover, the presence of crocodiles lurking beneath the surface posed an even greater threat to their lives. As they stood on the riverbank, assessing the situation, the group members exchanged ideas and voiced their concerns. "Swimming is far too dangerous," said Kroger, shaking his head. "And we haven't the time to go round." Fezler's eyes narrowed as he contemplated the problem. "I agree, Kroger. We must find a way to cross here." Highland studied the riverbank, mulling over possible solutions for crossing the treacherous waters. An idea began to take shape in his mind. and he shared it with his companions. What if we constructed a makeshift bridge out of tree trunks? He suggested, gesturing towards the trees that lined the banks. We can fell a few of them, lay them across the river, and secure them in place. Kroger and Fezler exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Piper, a soft voice resonating with determination, added, "Together, we can make it happen." Working in unison, the group felled several sturdy trees, using their combined strength and tools. Each member played a vital role in the process. Highland using his wizardry to help guide the trees to the water's edge, while Kroger's strength and experience allowed him to maneuver the massive trunks with precision. Fezler's agility and sharp senses were invaluable in determining the best way to lay the trunks across the rushing waters, and Piper's enchanting voice helped to keep their spirits high throughout the arduous task, while also assisting in moving the trees. Once the trees were in place, they set about securing them. Kroger instructed the others, "Remember, we do this together. Hold tight to the ropes and keep your balance." Each member of the group fastened ropes to the trunks and worked in tandem to anchor them to the riverbank. As they added more trunks to the makeshift bridge, it began to span the width of the river, inching closer and closer to the other side. With a collective sigh of relief, they stood back to admire their handiwork. The bridge, though crude, was a testament to their determination and resourcefulness. As they ventured further away from the river that they had just crossed, the deafening roar of the dragon grew increasingly intense, resonating through the air and sending shivers down their spines. Though the dragon's location remained a mystery, they knew that they had no choice but to move towards the harrowing sound, preparing themselves for the inevitable confrontation. Travelling deeper and deeper into the forest, the group came upon a towering ancient tree with a large crack running down between its gnarled roots. Their instincts urged them to investigate, and they squeezed through the narrow opening one by one, finding themselves in a hidden cave beneath the valley. The air within the cave was thick with the scent of sulphur and the acrid smell of burning, making their eyes water and their breath catch in their throats. Visibility was scarce, the darkness enveloping them like a suffocating blanket. Kroger, with his dwarven heritage, possessed exceptional eyesight in low-light conditions. Taking the lead, he guided his companions through the treacherous darkness, his keen senses attuned to the slightest movement or sound. As the cave began to open out, their footsteps echoed with a haunting hollowness. They moved with utmost caution, attempting to maintain a cloak of silence as they pursued the ominous sounds of the dragon that echoed through the cavernous space. Highland, his nerves on edge and his heart pounding, couldn't help but recall the words of his master, who had stressed the importance of honing his mental abilities to face the dragon. "Trust in your mind, my apprentice," his mentor's voice rang in his ears. "Only then can you truly conquer the beast. They continued deeper into the cave, all too aware of the potential dangers lurking in the shadows. They tread lightly, their movements stealthy and deliberate, each of them poised for action, their senses heightened. They could almost taste the anticipation in the air. After what felt like an eternity, the cave expanded into a colossal chamber, its vastness dwarfing the group as they entered the immense space. The ceiling soared high above, its edges lost to the darkness, while the walls stretched far and wide, encrusted with crystalline formations that shimmered faintly in the dim light. The air was heavy with the scent of sulphur and the oppressive heat of a slumbering inferno. In the heart of the chamber, the red dragon lay, a magnificent and terrifying sight to behold. His immense, scaled body glistened in hues of crimson and gold, while the rise and fall of its chest accompanied deep, guttural breaths that echoed throughout the cavern. The group felt both awe and fear, yet they knew that they must proceed with utmost caution. They began to inch their way forward, each step taken with painstaking care to avoid making any sound that could rouse the dragon from its slumber. Highland calmed and composed himself for the challenges that lay ahead, preparing for the inevitable moment when the simplicity of their current plan would be shattered. No sooner had he anticipated it than the dragon, seemingly aware of their presence, stirred from its rest. In an instant, the beast's eyes snapped open, their fiery gaze fixing on the intruders. With a mighty heave, it leapt into the air, its wings beating with tremendous force, and unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of the chamber. Flames erupted from its mouth, the searing heat bearing down on the group with ferocious intensity. Highland, his mind focused and his resolve unwavering, called upon his arcane powers to summon a force field that encircled them, shielding his companions from the dragon's fiery onslaught. The protective barrier shimmered and crackled as the firestorm battered against it, the sheer force threatening to overwhelm them. With every fiery exultation from the dragon, the walls of the colossal chamber were bathed in a fierce, flickering light that exposed its intricate features. As Highland's thoughts raced, desperately seeking a strategy to defeat the fearsome beast, Fezler wasted no time, swiftly scaling the cave walls with the grace and agility of an elf. From the cavern floor, Highland's eyes were drawn to a tiny hole high up the wall, its significance yet unknown. He called out, "Fezler, there's a small opening above. See if it holds any advantage for us." His voice echoed in the vast chamber, filled with determination. Meanwhile, Piper sought refuge behind a cluster of jagged rocks, her voice barely a whisper as she murmured an incantation, preparing her siren song for the crucial moment. Kroger, the fearless dwarf, charged towards the dragon with a mighty battle cry, brandishing his thick, heavy sword. He planned to reach the dragon and bring it to its knees with his legendary strength and skill. Highland's heart raced as he watched his companions engage the dragon. He knew that success hinged on their ability to work together, combining their unique talents and abilities. As the battle raged, the tension in the chamber grew palpable, and the group could feel the weight of the task before them. But they remained resolute in their shared purpose. The dragon's immense form cast a dark, imposing shadow across the chamber, its wings beating with a deafening force that threatened to extinguish the courage within them. Yet they pressed on, each member of the group rising to the challenge, their individual strengths shining like beacons in the face of overwhelming darkness. Suddenly a long rope, crafted from twisted vines, dropped down from the shadowy recesses above. Fezler, high up on the cavern wall, had managed to expertly gather the vines and fashion them into a sturdy rope. With a swift flick of his wrist, he sent the rope cascading down towards the ground, where it hung suspended in the cavern's gloomy atmosphere. Kroger's eyes lit up with anticipation as he sprinted towards the vines, his powerful dwarven legs propelling him forward. He reached the vines and, with a mighty heave, began to climb, his muscles straining under the effort. The sinewy vines trembled beneath the dwarf's weight, but held firm as he ascended higher and higher. Kroger gritted his teeth, his heart pounding in his chest. As he clambered upwards, sweat beading on his brow. As he neared the top, Kroger glanced towards the dragon, gauging the distance between them. He knew he would have to swing on the vine to reach the beast, and with a deep breath, he steadied himself. Grasping the vine tightly, he launched himself out into the air, his body swinging back and forth in a graceful arc. With each forward swing, Kroger drew nearer to the dragon. His fierce determination driving him onwards. The air around him seemed to crackle with energy. As he hurtled through the cavern, his eyes locked on the monstrous creature before him. The dragon's fiery breath and the intense heat radiated from its scales did not deter the brave dwarf. He knew that he must strike quickly and decisively to subdue the beast. As his swings grew larger and more powerful, Kroger's heart swelled with pride and courage, fueled by the knowledge that his friends were depending on him. He could feel the acceleration coursing through his veins, the wind whipping past his face as he drew ever closer to the dragon. His grip tightened on the vine, his knuckles turning white with the strain, as he prepared himself for the moment of truth. Kroger kicked at the dragon, his dwarf boots striking the beast's impenetrable scales with a resounding clang, while the dragon just continued to breathe fire down on Highland and Piper. Undeterred by the flames, Highland circled round the back of the dragon, his eyes scanning the cavern for another means of reaching the monster. Spotting a vine on the other side of the dragon, he quickly scaled it, his nimble fingers grasping each handhold as he climbed. Meanwhile, Piper felt her heart constrict with frustration and worry, her voice silenced by her perceived inability to contribute. She longed to help her friends to prove her worth in their quest. But she felt powerless, restrained by the sheer force of the dragon's wrath. As the battle raged on, Kroger leapt off the vine, his body arcing gracefully through the air before he landed on the dragon's back. With a ferocious battle cry, he began hacking away at the dragon with his sword, each blow sending sparks flying into the cavern's gloom, yet the dragon's skin remained unscathed. Its scales as hard as steel and seemingly impervious to the dwarf's relentless onslaught. The only soft part of this dragon was its throat, but Kroger couldn't reach that vulnerable spot from his precarious position. Kroger's face twisted with fury and determination, sweat dripping from his brow as he continued to stab at the back of the dragon. His heart thudded in his chest, each beat echoing the resolute thoughts that consumed him. He would not give up. He would not fail his friends. He would fight until his dying breath to protect them and the world they all held dear. Below, Highland reached the top of the vine and glanced across the cavern. His gaze met Piper's. In her eyes he saw her desperation to contribute, to aid them in their battle. With a fierce nod, he silently urged her to believe in herself, to trust in her power. "Remember who you are, Piper," Highland shouted, his voice ringing clear over the din of battle. "We need you. Believe in your strength, and we shall prevail." Heartened by Highland's words, Piper drew a deep breath, her melodious voice rising in a powerful and ethereal song. The dragon paused, its fiery breath faltering as the notes washed over it, sowing the seeds of confusion and doubt. Taking advantage of the dragon's momentary distraction, Kroger continued to strike, his sword gleaming as it sliced through the air. His friend's courage and determination fueled his own. Highland swung backwards and forwards, his momentum gradually increasing. As he traversed the cavernous expanse above the dragon's writhing body, each swing brought him closer to the cave wall. His fingers gripping the vine with unwavering determination. As he neared the wall, he began pushing against it with each swing, harnessing the extra power to propel himself even closer to the dragon's neck. "Almost there," Highland muttered to himself, his voice barely audible over the roar of the dragon and the cacophony of the battle below. He could see the vulnerable spot on the dragon's neck, the only area where its impenetrable scales gave way to soft flesh. It was the one chance they had to defeat the beast, and Highland knew he had to seize it. With a final push, Highland swung towards the dragon's neck, the vine wrapping around it like a lifeline. He hung precariously next to the dragon's soft spot, his heart pounding in his chest as he clung to the vine with one hand, the other reaching for his sword. "Highland, now!" Kroger yelled from atop the dragon's back, his gruff voice tinged with urgency as he continued his relentless assault on the creature's scales. In the same instant, the dragon shifted its massive body, snapping the vine that held Highland aloft. But the young apprentice didn't falter. He grabbed his sword, its blade gleaming in the flickering light of the cavern, and plunged it upwards through the soft part of the dragon's neck. The decisive blow was timed perfectly, for he could see the dragon's throat beginning to glow, a sure sign that it was about to unleash a torrent of flame in Piper's direction. As Highland's sword pierced the dragon's flesh, a surge of energy coursed through him, filling him with the determination and fortitude needed to vanquish the formidable foe. His heart swelled with pride, knowing that he was not only protecting his friends, but also fulfilling his destiny as a wizard's apprentice. The dragon's movement ceased abruptly, its fiery breath extinguished, as it succumbed to the fatal wound. With a deafening crash, the beast fell to the cavern floor, its lifeless body a sign of the courage and skill of the unlikely band of heroes that had brought it down. The team stood around the dragon, a mixture of awe, relief, and exhaustion etched upon their faces, as they took in the enormity of their victory. The once deafening roars and sounds of battle had given way to an almost eerie silence, punctuated only by the soft echo of water dripping from the cavern's stalactites. The dragon's colossal form lay in silence, motionless before them, a testament to their combined strength and determination. Fezler, his eyes gleaming with a sense of accomplishment, stepped forward, drew his bow, tied a vine to an arrow, and fired it way up through the hole in the cavern's ceiling. The special arrow worked like a grappling hook, latching on securely to something outside of the cavern. One by one, they climbed the vine, their bodies wary but their spirits soaring with the triumph they'd achieved. As they emerged from the darkness of the cavern into the cool mountain air, they paused to take in the breathtaking view that stretched out before them. The jagged peaks of the mountains rose majestically around them, and far below they could see the river they'd been following, its waters glistening in the sunlight. Highland turned to his companions, his voice firm and resolute. "We've come far and achieved much, but our journey is not yet at an end. It's only just begun," he said, his eyes locked on the distant mountains. "We must head back to the river and follow it to its source high in the mountains. There we'll face the green dragon." Kroger nodded, his gruff voice filled with resolve. "Aye, lad, you're right. We've come too far to turn back now. Let's press on and finish what we've started." Piper, her gentle voice betraying a hint of weariness, added, "We've faced great challenges and prevailed, but we must not falter now. Let us draw strength from one another and see this quest through to its end." With renewed determination, the unlikely band of heroes set off on their descent back down towards the thunderous river below, ready to continue their journey on towards the heart of the mountain realm to find the green dragon. Chapter 3. The Green Dragon. Having just emerged victorious against the red dragon, safeguarding the village from its wrath, Highland recognized that this triumph marked merely the beginning of their arduous mission. 4 more dragons remained to be vanquished, and the fellowship of Highland, Fezler, Kroger and Piper was well aware of their daunting tasks that lay ahead. The next challenge would lead them to the mountain realm, where they would confront the green dragon. Highland, however, knew that in order to stand a chance against this formidable foe, he would need to harness not only his mental prowess, but also his physical abilities. The Red Dragon's defeat has been a testament to the power of our combined abilities, Highland acknowledged, reflecting on his own growth. But I cannot rely on my mind alone to overcome the challenges that await us. I must learn to wield my body as a weapon, to harness the strength and endurance that will see us through the battles ahead. As the group of heroes stood in the aftermath of their recent victory, Highland shared his thoughts with his companions. While we've defeated the Red Dragon, our journey is far from over, he said solemnly. The mountain realm awaits us, and I must prepare my body for the trials that lie ahead. Kroger, the mighty dwarf, who had once been a great warrior, listened intently to Highland's words, sensing the determination and resolve within them. You've come far, lad, but the path before us demands even more, he said, his gruff voice echoing with wisdom. I shall take you under my wing and teach you the art of physical combat, the very techniques that have served me well in countless battles. You'll need every ounce of strength you can muster to tackle the green dragon. Fezler, ever the contemplative elf, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Highland, you've shown great progress in your mental capabilities, but the green dragon will pose new challenges. You must develop your strength and endurance if we're to be successful. Our journey has forged our fellowship, and each of us has grown stronger for it. Now, as we face the green dragon, we must ensure that your physical abilities match your mental prowess. The mountain realm will test us all, but with Kroger's guidance, I have faith that you will rise to the challenge. Piper, her soft voice, sombre yet supportive, added, We shall all stand beside you, Highland, and provide our unique skills to aid you in this crucial phase of our journey. As Highland, Piper, Fezler, and Kroger began their ascent up the towering mountains, they couldn't help but be awestruck by the sheer scale of the peaks that rose before them. The mountains loomed above, their jagged edges piercing the heavens as if they sought to challenge the very gods themselves. The vast mountain range seemed to stretch on for eternity, leaving the group with no choice but to traverse the perilous slopes in order to reach the other side. Highland, emboldened by the support of his companions, took the first steps on the arduous journey, feeling the ground beneath his feet shift and give way as they made their way up the treacherous incline. The wind whipped around them, a biting reminder of the harsh environment they now faced. This path may be perilous, but together we shall overcome any obstacle, Highland proclaimed, his voice carrying a newfound determination. Piper, Fezler, and Kroger followed closely behind, each facing their own struggles as they scaled the mountains. The terrain was unforgiving, with loose rocks and unstable footing threatening to send them tumbling down the slopes at any moment. Yet the group pressed on, bolstered by their shared camaraderie and their knowledge that the fate of the realm rested on their shoulders. These mountains may test our resolve, Kroger grumbled, his breath visible in the chilly air, but we dwarves are made of sterner stuff. We shall conquer these peaks and bring the green dragon to its knees. As they continued to ascend, the mountains appeared to grow even more imposing, a seemingly endless series of peaks and valleys that challenged their very step. The landscape grew more treacherous, and the group found themselves battling not only the physical exertion, but the cold and fear that gripped their hearts as they ventured further into the unknown. The easiest route up the mountain was to follow the route that the river took down the mountain as it channeled down the mountain, carving out the valley and heading to the sea. The roaring waters cascaded from one tier to another, sculpting the rocky landscape and carving a path that had been followed for millennia. The once rough stones were now worn and slippery, the result of countless years of water relentlessly polishing them. The river's journey was fraught with dangers, with treacherous waterfalls and ice-cold rapids awaiting the unwary traveller. Yet it was this very path that Highland and his companions had chosen to follow, trusting in the wisdom of their decision to guide them up the mountain. As they trudged along the river, the sound of the crashing waters filled their ears, a constant reminder of the power of nature and the challenges they would face on their journey. The path twisted and turned, sometimes narrowing to the point where they were forced to cling to the slick rocks to keep from tumbling into the churning waters below. At other times they found themselves scrambling up steep rocky inclines, their hands and feet aching from the effort. Highland took the lead, picking his way carefully along the path, his eyes scanning for any signs of danger or instability. His companions followed close behind, each of them quietly grappling with their own fears and doubts as they forged ahead. Fezler, with his lithe, elven physique and natural agility, had little difficulty bounding up the mountain, his movements graceful and seemingly effortless. However, Piper, whose life had been spent primarily in the sea and on rocky shores, found traversing the uneven terrain far more challenging. Her body was not accustomed to the demands of a long, arduous climb, and her weariness grew with each step. Kroger too faced his own struggles. Though he possessed great strength and endurance, his short stature and even shorter legs meant that he needed to exert considerably more effort to keep pace with his companions. Highland, on the other hand, found the climb taxing but not overly so. As a wizard's apprentice, he had trained his body and mind to endure various hardships, and he drew upon this experience to push himself forward. However, he couldn't help but feel concern for Piper and Kroger, who seemed to be labouring under the strain of the ascent. He occasionally paused to offer them words of encouragement, mindful of the need to maintain their morale as well as their physical well-being. "Keep going, Piper," he urged, his voice firm yet gentle. "We're all in this together, and we'll get through it as a team." Kroger, despite his struggles, refused to be coddled. "I've climbed more treacherous slopes in my day," he grunted, determination evident in his voice. "I won't be bested by this mountain." The rocks they were climbing on were often cold, slippery, and wet from the water of the descending river splashing onto them. Their hands and feet grappled for purchase on the slick surfaces, their breaths coming in puffs of vapour in the chill air. "Watch your step," Hylan cautioned, his voice echoing off the rocks. "These stones can be treacherous." As they continued to climb, the weather grew colder and colder, the wind biting into their exposed skin like icy knives. The lush green of the valley below slowly receded, replaced by a stark landscape of brown with the occasional shrub, dried grass, and hardy vegetation clinging to the rocks. Their fingers and toes began to grow numb, their movements becoming more deliberate as they fought against the cold. "Keep your wits about you," Kroger advised gruffly, his breath steaming in the frigid air. "The higher we go, the more treacherous the path." As they continued to ascend, the hardy vegetation gradually gave way to snow and ice, the landscape transforming into a barren, frozen wasteland. The wind howled around them, a constant companion as they trudged onward, their bodies protesting the relentless cold. Even the ever-resilient Piper began to shiver, a melodious voice barely audible as she murmured her own encouragement. "We must press on," she whispered, her breath crystallizing in the icy air. "We cannot let this cold defeat us." They wrapped themselves in whatever warm clothing they had, huddling close to one another for warmth when they paused for short breaks. During these moments, they shared stories and laughter, drawing strength from the friendship that had grown between them. They finally reached a point where the river seemed to be originating from within the very heart of the mountain. This discovery presented a new challenge. They now had to follow the river into a cave that was carved high up in the treacherous mountain range. The climb tested their bodies to the extreme, as their weary muscles strained with each heave and pull, and their mental fortitude was pushed to its limits as they fought to maintain focus and determination in the face of such a daunting task. As they clambered higher, their breaths came in ragged gasps, each lungful of air feeling as though it were laced with ice. Their minds raced with thoughts of the dangers that might lie ahead. The companions' progress was slow and laborious. The icy river, their constant, merciless companion, as it wound its way into the depths of the mountain. The biting cold, the slippery rocks, and the sheer effort of the climb took its toll on them all, their bodies shivering and their limbs aching with fatigue. Yet still they pressed on, driven by their sense of duty and the knowledge that the world depended on their success. At last, they reached the entrance to the cave, a yawning maw that seemed to swallow the river whole. With their remaining strength, they hoisted themselves onto a narrow ledge and began to follow the river's path into the mountain's dark embrace. The cave was a realm of shadows and echoes, a place where the tiniest sound seemed amplified 1,000-fold. They could hear their own heartbeats thundering in their ears, the distant drip of water and the soft sigh of the wind as it whispered through the mountain's stony passages. "Stay close and be cautious," Kroger warned, his gruff voice echoing around them. "We know not what dangers may lurk within these depths." As they ventured further into the cave, the river's flow slowed and the sounds of the footsteps and laboured breaths became the only markers of their progress. Their limbs trembled with fatigue, their minds weighed down by the enormity of the task they'd undertaken. Yet they refused to give in to despair, drawing on reserves of strength they scarcely knew they possessed. They couldn't help but notice that the cave was home to a multitude of cobwebs, which seemed to increase in density the deeper and deeper they ventured. The webs, thick and heavy, were laden with a viscous, sticky goo that glistened in the dim light. The sight of such an extensive network of webs filled the companions with a sense of unease, for they knew that such a place could harbour creatures far more dangerous than the mere insects webs were normally designed to catch. Highland, realizing the need for a better illumination, decided to employ his magical skills to aid their progress. He stretched out his hand, uttering a soft incantation, and conjured a luminous orb that floated gently above his open palm. The orb bathed the cave in a warm golden light that danced upon the walls, making the dense cobwebs shimmer and twinkle like a tapestry of frosted stars. The companions found themselves simultaneously awed and unsettled by the strange beauty of their surroundings. Taking heed of their surroundings, Kroger issued a stern warning to the group. "Mind the cobwebs, friends," he growled, his voice echoing through the cave. "Do not touch them. As a dwarf, I've spent most of my life dwelling in caves, and I recognize the potential peril of such an environment." He paused for a moment, surveying the area before continuing. "This is no ordinary web," he cautioned, his eyes narrowing as he studied the thick, glistening strands. "It's the work of a chittermule, a creature far more formidable than any we've faced thus far." The group exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and anticipation. Kroger's words served as a stark reminder that they were venturing into unknown territory, where the dangers lurking within could far surpass their wildest nightmares. Highland, Kroger, Piper, and Fezler proceeded cautiously, each step carefully measured as they navigated the treacherous terrain. They maintained a respectful distance from the webs as best they could, their senses heightened as they listened for any signs of movement in the darkness beyond. After hours of walking, despite trying to be careful walking through the cave, eventually Highland accidentally stepped on a strand of cobweb. It was almost like a tripwire across the cave floor. As soon as the silken thread snapped beneath his foot, a shiver ran down Highland's spine, and he felt a sudden cold dread. He looked around, realizing his mistake, and fearing what it might bring. "The cobweb," he whispered hesitantly. "I accidentally stepped on it." Kroger's eyes widened with concern, and he quickly scanned their surroundings, his keen dwarven senses heightened. "Stay alert," he warned, his gruff voice now barely above a whisper. "We've likely alerted the chittermule to our presence." Piper, her soft voice tinged with apprehension, asked, "What do we do now?" Fezler, ever the voice of reason, responded, "We proceed with even greater caution, keep an eye on the shadows, and be prepared for anything." The group tightened their formation, weapons at the ready, as they continued deeper into the cave. The air grew colder and heavier with each step. as if the very atmosphere was warning them of the danger that now lurked nearby. Hyland's heart pounded in his chest, his hands trembling ever so slightly, as he clutched his staff tightly. The eerie silence that followed was broken only by the occasional drip of water from the cave ceiling, creating a haunting symphony of echoes that served to heighten their sense of foreboding. With the twang of the strand of cobweb, the Chitamal became aware of their presence. At first they didn't hear the giant spider, as the sound of the flowing water next to them masked its approach. But then Vezla's keen elven ears picked up on a gentle tapping sound which steadily grew faster and louder, echoing from further down the cave. The steady rhythm sent shivers down their spines as they realized the impending threat drawing closer. Hyland's eyes darted nervously around the cave, his heart racing as the tapping grew ever closer. "It's coming," he whispered, fear creeping into his voice. Kroger tightened his grip on his axe, his knuckles turning white. "Stay together and be ready to strike," he growled, his voice firm and resolute. Piper's eyes widened with fear as she looked deep into the darkness of the cave. The tapping sound increased in volume and pace, becoming a cacophony of echoes that reverberated throughout the cave. The group braced themselves, their breaths coming in short, tense gasps as they prepared for the Chitamal's arrival. Shadows flickered on the cave walls, teasing their senses and heightening their anticipation. The anticipation was almost unbearable as they waited for the Chitamal to reveal itself. Hyland's grip tightened on his staff, his palms sweaty with apprehension. He cast a glance towards his companions, their faces a mixture of fear and determination. They were as ready as they could be for the Chitamal's inevitable assault. Then, in a heart-stopping moment, the colossal Chitamal emerged from the darkness, its grotesque form a nightmarish sight to behold, towering over Hyland. The monstrous spider was thrice his size, its body covered in coarse, bristling hairs that seemed to ripple as it moved. Its multiple eyes gleamed menacingly, reflecting the fear in Hyland's eyes as it fixed its gaze upon him. With a guttural, bone-chilling hiss, the Chitamal exposed its enormous, venom-dripping fangs, each one as long and sharp as a dagger. The monster's breath was a nauseating mix of decay and rancid meat, the stench wafting through the cave as it lunged towards Hyland, its fangs aimed straight to his outstretched hand. "Hyland, look out!" cried Piper, her melodious voice strained with terror. Hyland's heart raced as he barely managed to sidestep the Chitamal's attack, its fangs narrowly missing his hand. The sound of its fangs scraping against the cave floor echoed through the chamber, sending shivers down the spines of the companions. "The beast is upon us," bellowed Kroger, his gruff voice filled with determination. "Hold your ground and fight." Hyland mustered all the courage he could. He hurled the orb of light at the monstrous spider, as the orb of light landed at the giant spider's feet, distracting the Chitamal and casting its sharp silhouette dancing across the cave walls. He cried out to his companions, "Quickly take cover!" Without hesitation, they all leapt off the path, expertly rolling on the ground to break their falls. Hyland, Piper and Fezler sought refuge around a large, jagged corner of the cave, their breaths heavy and hearts pounding as they braced themselves for the ensuing battle. Kroger, the grizzled warrior, found himself a strategic position behind a cluster of massive rocks, peering out from his hiding spot to keep a watchful eye on the Chitamal. Highland took a deep breath, focusing his energy and channeling the raw elemental power coursing through him. The air around him crackled and hummed with the intensity of his concentration. He raised his left hand, aiming carefully at the monstrous spider. His eyes locked onto the Chitamal, and he whispered an incantation under his breath. Feeling a surge of arcane energy from deep within, with a sudden burst of light, an electric bolt leapt from his outstretched hand, hurtling towards the spider with ferocious speed. The bolt struck the Chitamal with an electrifying explosion, causing the creature to emit a shrill, pained cry that echoed throughout the cavern. The spider, its body convulsing from the powerful shock, toppled onto its side with a resounding thud, sending tremors throughout the cave. Highland, his chest heaving from the effort, watched as the spider lay there momentarily incapacitated. "We must strike while it's weak," he urged his companions, his voice laced with desperation. Piper and Fezler nodded, both readying themselves for their next moves, as they knew the creature would not be down for long. As predicted, the Chitamal's body twitched violently, shaking off the last remnants of the electric shock that had momentarily brought it low. With great effort, the colossal spider pushed itself up from the cave floor, its legs trembling as it righted itself once more, its many eyes filled with anger and vengeance, focused on the group of adventurers who had dared to challenge it. The shiny brown spider's body reflected the light of the orb which was laying on the floor, gradually dimming without being fed with Highland's magic. The orb, a creation of Highland's arcane mastery, had been a beacon of hope for the group as they ventured into the darkness of the cavern. Now, as its radiance waned, the glossy carapace of the monstrous Chitamal seemed to absorb the dying light, casting an eerie sheen on its exoskeleton that sent shivers down their spines. Highland glanced at the fading orb, his brow furrowed with concern. "The light won't last much longer," he warned, his voice tense and urgent. "We must finish this quickly, or we'll be fighting in darkness." Piper's nervous yet musical voice echoed his sentiment. "We cannot allow that to happen, for in darkness the creature will have the advantage." Fezler, his eyes focused on the spider and already moving deftly to a better vantage point, responded firmly. "Indeed, we must bring an end to this battle swiftly." As the orb's glow continued to diminish, the Chitamal's multifaceted eyes caught the light, reflecting it in a prismatic dance that was as mesmerizing as it was terrifying. The sight served to remind the party of the imminent danger, galvanizing their resolve to overcome this fearsome foe before the darkness consumed them all. Kroger, sensing the urgency of the situation, crouched low, his stocky dwarf frame coiled like a spring. His keen eyes scanned the cavern for any advantage, finally settling on a cluster of rocks behind the group. With a determined grunt, he charged, his short legs carrying him rapidly around his companions and the monstrous Chitamal. As Kroger reached the rocks, he swiftly scaled them, his battle-hardened hands finding purchase with ease. The other adventurers watched in awe as the once great warrior leapt from the rocky outcrop, arms outstretched towards the spider's terrifying jaws. In a feat of incredible strength and precision, Kroger seized one of the spider's venomous teeth in each hand, his fingers gripping the serrated edges with a white-knuckled intensity. The chittermule, sensing the intrusion, reared back in surprise, shaking its head violently in an attempt to dislodge the stubborn dwarf. Its front legs pounded the cavern floor in a frenzied dance, the vibrations echoing through the chamber like the drum of war. But Kroger held on, his face a mask of determination, as he strained against the powerful jaws. "I shall not be defeated by the likes of you, foul beast," he roared, his voice echoing through the cavern. The other adventurers, inspired by Kroger's courage, readied themselves for a renewed assault on the monstrous arachnid. With a mighty heave, Kroger wrenched the spider's teeth in opposite directions, veins bulging in his muscular arms as he pushed himself to his limits. The chittermule's chitinous exoskeleton creaked and groaned under the immense pressure, and with a sickening tearing sound, both venomous teeth were ripped free from the spider's gaping maw. Kroger landed heavily on the cavern floor, clutching the two venomous teeth he torn from the chittermule's maw. Gasping for breath, he inspected the deadly weapons in his hands, their serrated edges glinting in the dim light of the cave. With a grunt of contempt, he hurled one of the teeth aside, its clattering against the stone a defiant testament to his victory. As the tooth skittered across the ground, the spider's rage and terror reached a fever pitch. The monstrous arachnid's many eyes narrowed in fury, and venom oozed from the raw, bleeding holes left by the extracted fangs. Kroger knew he had to act fast to finish the creature before it could retaliate. Wasting no time, he sprang back onto the spider's massive body, his strong dwarf legs propelling him through the air with an agility that belayed his stocky frame. He scrambled onto the chittermule's back, feeling the beast's legs buck and twitch beneath him in its desperate attempt to throw him off. "Face your end, monster," he bellowed, his voice filled with the conviction of one who had faced countless battles and emerged victorious. Drawing the chittermule's tooth high above his head, the venom-covered tooth glistening in the fading light, with a mighty roar, Kroger plunged it deep into the spider's head, his entire body trembling with the effort. The effect was instantaneous. The chittermule's legs buckled, the terrible thrashing ceasing as though a great storm had been suddenly silenced. Its many eyes, once burning with hatred and malice, now stared blankly, the life snuffed out by Kroger's decisive blow. With a final shudder, the immense creature collapsed onto the cavern floor. On striking the ground, Kroger nimbly rolled off of the now lifeless spider, his warrior instincts guiding him with a fluid grace. As he landed solidly on his feet, he took a moment to catch his breath, the adrenaline still coursing through his veins. The cavern echoed with the sound of his heavy breathing, a testament to the ferocity of the battle he'd just endured. Casting a glance at the venomous tooth still clutched in his hand. Kroger recalled the fierce struggle that had led to this moment. The sharp, serrated edge gleamed menacingly in the dim cavern light, a reminder of the danger they'd faced. With a mixture of revulsion and satisfaction, he flung the tooth away, the clattering sound it made against the cave floor, a symbol of his hard-won triumph. The others emerged from the shadows to witness the aftermath of Kroger's battle with the monstrous spider. As they gathered around Highland, conjured a new glowing orb, illuminating the scene before them. The eerie light revealed the spider's crumpled body, its many limbs twisted and broken, a sign of the dwarf's strength and skill. A mixture of awe and relief washed over them as they gazed upon the fallen foe. "Kroger, that was incredible," Highland exclaimed. Kroger, humbled by the praise, simply nodded. "We must press on," he urged. "There's no telling what other dangers lurk in these depths." With Highland's glowing orb leading the way, the group ventured deeper into the cave, navigating the treacherous terrain with caution. They searched high and low, their eyes scanning the dark corners and hidden crevices for any sign of an exit. The weight of their mission pressed on them, and each step they took echoed through the cavern with a solemn determination. As they traversed the winding passages, the party engaged in hushed conversation, sharing tales of past adventures and discussing the challenges that lay ahead. Kroger, ever the stoic warrior, offered words of encouragement, while Piper and Fezler provided wisdom and insight gleaned from their own experiences. The group, driven by their determination and guided by the sound of rushing water, eventually discovered the source of the river that flowed through the cave. A magnificent waterfall cascaded down from an unseen height, its thunderous roar echoing throughout the cavern. The water gushed into the cave, feeding the river that wound its way through the subterranean passages, before tumbling down to the mountainside and meandering through the valley below. Fezler, with his keen elven senses, spotted a treacherous path that ascended alongside the waterfall. "Look there, my friends," he said, pointing to the rugged ascent. "We must climb this waterfall if we wish to find the source of the river and make our way to the surface." The group steeled themselves, preparing for the arduous climb. Fezler, ever the seasoned mountaineer, led the way, expertly navigating the slippery rocks and treacherous footing. "Keep your eyes on the next handhold," he shared helpfully, his years of experience evident in the ease with which he scaled the treacherous ascent. Highland followed closely behind, using his magic to secure their footing and provide support where needed. Piper, a soft voice offering encouragement and reassurance, proved surprisingly agile, scaling the rocks with grace and determination. The group, bound by their shared purpose, climbed higher and higher, the deafening roar of the waterfall ringing in their ears. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the summit of the climb, emerging on the edge of a vast, frozen lake. The water from the waterfall tumbled down a cave shaft from this ice-covered lake, here high up in the mountains. Snow and ice stretched as far as the eye could see. The group paused, catching their breath and marveling at the breathtaking sight before them. "This is the source of the river," Fezler explained, his voice filled with wonder. Highland and the group gazed at the frozen lake, their eyes widening in awe at the beauty and the majesty of the scene before them. They stared in amazement as they noticed around the sides of the lake a herd of giant woolly mammoths. These colossal creatures, shaggy and imposing, roamed the snowy expanse. With each thunderous stomp on the ice around the edge of the lake, cracks spidered across the surface. The mammoths then used their enormous curved tusks to move the broken ice aside, allowing them to access the cold, refreshing water beneath. Their mighty presence was both awe-inspiring and humbling, a testament to the wonders of the natural world. As the mammoths lumbered about, their colossal feet also served another purpose. They displaced the snow, keeping it shallow and manageable, thereby allowing the sparse vegetation to grow and providing sustenance for the creatures that inhabited these inhospitable heights. It was a delicate balance, an ecosystem that thrived on the very edge of existence. Highland marvelled at the sight of the mammoths, their thick fur protecting them from the biting cold. Incredible, he breathed, his voice full of reverence. I've only ever heard tales of these majestic creatures. To see them with my own eyes is a privilege I never imagined I would experience. Kroger grunted in agreement, his eyes betraying a hint of respect for the behemoths. Aye, lad, they're truly a wonder, but remember, we mustn't disturb them. They're peaceful creatures, but we wouldn't want to provoke their wrath. Piper chimed in, a note of curiosity laced with her words. They are magnificent, but we must remain focused on our quest. The dragons are still a threat, and time is of the essence. Fezler nodded in agreement, his keen eyes scanning the mammoths and their surroundings. You're right, Piper. We must continue onwards, taking care not to disturb the delicate balance of this place. Let us tread carefully and maintain our respect for these majestic creatures. The landscape before them was a breathtaking, almost otherworldly vision of pristine beauty, yet it was also a harsh, unforgiving environment. The relentless, blindingly bright white light of the sun reflected off the snow-covered slopes, while a freezing, bitterly cold wind howled across the surface of the mountain. It was an unyielding, ever-present force that sought to sap the warmth and energy from their very bones. As the team trudged through the deep, powdery snow, they found themselves battling against the elements, each step an arduous task, each breath a frosty challenge. They pushed forward, however, driven by the urgency of their mission and the unbreakable bond they shared. Through the swirling snow and the blustering wind, they spotted something in the distance that looked like a person. It was a faint, barely discernible shape, shrouded in a cloak of white. With determination, they continued towards the mysterious figure, squinting and shielding their eyes against the biting wind and snow. The figure seemed to waver and shift as the winds howled around them, making it difficult to discern its true form. Who could that be? Highland asked, his voice barely audible above the raging storm. Kroger, his gruff voice strained, replied, We must proceed with caution. There is no telling who or what we may encounter up here. Maintaining a low profile and attempting to remain undetected, the group cautiously edged closer to the enigmatic figure. the unknown nature of the stranger and the potential danger they may pose kept them on high alert, each of them casting furtive glances as they progressed. The piercing wind and relentless snowfall only served to heighten their sense of unease. "Stay low and keep quiet," whispered Piper, her voice almost lost in the swirling gusts. "We mustn't reveal ourselves until we know their intent." Fezler, his eyes narrowed and trained on the figure, agreed, his blonde hair whipping about his face. "We've come too far to fall victim to a potential foe now," he murmured, his voice steady and focused, as they continued their cautious advance. They began to notice that the figure seemed more substantial, more imposing than a mere human. The true nature of the being became apparent as they drew near, and they realized with trepidation that they were not approaching a person, but rather a formidable yeti. Their discovery came too late, however, as they found themselves dangerously close to the fearsome creature. The yeti, with its keen sense of smell, had detected their presence. "By the gods," Hyland whispered, his voice tense with alarm, "it's not a person, it's a yeti." Kroger clenched his fists, his gruff voice filled with concern. "We must move quickly lest we become its prey." The enormous, snow-dwelling creature towered above them, its fur blending seamlessly into the stark white landscape. Its breath formed clouds of mist in the frigid air, and its piercing eyes bore into the group as though it could see into their very souls. Despite their best efforts, the yeti had detected them, and it was clear that their intentions had been misunderstood. The creature, driven by hunger and the instinct to protect its territory, prepared to attack. With so little food up here on top of the mountain, the yeti had grown desperate and would try to eat anything it could catch. The snowstorm intensified as the monstrous beast charged at the group with a guttural roar that echoed through the icy peaks. Hyland bravely stepped forward to confront the creature, his eyes filled with determination. As the yeti swung a massive arm towards him, intending to seize the wizard's apprentice, Hyland called upon his magical abilities, whispering arcane words under his breath. He raised his arm defensively, blocking the yeti's strike. With the aid of his magic, Hyland's strength increased and his feet became rooted to the icy ground, enabling him to withstand the force of the blow. The yeti was like a solid, hairy wall of muscle, its towering form nearly 3 times larger than Hyland. The creature snarled and bared its fangs, surprised by the young man's resilience. It was accustomed to hunting in the unforgiving mountain terrain, and its victims, like the mammoths, usually succumbed without significant resistance. But Hyland was no ordinary prey, and the yeti found itself challenged by an opponent unlike any it had encountered before. Hyland, his heart pounding in his chest, drew upon his reserves of courage and power. As the yeti lunged at him once more, the apprentice wizard summoned a gust of wind to throw the creature off balance. The yeti's massive form teetered, but it quickly regained its footing, its eyes narrowing with rage. The air crackled with energy as the battle between the yeti and Hyland intensified. The group could only watch in awe and fear as the young apprentice deftly avoided the creature's relentless attacks. The snowstorm raged around them, threatening to obscure their vision, but the fierce determination in Hyland's eyes never wavered. He spoke to his companions, his voice filled with urgency. "Flee while you can," he commanded. "I'll hold the beast at bay." With heavy heart, the group retreated, leaving Highland to face the Yeti alone. They trusted in his strength and wisdom, knowing that he would find a way to rejoin them when the time was right. And so the fierce battle between the wizard's apprentice and the mighty Yeti continued. The Yeti swung its other arm at Highland, with terrifying speed, its massive hand slicing through the air like a living blade of ice. But Highland, anticipating the attack, was prepared. He deftly blocked the strike with his magically enhanced strength, then saw an opportunity to counterattack. In a swift, fluid motion, he leapt into the air, his legs extended like twin bolts of lightning, and delivered a powerful kick between the Yeti's legs. The sheer force of the blow caused the colossal creature to drop to its knees, an agonized howl erupting from its throat. As the Yeti reeled from the impact, Highland seized the moment to create a shimmering, transparent magic shield in front of him. With a determined cry, he swung the ethereal barrier like a giant hammer, striking the Yeti's head with a resounding crack. The creature slumped to the ground, momentarily stunned, but otherwise unharmed. Its eyes flickered with confusion and rage as it struggled to comprehend the young man's seemingly impossible abilities. With a snarl, the Yeti sprang back to its feet, its enormous arms flailing as it tried to swipe at Highland once more. The apprentice wizard, his reflexes sharpened by his intense training and the adrenaline coursing through his veins, managed to nimbly dodge, jump and roll over and under each attempt to strike him. The battle between the two combatants had taken on an almost balletic quality, the fluidity of their movements contrasting with the raw primal violence of the struggle. Highland's heart raced as he continued to evade the Yeti's relentless onslaught. His body and mind pushed to their limits. He knew that he could not keep up this dance forever, and that he must find a way to end the confrontation before exhaustion claimed him. But for now he focused on staying alive. The Yeti, in a sudden burst of fury, managed to get a hold of Highland with its colossal hand, gripping him tightly as the young wizard struggled to break free. With a mighty heave, the creature flung Highland through the air like a rag doll. As he soared helplessly through the sky, Highland's heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing to find a solution to his predicament. He braced himself for impact, fearing the worst, but instead found himself landing face down in a thick bed of snow. The softness of the snowfall cushioned his fall, bearing him from the grievous injuries that would have otherwise been inflicted upon him. However, Highland was not granted a moment's respite. The Yeti, having hurled him across the battlefield, wasted no time in giving chase, its eyes locked on its prey. The distance between them provided a small window of opportunity for Highland to gather his wits and formulate a plan. As he scrambled to his feet, snow clinging to his clothes and hair, he realized that he had mere moments before the rampaging Yeti would be upon him. Summoning all his strength and focus, Highland quickly incanted a spell, feeling the familiar surge of magical energy coursing through his veins, just as the Yeti was about to descend upon him, its massive fists raised like a gorilla, preparing to pound its chest. Highland released the spell, firing off 2 bolts of raw energy from his hands. The sheer force of the spell propelled the Yeti hundreds of meters away. Hurtling it towards the distant mammoths. The backlash of the spell's power caused Highland to skid backwards through the snow, his heart pounding in his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. As the Yeti struggled to regain its footing, appearing dazed and shaken from the powerful spell, Highland knew that this was the opportunity he and his companions needed. The distance between Highland and the beast granted him a precious few moments to make his escape, allowing him to regroup with the others and continue their quest without further hindrance from the fearsome creature. They journeyed onwards, traversing the treacherous mountain terrain, their path lined with jagged rocks and concealed by thick blankets of snow. As they climbed higher, the air became thinner and colder, each breath a testament to their resolve. They pressed on, the bonds of camaraderie and shared purpose guiding them through the unforgiving landscape. At last they stumbled upon the ruins of an ancient temple, nestled precariously upon the mountain's peak. This once majestic structure bore the weight of centuries, its stone walls etched with the passage of time. Its positioning seemed almost deliberate, offering a vantage point that allowed for unobstructed views in all directions. To one side lay the treacherous path they had conquered, while on the other side the vast expanse of the desert stretched out before them like a sea of sand. The temple's highest point was adorned with a stone structure, its purpose shrouded in mystery. It seemed as though it had been constructed to pay homage to some long-forgotten deity, or perhaps to guard a secret buried deep within its walls. The air around the temple was charged with an almost palpable energy, lending an air of reverence and foreboding to the atmosphere. As they cautiously approached, a guttural roar echoed through the temple's chambers, a chilling harbinger of the menace that lay within. Their intrusion had clearly disturbed something ancient and powerful, a force that until recently had been slumbering for eons. And as the roar subsided, it became clear that their presence had awoken the dragon they were seeking. Without warning, a gargantuan green dragon erupted from beneath the snow-covered stone surface, its colossal form shattering the temple's floor as if it were made of glass. Massive boulders were sent hurtling into the air, each a deadly projectile that threatened to crush the adventurers where they stood. The group deftly maneuvered out of harm's way, their hearts pounding as they narrowly avoided the hailstorm of debris. The dragon's emerald green scales shimmered in the sunlight. The sight of this magnificent beast was at once awe-inspiring and terrifying. The dragon's form was not only impressive in size, but also adorned in a layer of intricate, impenetrable armor. It was as if some skilled craftsman had meticulously fitted the beast with this protective covering. The adventurers knew that they could not simply leap onto the dragon's neck and strike it at its vulnerable point. In this moment, Highland understood that both he and Kroger would need to mount the dragon and somehow dismantle the armor encasing it. They clambered up the ancient ruins, precarious structure, seeking a vantage point from which they could confront the armored behemoth. The dragon, sensing their intentions, dove towards them, its breath a torrent of flames, as it closed in on the pair. With hearts pounding and adrenaline surging, Highland and Kroger leapt from the temple wall. narrowly avoiding the dragon's fiery breath, and landed on its vast armoured back. With their weapons rendered ineffective against the dragon's hardened exterior, they resorted to targeting the armour itself, focusing on the joints and weak points as the dragon soared through the air at breakneck speed. The beast's flight was erratic and unpredictable, ascending to dizzying heights before plummeting towards the ground, twisting and looping in an attempt to dislodge its unwelcome passengers. But Highland and Kroger tenaciously clung on, seizing every opportunity to strike at the armour's vulnerabilities. In time, their relentless assault bore fruit as they managed to breach a section of the armour. The dragon's impenetrable hide, however, still lay beneath, preventing them from landing a decisive blow. Undeterred, they continued their struggle, focusing on removing the armour encircling the only weak point, the dragon's neck. Together they laboured to dismantle the metal casing, fighting against the dragon's increasingly desperate manoeuvres as it sought to shake them from its back. Kroger gripped Highland's legs tightly as the apprentice hooked his own limbs under the dragon's enormous wings. With the wind whipping around them, Highland leaned forward, stretching towards the dragon's neck, to hack away at the armour. The dragon, sensing their progress, flew even more erratically, desperately attempting to shake the pair off its back. All the while, it continued to breathe fire towards Fezler and Piper, who were doing their best to evade the searing flames. Amidst the chaos, Kroger and Highland maintained their determination, their fingers aching from holding on for dear life. With each wild swing of his sword, Highland managed to loosen more of the armour around the dragon's neck. The metal groaned and creaked in protest, but the pair refused to relent. The dragon's movement became increasingly violent as it spiraled through the air, but still they persevered. At last, the armour around the dragon's neck cracked and broke free, leaving its vulnerable flesh exposed. But in the heat of the struggle, Highland's sword slipped from his grasp and plummeted towards the ground below. His heart sank, but there was no time for despair. With the dragon's neck bared, Highland knew he had no choice but to continue the fight. Clinging on to the dragon's neck with his legs, Highland hung upside down, his hair whipping wildly around his face, drawing on the last of his strength. He began to pummel the dragon's neck with his fists. Each blow was a desperate attempt to penetrate the beast's thick hide, but it seemed like an impossible task. Highland's knuckles bled, but still he persisted, punching the same spot on the dragon's neck over and over, willing himself to break through the creature's skin. Kroger worked his way to the dragon's neck, his stocky, dwarf frame struggling against the force of the wind. As he reached around with his shorter arms, he grunted with determination, digging his hands into the dragon's neck, attempting to pull the skin apart. "Highland, keep at it," he bellowed, his voice barely audible over the rush of the wind and the dragon's furious roars. Between them, with Kroger trying to pull the skin apart, and Highland thumping between Kroger's hands, the duo persisted against the seemingly impossible task. Highland focused on conjuring up a magic spell of increased strength while being thrown around by the dragon. His magic-driven fists moved like a hammer, driven by desperation and the knowledge that their lives depended on his success. With each blow, the dragon's hide weakened, the creature's pained cries echoing across the sky. As Highland landed another powerful strike, he suddenly felt Kroger's grip on the dragon's neck tighten. "We're getting there, lad," the dwarf shouted, his voice full of hope and encouragement. "Just a little more." Emboldened, Highland managed to thump straight through the dragon's neck, his fist finally breaking through the beast's formidable hide. This moment his fist penetrated the creature's flesh. The dragon let out an ear-splitting screech, its wings faltering as it began to lose altitude. With high speed, the dragon fell from the sky, its body crashing down the mountain, causing a storm of snow and ice to erupt around them. The once mighty beast skidded down the mountain, finally sliding to a halt in the snow, its body lifeless and still. Piper and Fezler, having watched the intense battle from a distance, raced over to the fallen dragon, their eyes filled with concern for their comrades. As they approached, they found Kroger and Highland pinned beneath the immense weight of the creature, their bodies bruised and battered from the arduous fight. "Highland, Kroger," Piper called out, her voice filled with urgency as she reached for Highland's hand, attempting to help him wriggle free from the dragon's clutches. "Are you both all right?" Fezler, meanwhile, focused his efforts on Kroger, extending a slender arm to grasp the dwarf's hand. "Hold on, Kroger, we'll have you out in no time," he said reassuringly, his voice full of determination. With a combined effort, Piper and Fezler managed to pull their friends free from the dragon's carcass. Kroger and Highland lay on the ground, gasping for breath and clearly exhausted from their ordeal. The four companions shared a brief moment of respite, their relief palpable as they took in the stillness of the dragon's lifeless form. "We've done it," Kroger panted, a proud smile on his face as he looked at the others. "But our journey isn't over yet." Gathering their strength, the party began their descent down the other side of the mountain, the chilling winds giving way to the arid heat of the desert realm that lay before them. Chapter 4. The Blue Dragon. As Highland and his group left the embrace of the mountains, they began their descent into the desert. The freezing cold winds that had accompanied them through the mountainous landscape slowly dissipated, replaced by a gradual warming that intensified with each step they took. The stark contrast between the two environments demonstrated the power of the mountains to shelter the desert from the elements. Their formidable peaks formed an impenetrable barrier, preventing clouds and weather from intruding upon the arid land that lay beyond. "This is unlike anything I've ever experienced," Highland remarked, his voice a mixture of awe and trepidation as the desert stretched out before them, its vastness almost incomprehensible. "I've heard tales of this place," Kroger said, his gruff voice betraying a hint of concern. The mountains shield it from the world, creating an inhospitable wasteland where life struggles to find a foothold. Piper shuddered at the thought, her voice a whisper against the dry air. "The desert is unforgiving," she said. "We must be cautious and conserve our resources, lest we fall victim to its merciless clutches." As the group ventured further into the desert, they could feel the heat intensifying, their bodies growing slick with sweat as they trudged through the ever-shifting sands. The once biting cold was now nothing more than a distant memory, replaced by the relentless heat that threatened to overwhelm them. During the day, the desert sun blazed mercilessly, raising the temperatures to unbearable heights that sapped the energy from their very souls. The sands beneath their feet became as hot as coals, each step a painful reminder of the hostile environment they now found themselves in. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon each night, the desert's scorching heat dissipated with alarming speed, giving way to a frigid cold that chilled them to their very bones. It was a cruel and unforgiving cycle that tested the limits of their endurance. The treacherous land had claimed the lives of many people before them. The lack of water and the disorienting landscape proving too much for even the hardiest of travellers. Vast dunes shifted and morphed with every gust of wind, rendering familiar landmarks unrecognizable and causing countless souls to become hopelessly lost within its sandy embrace. "We have to be careful as we go," Fezler warned, his voice tinged with concern as they trudged onward. "We must conserve our water and maintain our wits about us. This desert is a killer, taking both the strong and the weak without mercy." Hyland nodded solemnly, his eyes scanning the horizon for any hint of respite from the relentless dunes. "We must also be mindful of the temperature changes," Piper added as she struggled with the environment. "We must take shelter during the day where we can and travel at night, lest the sun consume us all." They knew that the desert was a formidable opponent, a seemingly insurmountable obstacle on their path to the Blue Dragon. But united in their resolve, they pressed on. They were uncertain of what lay ahead, or how they would approach the daunting task. But they had to locate and defeat the Blue Dragon. To aid in their quest, Hyland cast a tracking spell, one that produced a floating orb of light that would materialize when he unfurled his hand. "The light will guide us," Hyland remarked confidently. This ethereal light possessed a unique characteristic. One side would glow intensely, gradually dimming towards the opposite side. The brighter point acted as a compass of sorts, constantly indicating the direction of the dragon. They didn't know how far away it was, only its direction. As they traversed the vast, desolate expanse, the floating light became their beacon, guiding them across the treacherous sands. They had to rely on this mystical guide, as the landscape offered no other clues or hints. Each day they would gaze at the orb, watching it intently and adjusting their course accordingly. It was a delicate balance between trusting Hyland's magic and their intuition, for they were navigating an environment that was hostile and ever-changing. As they walked through this desert, it felt like they were walking for days and days without seeing any life, any signs of life, or anywhere life could be. The desert seemed to stretch out before them infinitely, an unbroken expanse of sandy desolation that sapped their energy and hope. With each step, their boots sank into the soft, shifting sands, making their progress slow and laborious. The sun, a merciless and relentless fear in the sky, bore down on them, its rays scorching their skin and sapping their strength. Hyland, Kroger, Piper and Fessler all felt the overbearing weight of the desert. They began to grow weary, both physically and mentally, as the days wore on. At night, they huddled around a meagre fire, the flames flickering in the wind and casting eerie shadows upon their faces. They spoke little, conserving their energy for the journey ahead. "This desert seems never-ending," Kroger grumbled wearily. "Have we made any progress at all, Hyland?" Hyland, his face lined with exhaustion, offered a tired smile. "The orb still leads us onward, so we must be heading in the right direction. We must have faith in our path and in each other." Piper sighed, her once melodious voice now strained and weary. "It's hard to keep hope alive in a place so devoid of life. I miss the sea, its soothing embrace, and the songs of my kin." Fessler, who had remained mostly silent throughout their desert journey, finally spoke up. "Though the landscape may be barren, we must not let it break our spirits. Our quest is a noble one, and we must press forward despite the hardships." The desert was an oppressive wasteland, its vast expanse a uniform monotonous brown, devoid of any signs of life or vitality. The lifeless terrain stretched out endlessly before them, a seemingly infinite canvas upon which the winds etched their swirling patterns. Without warning, sandstorms would rise from the dunes, like the vengeful spirits of the desert itself, obscuring everything in a choking, blinding haze. They were forced to shield their faces from the stinging grit, their lungs rasping as they breathed in the hot, dusty air that threatened to smother them. And just as suddenly as they appeared, the sandstorms would dissipate, leaving the group battered and weary, their spirits sapped by the relentless onslaught. Then, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the desert would transform from a furnace into a frozen wasteland. The temperature plummeted with alarming speed, forcing them to huddle together for warmth, as the biting cold clawed at their exposed skin. The stark contrast between the scorching days and the freezing nights served as a constant reminder of the unforgiving nature of the desert they traversed. "Is there no respite from this torment?" Kroger barked, his face contorted in frustration as another gust of sandy wind battered them. "It's as if the desert wishes to break us, to grind us down until there's nothing left." Hyland, his voice hoarse from the constant battle against the desert's dry air, tried to offer some consolation. "We must press on. Our journey may be difficult, but it is a test of our resolve. We must prove ourselves worthy of the task that lies ahead. Piper shivered, her usually radiant voice now a feeble whisper. How can we survive in a place where even the elements conspire against us? Occasionally, they would come across remnants of a time long past, towns and villages that had crumbled into ruin. The decaying bones of ancient buildings loomed over them like weary spectres, their once proud walls and towers now reduced to little more than heaps of stone and dust. As they wandered through these ghostly settlements, they couldn't help but imagine the lives that had been lived here, perhaps centuries or even thousands of years before, where once there had been laughter and camaraderie. There was now only the oppressive silence of the desert. Who could have lived here in such a desolate place? Hyland wondered aloud, his voice a mere whisper in the dry, unforgiving wind. Kroger's eyes scanned the crumbling structures with a mixture of curiosity and sorrow. Aye, lad, these ruins speak of a time when the desert was not so unkind. There must have been water and life here once upon a time. Piper's eyes traced the faint outlines of what might have been a thriving marketplace or a bustling square. It is a cruel irony, she murmured, that these places, which were once havens of life and prosperity, are now nothing more than lifeless monuments to a forgotten age. As they journeyed on, the sombre remnants of these ancient civilizations continued to haunt them. Each desolate, abandoned village was a chilling reminder of the impermanence of life and the harsh reality of the world they'd chosen to traverse. From time to time, they'd catch glimpses of elusive shapes and shadows at the periphery of their vision. For days on end, it seemed that nothing approached them, and they found no refuge to seek. Everywhere they turned, the landscape was barren, devoid of any signs of life. The unending expanse of brown, flat terrain stretched out before them, a desolate canvas that threatened to swallow them whole. Kroger was the first to show signs of weariness. By the gods, he groaned, his voice cracking with exhaustion, how much longer must we endure this forsaken wasteland? Hyland tried to offer words of encouragement, but even his own spirit was beginning to falter. We must press on, Kroger. There must be something out there, some sign of life waiting to be discovered. As the days wore on, the stark, unchanging landscape took its toll on the group. The once energetic and determined Kroger found himself struggling with every step. His once mighty dwarf frame now hunched and weary. The relentless sight of brown desert was oppressive, suffocating, and it seemed as though there was no escape from the relentless monotony of their surroundings. Piper, too, began to feel the weight of the desolation that surrounded them. Her usually mellifluous voice grew quiet and subdued as she spoke. I've never known a place so devoid of life, so utterly lifeless, she admitted, her gaze sweeping across the seemingly infinite expanse. It's as if we've ventured into a forgotten realm abandoned even by the gods themselves. The group trudged on, their footsteps growing heavier with each passing day. The unrelenting, lifeless terrain had become a crucible, a test of their resolve and determination to see their quest through to the end. But despite their growing weariness, they pressed on. After about 4 days of relentless travel across the desolate landscape, they paused for a moment to catch their breath and glance back at the way they'd come. The once looming mountains now appeared as barely discernible bumps on the horizon, their once majestic peaks reduced to mere specks in the distance. The sight was disheartening, a stark reminder of just how far they'd ventured from the familiarity of their homeland. By the time 6 days had passed, even these faint remnants of the mountains had vanished from sight. No matter which direction they turned, all that met their weary eyes was an unending expanse of flat, lifeless, brown terrain, stretching out beyond them like an infinite desert. The sky above remained a sharp, cloudless blue, offering no relief or shade from the relentless sun that bore down upon them. As night fell, however, the heavens transformed into a breathtaking tapestry of celestial wonder. The sky became a blanket of innumerable stars, and an awe-inspiring galaxy stretched right across the center of their vision. The darkness was punctuated by vibrant, multicolored clouds, not the usual wispy formations they were accustomed to, but instead the dust and gas of far-off cosmic phenomena. The beauty of this nighttime spectacle was a stark contrast to the desolation of their daytime surroundings, but it came with its own challenges. The temperature plummeted and the freezing cold seeped into their bones, making rest difficult and their mornings even more challenging. Ireland found solace in the stars, drawing strength from their beauty and remembering the words of his master. Hold on to your spirit, Highland. It is in these moments of hardship that we find our true selves, he murmured to himself, attempting to keep his own spirit alive in the face of such overwhelming adversity. The others in the group, too, found themselves turning to the heavens for a glimmer of hope, a reminder that they were part of something much larger, and that their quest, while perilous, was not in vain. They pressed on, ever forward, driven by the beauty of the night sky and the knowledge that they had each other to rely on in the face of the desolate landscape. This was their experience, day after day, the relentless monotony of their journey, slowly wearing away at their spirits. Kroger continued to find himself struggling as the barren landscape began to break his spirit down. The endless days of emptiness, devoid of any hope or sense of progress, gnawed at his very core. The absence of life and the endless monotony threatened to extinguish the fire that had once burned so fiercely within him. Curse this blasted wasteland, Kroger grumbled, his voice thick with frustration. It seems as if it has no end. How are we to keep our spirits up when every day looks the same as the last? Piper too began to falter, her siren heart aching for the ocean she'd left behind. She'd always lived on or in the sea, and being in this arid, lifeless place was taking its toll on her. The dwindling water supply only added to her anxiety, and the desolate landscape offered no comfort or respite from her longing for the embrace of the sea. She felt as though she had been transported to an alien world, devoid of all life, where the very essence of existence seemed to have been sucked dry. Hyland, concerned for his companions, tried to offer some encouragement. "We must not let this place break us," he urged, his voice steady despite his own inner turmoil. "We've come too far to turn back now. We must press on, together." Kroger and Piper exchanged wary glances, both wondering if they had taken a wrong turn somewhere along their journey. The thought of being lost in this desolate land, with no hope of ever finding their way back, was a heavy burden to bear. Yet they knew that they must trust in Hyland's leadership and follow him, for the sake of their quest. This environment was truly a spirit-breaking environment, and Hyland couldn't help but remember the wise words of his wizard master. To defeat the blue dragon, one must possess a strong and unwavering spirit. In the face of such adversity, he pondered the irony of the situation. If anywhere was going to develop one's spirit, it would be a place that seemed intent on breaking it down. As he walked, Hyland turned these thoughts over in his mind. "My friends," he began, addressing Kroger and Piper, "I cannot help but feel that there's a lesson to be learned in our struggle here. It seems that if we can endure this place, if we can maintain our spirit in the face of such desolation, then surely we will have grown strong enough to face the blue dragon." Kroger, feeling a spark of determination returning to him, nodded gruffly. "Aye, Hyland, you may be right. This place may be trying to break us, but it will not succeed. We shall emerge from this wasteland stronger than before, with spirits forged in adversity." Piper too found some solace in Hyland's words, and her resolve began to strengthen. "We've faced many challenges on our journey," she said, her voice wavering but determined. "This is but another, and we shall overcome it, as we have done before." With renewed purpose, they all followed Hyland, marching onwards through the seemingly endless wasteland. Then one night, as the weary travellers found respite from their arduous journey, they set up camp beneath the starlit sky. A campfire roared to life, its flames crackling and casting flickering shadows upon their weary faces. They gathered around the comforting blaze, the smell of smoke filling their nostrils and the warmth soothing their aching bodies. As they sat, gazing into the hypnotic dance of the flames, each of them lost in their thoughts, their minds beginning to drift into reveries of days gone and battles fought. As they sat, entranced by the fire, a subtle shift in the air was felt, an unseen force that tugged at the very essence of their souls. Slowly, The ground around them seemed to come alive, and unearthly figures began to rise from the earth. Ghosts, spirits of the long departed, emerged from the depths and started to float around them, their ethereal forms shimmering in the firelight. Vesla, his eyes narrowed, spoke in hushed tones. Hyland, do you see them too? His voice betraying a hint of concern. Piper, her voice tinged with trepidation, responded, it's as if they're drawn to us, to our campfire and our presence here. This place is truly cursed. The group continued to watch the apparitions, their gazes cautiously fixed on the otherworldly spectacle that unfolded before them. The ghosts weaved in and out of their camp, their transparent forms creating an eerie dance around the fire. Initially, Hyland held a firm belief that the spirits swirling around them were harmless. They were, after all, mere ghosts, incapable of causing physical harm to the living. He dismissed their presence as a harmless curiosity, an eerie yet fascinating display of the supernatural. As the spirits continued to dance around the camp, he found himself growing more and more entranced, his apprehension giving way to a strange sense of wonder. The spirits may be drawn to our presence, but we need not fear them, Hyland assured his companions, trying to quell the unease that had settled over the group. They are but echoes of the past, unable to touch or influence the world of the living. Yet, as the words left his lips, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. The air grew heavy, charged with an energy that seemed to vibrate through the very core of his being. And then, without warning, one of the spirits broke away from the others and charged straight at him, its ethereal form taking on a solidity just as it struck him with unexpected force. Hyland let out a cry of shock and pain as he was knocked onto his back, the breath momentarily driven from his lungs. His eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. The ghostly figure, its eerie visage twisted in a snarl, hovered over him, a palpable sense of menace emanating from it. His fellow travellers stared in stunned disbelief, unsure of how to react to this sudden turn of events. Kroger's voice rumbled through the air, heavy with concern. Hyland, are you all right? What just happened? Hyland, still reeling from the unexpected attack, tried to catch his breath, his mind racing. I don't know, he gasped, his eyes fixed on the spirit that had struck him. I thought they couldn't harm us, but this one, it was different. The ghost lunged at him once more, and instinctively Hyland unsheathed his sword and swung it at the spectral assailant. To his dismay, the sword merely passed through the ghost, leaving it unharmed. Alarmed by the sudden aggression of the spirits, the rest of the group quickly drew their weapons, preparing to defend themselves. Within moments, dozens of ghosts descended upon them like a frenzied swarm, each adopting a more solid form as they dove at the companions. Their faces contorted with rage. The spirits seemed intent on causing harm. With every ounce of their strength, the group swung their swords at the encroaching ghosts, their blades slicing through the ethereal forms with no apparent effect. It was a surreal and desperate battle, their weapons proving ineffective against the onslaught of otherworldly beings. Fezler, his brow furrowed in concentration, called out to his companions, "Focus on maintaining your defenses. As long as they remain ethereal, they cannot harm us." His voice was steady, despite the gravity of the situation. Highland, Kroger and Piper followed Fezler's advice, steeling themselves against the relentless barrage of ghostly attacks. They stood back to back, creating a circle of defense, their swords cutting through the air in fluid arcs as they fended off the spirits with fierce determination. As the night wore on, they began to realize the true nature of their predicament. So long as they kept their guard up and continued to fight, the ghosts were unable to harm them. However, the moment any of them let their guard down, even for an instant, they were left vulnerable to the ghosts' attacks. The battle against the spirits soon became a grueling test of endurance, as they fought to stay vigilant and protect one another. Fatigue weighed heavily upon them, their limbs growing heavier with each passing hour. But they knew they could not afford to falter. Each of them understood that if they were to survive the night, they must remain vigilant and united, refusing to give in to the relentless assault of the vengeful spirits. Throughout the night, the group found themselves in an endless cycle of defense and fatigue. Each time one of them so much as blinked or wavered, the ghosts would swoop in and attempt to strike, forcing the companions to maintain a constant vigil. Hour after hour, they fought the vengeful spirits. The darkness around them, punctuated only by the eerie glow of their ghostly adversaries. Their bodies ached with exhaustion, and their minds grew increasingly disoriented from the lack of rest. Yet they couldn't afford to succumb to their weariness. The knowledge that their safety hinged on their ability to keep their guard up and continue fighting gave them the determination to push through the night. But as the hours dragged on, their movements became slower and more laboured, each swing of their swords growing heavier than the last. "Stay strong, my friends," Highland called out to his companions, his voice strained from the effort. "We must not let them break our resolve." Kroger grunted in agreement, sweat dripping down his brow as he parried another ghostly attack. "Aye, lad, we've come too far to let these spirits be the end of us." Piper's melodic voice, though tired, remained resolute. "We'll endure this night together and we'll see the dawn." Fezler nodded, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he deflected another assault. "We stand united in this struggle. Our strength lies in our unity." With each ghostly attack, they learned to anticipate their foes' movements, adjusting their defenses to counter the spirits' relentless onslaught. The battle wore on, testing the very limits of their endurance. As they fought to keep their guard up and protect one another from the vengeful spirits that seemed intent on wearing them down. The night seemed endless. A perpetual struggle against an enemy they could not defeat, only hold at bay. And as the hours passed, the companions became acutely aware of the delicate balance between their vigilance and vulnerability, knowing that a single lapse in their defense could spell their doom. As the first light of dawn appeared over the desert landscape, the ethereal ghosts faded and vanished like wisps of smoke caught in the wind. The group heaved a collective sigh of relief, grateful for the respite from their harrowing ordeal. But as they took stock of their situation, they realized a new problem was beginning to rear its head. They were running dangerously low on water. Despite their utmost care in rationing their supply, the water they'd gathered from the melting snow on the mountain was dwindling at an alarming rate, and the scorching desert sun threatened to dehydrate them further. "We cannot continue without replenishing our water supply," Hyland declared, his voice heavy with concern. "The desert will prove to be more deadly an adversary than the ghosts if we don't find a solution." Piper's eyes scanned the horizon, her brow furrowed in thought. This place is unforgiving, but there must be some source of water hidden within its depths. We must persevere and search. Fezler, his gaze distant and contemplative, agreed. Our survival depends on it. We've triumphed over the spirits, and we'll triumph over the desert as well. Hyland knew he must use his magical abilities to help the group locate water. He closed his eyes, focusing his energy, and began to chant an incantation under his breath. As the words left his lips, a radiant ball of light appeared before them, pulsating with a soft ethereal glow. "This orb shall guide us to the water we seek," Hyland announced, his voice brimming with confidence. With a determined flick of his wrist, Hyland sent the ball of light soaring into the sky, where it shot off like a comet, leaving a trail of shimmering stardust in its wake. The group watched intently as the orb travelled through the arid landscape, finally coming to a halt at a fixed location in the distance. "There," Hyland declared, pointing towards the suspended ball of light. "That is where we shall find our salvation." And so, with renewed hope in their hearts, Hyland and his companions embarked on their journey towards the beacon of light. The orb of light was hovering over a location which was still half a day's trek away. The group, filled with resolve, pressed on through the unforgiving desert. The sun beat down upon their backs, their skin parched and lips cracked, but they were driven by their desperate need for water. As they trudged through the seemingly endless dunes, they exchanged words of encouragement and shared tales of their past adventures. "We're close," Hyland assured them, his voice steady yet tinged with exhaustion. "We must remain strong and keep moving." Kroger grunted in agreement. "Aye, we dwarves are made of sturdy stuff. A bit of sand won't stop us." Just as they were nearing what appeared to be an oasis in this desolate wasteland, their ordeal took a sudden and dangerous turn. From beneath the sun-scorched sands, a multitude of scorpions emerged, their stingers poised and their pincers snapping menacingly. It was clear that they were intent on attacking the weary travellers. "Stand fast," cried Highland, drawing his staff and readying himself for battle. "We shall not be felled by these creatures." Kroger unsheathed his mighty axe, a determined snarl upon his face. "Come at me, ye venomous beasts," he bellowed, leaping into the fray. Fezler, his bow at the ready, unleashed a volley of arrows into the skittering horde, each shot finding its mark with deadly precision. The elf's eyes narrowed as he picked off the scorpions one by one, his movements graceful and fluid. Unlike the rest of the desert, where this oasis was, there was at least some moisture to sustain life. The colossal scorpions continued their assault, lunging forward, flicking out their venomous stingers, the barbed tips glinting in the sun. The group fought back with their weapons, expertly deflecting the scorpion's stingers, while simultaneously contending with their menacing, pinching claws. "Watch your footing," Highland shouted, his voice a mix of warning and encouragement. He swung his staff with precision, striking at the scorpion's armoured shells and deflecting their dangerous tails. "We must defeat them to access the oasis." Kroger grappled with the scorpion, his axe slicing through the air as he aimed for the gaps between the creature's exoskeleton. "These beasts are tough," he growled, sweat pouring down his face as he fought to keep the scorpion at bay, "but we'll break through their armour." Fezler, his elven agility on full display, nimbly danced between the scorpions, his blade slicing through the air, finding weak points in their formidable shells, while also expertly swapping sword for bow. In an instant to fire off some precision shots with arrows which all hit their mark. "Stay focused, my friends," he urged, his confident voice rising above the sounds of battle. "We cannot allow these creatures to drive us from the oasis." Each of the group fought valiantly, their individual skills shining through as they worked together to keep the scorpions at bay. They struck at the scorpions with every ounce of strength they had, knowing that their survival depended on their ability to access the water in the oasis. Piper, with her sea-honed agility, spotted an opportunity to take the battle to the scorpions. She launched herself at one of the colossal creatures, her nimble movements allowing her to deftly evade its snapping claws and whip-like tail. As she neared the scorpion's back, she recalled her countless hours spent balancing on moving objects, riding the waves of the ocean. With a determined leap, she landed on the scorpion's back, her legs gripping its sides as she fought to maintain her balance. "I have control of this beast," she called out triumphantly, her voice ringing out over the din of battle. Holding on to the scorpion's tail, she expertly maneuvered the creature, forcing it to move in the direction she desired. As the other members of the group continued to battle the remaining scorpions, Piper used her newfound steed to her advantage, steering it towards its brethren. With skill and courage, she managed to direct the scorpion into the path of another, causing the two creatures to collide with a resounding crash. "Keep up the pressure," she encouraged her comrades, her eyes alight with determination, as she continued to ride the scorpion, guiding its deadly tail away from her friends and forcing the two scorpions to confront each other. The scorpions began attacking each other, seizing the moment Kroger, the experienced dwarf warrior, moved swiftly into action. With the agility of a seasoned fighter, he rolled under the first scorpion, his blade slicing through its tough exoskeleton and spilling the creature's innards onto the desert sand. Not pausing for even a moment, Kroger continued his momentum, rolling beneath a second scorpion. He deftly swung his weapon, severing the beast's deadly tail with a single well-placed strike. That's one less sting to worry about, he bellowed triumphantly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Fezler displayed his own remarkable skill. His keen eyes narrowed as he took aim with his bow, a fine-tuned instrument that had been his trusted companion for countless battles. With the grace and precision only an elf could achieve, he fired a single arrow, its flight guided by his unwavering focus. The arrow pierced through not one, but two scorpion tails, a feat that would have been impossible for a lesser archer. Attached to the arrow was a strong rope, a tool that Fezler had cleverly prepared for just such an occasion. As the arrow continued its path, the rope entwined the scorpion's tails, binding the creatures together and limiting their movement. Fezler deftly manipulated the rope, wrapping it tighter around the scorpions and effectively neutralizing their threat. "We have them now," he called out, his voice both confident and reassuring. With their combined efforts, the group managed to subdue the scorpions and clear a path towards the oasis. Their hearts pounding with the adrenaline of battle, the four companions pressed onward, eager to reach their destination and replenish their exhausted bodies. In a state of sheer desperation, the four weary companions stumbled towards the water's edge, their bodies parched from the arduous journey across the desert. With great urgency, they plunged themselves into the crystal-clear waters, drinking greedily and allowing the cool liquid to wash away the sand and dust that clung to their skin. Highland cupped his hands to splash water on his face, the relief of the cool droplets revitalizing him, while Kroger submerged himself, the dwarf warrior relishing the opportunity to cool off in the refreshing pool, as Piper joined him for a swim, feeling a deep sense of peace, having an opportunity to be swimming in water again, following weeks on dry land. As they began to recover from their exhaustion, the companions marveled at the lush greenery that surrounded the oasis. Towering palm trees swayed gently in the breeze, their fronds casting welcome shadows over the vibrant grass, and an array of verdant plants. It was as if they'd stumbled upon a hidden paradise, a tranquil haven nestled within the desolate expanse of the unforgiving desert. "This place is like a dream," breathed Highland, his eyes wide with wonder, as he took in the beauty of their surroundings. "I can scarcely believe that such a place exists in the heart of this barren wasteland." Kroger grunted in agreement, his earlier gruffness softened by their discovery. "Aye, lad, it's a rare blessing to find such a sanctuary in these harsh lands. We should make the most of it while we can." Fezler nodded, his slender figure tracing the delicate petals of a nearby flower. "Indeed," he agreed, his calm voice carrying a note of awe. We've been granted a moment's respite, and we should not squander it. Piper, her eyes bright and alert, surveyed their surroundings with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. It is a beautiful oasis. With their spirits lifted and their bodies rejuvenated, the companions set to work, gathering fresh water to carry with them on their journey. They filled their flasks and water skins, ensuring they had enough to sustain them as they continued their quest through the treacherous desert. The oasis, a small spring of life amid the barren sands, had provided them with the strength and hope they needed to persevere. One night, after another couple of days of walking, the companions became aware of a low, unsettling rumbling beneath their feet. With each passing moment, the tremors intensified, causing the ground to shudder violently beneath them. The tension in the air grew palpable as they exchanged worried glances, their hearts pounding in their chests. Suddenly the rumbling crescendoed into a roar that echoed like thunder, and the earth erupted around them. Thrown off their feet by the force of the explosion, the four heroes tumbled through the air, landing unceremoniously in the sand. They scrambled to regain their footing, their eyes widening in shock and awe as a magnificent blue dragon burst from the depths of the desert and soared high into the sky. The creature's blue scales glowed with an ethereal radiance, its body almost translucent, as if formed from some otherworldly substance. The dragon seemed more spectral than solid, its ghost-like visage a stark contrast to the fearsome corporeal dragons they'd faced before. Yet, despite its seemingly insubstantial form, it had effortlessly hurled them aside, a chilling reminder of the power it still wielded. The beast, it's unlike any dragon we've encountered before, Highland gasped, his voice tinged with fear and fascination. It's as if it's part spirit, part dragon. Aye, Kroger agreed, his eyes never leaving the fearsome apparition. But it's no less dangerous for its ghostly form. Be on your guard. As they watched, the dragon wheeled through the air above them, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. With a deafening roar, it dove towards the companions, its gaping maw spewing forth a torrent of electric blue-white flame. The searing heat of the inferno scorched the desert sands, transforming them into glittering diamonds as it swept across the ground. Realizing the lethal danger they faced, the heroes leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the deadly blaze. In the chaos of the battle, they struck at the dragon with their weapons, only to find that their blades passed harmlessly through its spectral form. They soon realized that in order to defeat this otherworldly foe, they would need to devise a new strategy, one that would force the dragon to assume a physical form and make it vulnerable to their attacks. Highland, his voice resolute and commanding, addressed his companions. We must lure the dragon close, force it to remain physical, and then strike when it least expects it. This plan requires the utmost trust and coordination between all of us. Are you with me? His fellow adventurers exchanged determined glances, nodding their agreement. As the dragon circled high above them, preparing for another deadly pass, Kroger used his skill and cunning to bury himself beneath the desert sands, concealing his presence from the approaching menace. Highland took position just in front of where Kroger lay hidden. The dragon's glowing eyes locked onto him. As it swooped down towards Highland, he held his ground, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Behind his back, his hands began to weave an intricate pattern, preparing a protective shield, a personal force field to envelop him if needed. In the tense moments that followed, Highland stood resolute, his eyes never leaving the dragon's spectral visage. He could feel the heat of the dragon's breath on his skin, the air crackling with energy. He knew the creature would have to solidify its form to unleash its fiery breath, and that was the moment they needed to exploit. Highland murmured to himself, summoning all his courage. Trust your friends, believe in their abilities. He sensed Piper and Fezler take position, their eyes locked on the dragon's movements, ready to assist at the crucial moment. As the dragon drew perilously close, its eyes ablaze with malice and fire brewing within its jaws, the adventurers readied themselves for the decisive moment. The air around them grew heavy with anticipation, each heartbeat an eternity as the dragon's immense form loomed overhead. Just as the beast was about to unleash its searing flames upon Highland, Kroger sprang into action with the ferocity of a seasoned warrior. Bursting forth from his sandy concealment, he roared a battle cry, his voice gruff and filled with determination. For honor and glory, with lightning precision, he thrust his weapon upwards, aiming for the vulnerable spot beneath the dragon's neck. The very instant the creature had solidified its form to breathe fire. At the same moment, Highland, beads of sweat trickling down his face, quickly solidified his protective shield as he braced himself for the impact of the dragon's massive body. "Now, my friends," he cried out, his voice unwavering, even in the face of such overwhelming danger. In perfect harmony with their companions, Piper and Fezler sprang into action, dashing over to the fallen beast. The dragon, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, landed hard upon the desert sands, its momentum causing it to skid and roll uncontrollably. As the dust settled, the once ethereal creature now lay before them, fully materialized as a solid blue dragon, no longer a spirit, but a physical being, like the others they'd faced before, finding itself faced with the wrath of the four heroes. Its breath grew shallow, and in a final shudder, the dragon succumbed to its wounds and perished. Highland turned his companions, his eyes glistening with gratitude as he addressed them. "My friends, I cannot thank you enough for your unwavering support and trust." He took a moment to meet each of their eyes, feeling a profound sense of camaraderie. Turning to Kroger, he clasped the dwarf's shoulder. "Especially you, Kroger. Your courage and impeccable timing saved us all. I'm honored to have you by my side." Kroger, somewhat taken aback by the heartfelt gratitude, returned the gesture, a smile creeping across his bearded face. "Aye, lad," he responded gruffly, his voice thick with emotion. "As a dwarf, trust is a rarity, and to be entrusted with your life, well, that means more than you know. We're in this together, and together we shall prevail." The four heroes paused, allowing themselves a brief moment of respite before preparing to continue their journey. The arduous task of traversing the rest of the desert still lay before them, their ultimate goal to reach the mysterious realm of night. And though the darkness of the night had already descended upon them, they knew that the realm of night was shrouded in perpetual twilight, where the sun dared not venture. With renewed determination, they set forth, leaving behind the carcass of the fallen dragon as a testament to their triumph. For days they trudged through the unforgiving sands, the scorching sun casting long shadows as they drew ever closer to the edge of the desert. The air grew colder, the sun's light weaker, until at last the realm of night loomed before them, a land where darkness reigned supreme, and where they planned on tracking down and defeating the purple dragon. Chapter 5. The Purple Dragon. As Hyland and the group journeyed onward, following their victory over the blue dragon, they found themselves leaving the desert and venturing into the eerie realm of night. This was a land where the sun's rays scarcely reached the ground, for the realm was cloaked in an impenetrable darkness. At the sun's peak, only the faintest twilight glow pierced the shadows, casting an ominous and surreal illumination over the land. The realm had not always been thus. In days long past, it had been a verdant land of meadows and thriving villages. Now, however, the realm of night lay beneath the suffocating shroud of a giant black cloud. This cloud, born from the ash and smoke of a nearby volcano, had transformed the land into an endless night. Periodically, the cloud would release a deluge of black ash, smothering the landscape and its inhabitants in a choking, ashen rain. Hyland and his companions entered the realm with trepidation, fully aware of the dangers they would face in this land of perpetual darkness. They moved cautiously, each step deliberate and calculated. As they ventured deeper into the realm, they could not help but notice the abandoned remnants of once thriving settlements. Buildings lay deserted, their outlines barely visible against the dark backdrop. Personal belongings lay strewn about the ground, a haunting testament to the lives that had once flourished here. Fezler, ever observant, remarked, "The realm of night has claimed many victims, my friends. We must remain vigilant in this forsaken place." Hyland and his fellow travellers knew that the key to defeating the formidable purple dragon lay in the mastery of their magic skills. While they'd encountered and triumphed over the other dragons during their epic journey, the purple dragon posed a much greater challenge. They understood that the power they had harnessed thus far would not suffice. They must delve deeper into their magical abilities to ensure their victory. Hyland in particular felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. As the wizard's apprentice, he was acutely aware that his magical prowess would be pivotal in their success. Throughout their arduous journey, he'd honed his skills, practicing tirelessly and seizing every opportunity to cast spells in challenging situations. Now he was determined to elevate his powers to new heights, transforming himself from a mere apprentice into a force to be reckoned with. As they traversed the desolate landscape, the group dedicated themselves to enhancing their arcane abilities. Hyland sought guidance from his comrades, learning from their vast experience and varied expertise. Kroger, the seasoned dwarf warrior, shared tales of his legendary battles, providing insights into the power of his resilience and strength. Piper, the enchanting siren, taught Hyland the subtleties of weaving his mesmerizing voice into potent spells. Finally, the wise and watchful Fezler offered his vast knowledge of elven magic, revealing the secrets of their ancient art. Together, they engaged in rigorous training, pushing their limits and forging new alliances between their unique magical gifts. In the depths of the night, Hyland could be heard whispering incantations, his voice wavering between determination and exhaustion. "Master, I must grow stronger," he murmured, his eyes alight with resolve. "For the sake of the village and our world, I must become the wizard they need me to be." As the group progressed through the realm of night, they continued to sharpen their skills and refine their magical prowess. Each member of the party dedicated themselves to the quest, fueled by the knowledge that the fate of their world rested in their hands. Their journey had been fraught with danger, but it had also been a crucible, forging them into a formidable force capable of confronting the purple dragon and emerging victorious. The realm of night was a treacherous place, a land where dangers lurked around every corner, ready to ensnare the unwary. It was here that the party found themselves, treading cautiously through a world where darkness reigned supreme. Vampires, vicious creatures with a taste for blood, prowled the shadowed landscape, seeking out their next victim. As if the eternal darkness and vampires were not enough, the realm of night bore another sinister curse. Many of the villagers who had once inhabited this accursed land had been transformed into mindless zombies, their souls stolen from them and their bodies left to wander aimlessly, hungering for the flesh of the living. The group knew that they had to be vigilant, for these shambling horrors would attack without warning, swarming their prey like a relentless tide of undead. As they journeyed through this realm of perpetual darkness, every step they took was accompanied by the unnerving crunch of ash beneath their feet, a constant reminder of the devastation that had befallen this once thriving land. The outlines of long abandoned buildings loomed ominously in the darkness as they traversed the ghostly streets of towns and villages that had succumbed to the night. Hyland glanced around, observing the scattered belongings that lay strewn upon the ground, each item telling a story of the lives that had been interrupted and ultimately lost to the encroaching darkness. "Look at these possessions left behind by their owners in haste," Hylan whispered, his voice tinged with sadness. "Once life flourished here, but now it's but a memory." Kroger, his eyes ever watchful, nodded in agreement. "Aye, lad, it's a grim reminder of the fate that awaits us all should we fail in our quest." The zombies, normally placid creatures, were not an immediate threat unless they became aware of the travellers. They wandered aimlessly, moving at a snail's pace, conserving what little energy they possessed. But should they detect the presence of the living, they transformed into relentless hunters, like ants swarming in a dense forest. The zombies communicated with each other through a series of guttural grunts, sharp whistles, and eerie sounds. Once alerted, they would charge as a unified horde, overwhelming their prey with sheer numbers, making it nearly impossible to fend off their relentless advance. Fezler studied the zombies from a safe distance, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed their behavior. "Notice how they shuffle around aimlessly," he whispered to his companions. "But if they detect us, they'll swarm like a pack of wolves, overwhelming us with their numbers." The rest of the companions exchanged uneasy glances, nodding in agreement as they prepared to face the potential onslaught of the zombie horde. "They're disturbing creatures," Hylan mused, his voice tinged with unease. "We must be vigilant lest we become their next victims." As they ventured further into the realm of darkness, they could feel the oppressive atmosphere growing heavier, the threat of attack from the zombie hordes ever present, as they moved with utmost caution through the seemingly abandoned world. The vampires, on the other hand, were entirely different predators. They prowled the land in search of any living creatures, reminiscent of great felines stalking the open savanna. Their cunning and ferocity were unmatched, and they'd been known to hunt in packs, each member coordinating their movements with lethal precision. These nocturnal hunters displayed an unnerving level of intelligence and agility, seemingly blending into the shadows before emerging to strike down their unsuspecting prey. Hyland recounted these details to his companions, his voice laced with trepidation. With concern, Piper voiced, "That means we need to be even more vigilant. We can't let our guard down for a moment. These creatures are far more dangerous than any we've encountered before." "Indeed," Fezler added, echoing Piper's sentiment. "We must be ever watchful, for these predators are as cunning as they are deadly." The group cautiously traversed this treacherous realm, each step carefully placed as they moved in near silence. Hyland led the way, his senses heightened as he constantly scanned their surroundings for any hint of danger. Kroger followed closely, his warrior instincts guiding him to ensure that no foe would catch them off guard. Piper, with her otherworldly grace, glided almost noiselessly, her eyes darting back and forth, alert to any possible threats. And finally Fezler brought up the rear, his keen elven senses attuned to the unnatural sounds of this land around them. As they journeyed, the air grew thick with tension, and each member of the party felt the weight of the unknown pressing down upon them. The eerie silence was broken only by the occasional crunch in the ash-strewn landscape, as their wary footsteps navigated the treacherous terrain. "Stay close," Hyland whispered, his voice barely audible as it carried on the still air. "We must move as one, a single shadow that slips through the darkness." The others nodded in silent agreement, their eyes never straying from the path that lay ahead, their minds filled with thoughts of the terrible creatures that roamed this forsaken place. Together they pressed onward, their determination and courage pushing them forward through this nightmarish landscape. Hyland, ever vigilant and resourceful, decided to experiment with his magical abilities in an effort to increase their chances of survival. Muttering arcane incantations under his breath, he tested various spells, attempting to discover the most effective means of evading their undead pursuers. "Concentrate," he whispered to himself, sweat forming on his brow as he delved deeper into his magical repertoire. Finally he stumbled upon a spell that he believed would be of immense value. With a determined expression, he called forth his newfound power, weaving an enchantment that encased the four adventurers in a bubble of invisibility. The spell functioned by bending visible light around them, rendering them undetectable to the naked eye. This new layer of protection, he hoped, would allow them to traverse densely populated areas of zombies without drawing attention to themselves. As the spell took hold, Hyland's companions marveled at the sudden change in their surroundings. "By the gods, Hyland," Kroger exclaimed, his voice filled with wonder, "you've truly outdone yourself this time." Piper chimed in, her melodious voice tinged with admiration. "This will surely make our journey through these treacherous lands all the more bearable." Vezler nodded in agreement, his elven features displaying a mixture of relief and awe. "Well done, young apprentice," he praised. "Your mastery of the arcane arts continues to grow." With their newfound cloak of invisibility, the group pressed on, their hearts swelling with hope as they ventured deeper into the forsaken realm. As long as they refrained from touching the zombies and remained silent, they could effectively avoid drawing attention to themselves. They had to tread lightly and cautiously, their every step a calculated move to ensure their safety. The vampires, too, were unable to see them while under the influence of Hyland's spell. But even the most powerful enchantments couldn't suppress the need for rest. Though they could seek refuge within one of the abandoned houses, a sanctuary from the undead hordes, they knew that vampires possessed a greater intelligence. These creatures of the night were capable of simply opening a door and investigating their surroundings. While Hyland's enchantment provided them a much-needed advantage, the group was all too aware of its limitations. They couldn't afford to grow complacent or overconfident, as a single mistake could prove disastrous. Thus they moved with the utmost care, their footsteps light and their breathing controlled, as they navigated through the treacherous terrain. The adventurers knew they would eventually need to find a place to rest and recuperate. they would have to be diligent in selecting a secure location, ensuring that it was not easily accessible to the zombies. The thought of having to confront a vampire, however, was a concern that weighed heavily on their minds. They could only hope that their combined skills and determination would be enough to overcome such a formidable foe should they encounter one during their journey. With the knowledge of their ever-present danger lurking just beyond their protective veil, the group pressed on, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings for any signs of peril. Eventually, after hours of painstakingly slow and cautious progress, the wary band of adventurers realized they could no longer continue without taking a much-needed respite. Their limbs ached from the strain, and their minds were exhausted from the constant vigilance they had maintained throughout their perilous journey. They knew they couldn't risk lighting a campfire, as the warm glow would undoubtedly attract the attention of the undead creatures that roamed the village. Instead, they sought shelter within the crumbling walls of an abandoned building, its once sturdy structure offering a modicum of protection against the relentless hordes outside. "We must be careful," Highland cautioned, his voice barely above a whisper. "We cannot allow ourselves to be discovered by the vampires." The group carefully barricaded the doors and covered the windows with whatever they could find, hoping to create a barrier strong enough to deter the zombies and shield themselves from the prying eyes of the vampires. Within the relative safety of their makeshift stronghold, they could finally rest their aching bodies and ease the burden on their weary minds. Kroger, taking on the role of a sentinel, surveyed their temporary refuge. "We should take turns keeping watch," he suggested, his weary voice betraying the strain of their ongoing ordeal. As the adventurers settled into the temporary haven, they couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The knowledge that danger could strike at any moment cast a shadow over their brief respite, a constant reminder of the perilous world that lay just beyond their barricades. The adventurers' stomachs growled with hunger, a gnawing reminder that they had nothing to eat. They couldn't risk scavenging for food in the village, and their supplies had long been depleted. The lack of sustenance weighed heavily on them, sapping their strength and dampening their spirits. Even if they found something edible, they knew that cooking it would be out of the question, as the smell and smoke would attract the undead that prowled the village. "I can't remember the last time I was this hungry," Kroger murmured, his voice becoming thin with fatigue. "I fear that our lack of nourishment will be our undoing if we don't find sustenance soon." Before they had time to think about what they could find to eat, their ears pricked up as they heard a slight tapping and scratching sound outside on the roof. The noise was faint, barely audible above the wind. It sounded like it could merely be a small bird perched on the roof tiles, yet an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of their stomachs, the sense that it was something far more sinister. Then they heard more tapping, and the noise grew louder, more insistent. It was as if a sudden downpour had started. The tapping mimicked the sound of rain against the window. Rapid, repeated taps echoed in their ears, and the tension in the room became palpable. "Did you hear that?" Fezler whispered, his eyes darting towards the ceiling, the sound of worry evident in his voice. "Aye," Kroger replied with unease. "I don't like it. Something's amiss." Hyland's face grew pale as he listened intently to the cacophony of tapping, his voice barely a whisper. "It doesn't sound like any rain I've ever heard. We must be cautious, friends." "We must be prepared," Piper replied. As the tapping continued, growing in intensity, the four companions exchanged worried glances. Their instincts tell them that this was no mere rainstorm or innocent bird, but rather a harbinger of a new threat lurking just outside their fragile sanctuary. Kroger, his warrior instincts driving him to act, decided to venture outside and investigate the source of this strange tapping. As he reached for the door handle, his grip firm and resolute, he glanced back at his companions. "Stay alert, friends," he warned, his gruff voice laden with caution. The moment Kroger pulled the door open, a terrifying figure burst into the room, its movement almost resembling a glide. The vampire's eyes were hungry, malevolent, and it bared its fangs menacingly. Hyland, his face a mask of determination, immediately cast a protective force field in front of the group, extending it towards the door like a barrier. The vampire, unfazed by the magical obstruction, began pushing itself against the force field, each point of contact producing a crackling sound. More vampires joined the first. Their twisted faces and predatory gazes filled the doorway, and they too started pressing against the barrier. Hyland's force field was stretching taut, resembling a U-shaped shield that blocked the doorway and kept Piper, Fezler, Kroger, and himself safe from the menacing creatures. But as more vampires continued to join the assault, the force field gradually weakened, struggling to maintain its integrity under the relentless pressure. Kroger, his face contorted with concern, barked gruffly, "We need a plan." As the force field continued to falter, the combined efforts of the ravenous vampires threatening to break through the four companions steeled themselves for the battle that awaited them. Hyland's mind raced as he searched for the perfect spell to use in this dire situation. The tension in the room was palpable, each second stretching on like an eternity as the vampires continued their relentless assault. "What can I do next?" he muttered under his breath, his eyes darting back and forth in search of inspiration. Suddenly, they hear the sound of shattering glass, and a new wave of vampires poured in through the windows. Within moments, 30 or 40 of the creatures crammed into the room, forcing the four companions into a tight corner. Their backs pressed against the wall. They had nowhere to go as the force field strained to hold back the mass of writhing, bloodthirsty monsters. "The situation is becoming unbearable," Hyland shouts above the cacophony, his voice strained with the effort of maintaining the magical barrier. As the sheer number of vampires in the room continued to increase, he knew he must act swiftly, or they risk being overrun. In a moment of inspiration, Hyland let the force field collapse closer and closer to the group, condensing the energy within. He then imbued the barrier with darkness, luring the vampires to close in on the gang. As the last of the vampires entered the room, Highland concentrated on a final, desperate gambit. With a mighty cry, he released a ball of energy into the center of the room. The sphere exploded in a brilliant flash of light, its radiance and qualities akin to the very heart of the sun. The vampires, caught off guard by the sudden burst of light, screamed in agony as they were violently disintegrated into piles of ash and dust. Their victory is short-lived, however, as the sound of moaning and shuffling reached their ears. Drawn by the commotion, a horde of zombies began to swarm the building. With no time to lose, the group dived into a basement beneath the building, hoping to find an escape from the relentless onslaught. Highland, recognizing the need for a hasty retreat, quickly murmured an incantation under his breath. The ground behind them shuddered and trembled, and with a deafening crack collapsed in on itself, sealing the entrance to the basement. As the dust settled, Kroger stepped forward, his muscular arms tensed and ready for action. "Stand back," he grunted, before raising his axe and striking the rock with all his might. As they delved deeper into the basement, the sound of Kroger's axe echoed through the chamber. The dwarf's experience in navigating through treacherous rock clear in the precision and speed of his movements. "You're doing well, Kroger," Highland encouraged, his sweat pouring down his brow as he kept a vigilant watch over their surroundings. Every few feet, Kroger stopped to inspect the rock, ensuring they're not at risk of causing another cave-in. His movements, deliberate and efficient, born from years of experience as a warrior and a miner. "I've had my fair share of tight spots in my time," he grumbled, his voice tinged with a hint of pride. "I won't let this be the end of us." Fezler and Piper, meanwhile, kept a watchful eye on the rear of the group, their senses heightened to detect any signs of the undead horde that continued to pursue them. They exchanged glances of determination, both knowing that the fate of their quest lies on the ability to stay ahead of the ever-encroaching threat. Every now and then, as they made their way through the treacherous passageway, a horrifying sight greeted them. A zombie, its grotesque visage a ghastly reminder of the dangers that pursued them, would manage to break through the debris left in their wake, clawing and pushing its way through the rock and rubble that separated it from its prey. At times the relentless creatures would emerge suddenly from the remnants of their hastily erected barrier, their twisted forms a stark contrast against the darkness of the tunnel. Fezler, ever vigilant, made quick work of most of them with his expertly aimed bow and arrows. His fluid movements and keen elven senses allowed him to detect the slightest shift in the shadows, the faintest rustle of decomposing flesh, as the undead creatures approached. With deadly precision, his arrows found their mark time and time again, felling the monstrosities before they could even think to attack. But not all would fall victim to Fezler's deadly aim. For those that managed to evade the elf's deadly projectiles, Piper was ready, her melodic voice taking on a more aggressive tone. With a fierceness that belied her enchanting beauty, she would engage the remaining creatures in close combat. her slender form twisting and dancing with the grace of a seasoned warrior. The zombies, unable to withstand the combined assault of Fezler's deadly arrows and Piper's fierce determination, were dispatched with ruthless efficiency. Together, the two companions held their ground, ensuring that no creature would threaten their friends as they forged ahead into the darkness. Working together, the four of them managed to get enough of a lead ahead of the zombies that they could then collapse the rest of the tunnel and start rising up to the surface. With the combined strength of Kroger's muscular arms, Fezler's agility, and Highland's magic, and Piper's determination, they swiftly navigated their way through the darkness, always one step ahead of the relentless horde that pursued them. Highland, keenly aware of their precarious situation, called upon his arcane powers to hasten their progress. "Quickly, friends, we must reinforce the tunnel behind us," he urged, his voice strained under the pressure of maintaining their fragile lead. Piper, ever resourceful, used her enchanting voice to sing a melody that empowered her companions, instilling in them a renewed sense of strength and determination. As they reached a critical juncture in their passage, Kroger seized the opportunity to collapse the remaining section of the tunnel. With a mighty swing of his axe, he shattered the fragile supports, sending a cascade of rock and debris tumbling down behind them. In unison, the four companions began their careful ascent, moving quietly and cautiously as they broke through the surface. They were all too aware that attracting unwanted attention could prove deadly. Once they'd all emerged from the darkness, Highland ensured the safety of his friends, casting a watchful eye over each of them. Satisfied that they were unharmed, he raised his hands and chanted an incantation. The rubble that once marked their subterranean escape now transformed into solid concrete, an impenetrable barrier that would protect them from the horrors they'd left behind. Their bodies aching, exhaustion weighing heavily upon them, and stomachs growling with hunger, the four companions pressed onward, their resolve unwavering as they continued their quest to hunt the elusive purple dragon. After countless days of arduous travel through treacherous landscapes, the four companions finally stumbled upon the lair of the elusive dragon. The sight before them was both mesmerizing and terrifying. They observed the creature's glistening scales reflecting the dim light as it lay there, breathing deeply, each inhalation and exhalation causing the ground to subtly tremble beneath their feet. The dragon rested peacefully, its massive form sprawled across the dark, rocky terrain that surrounded them. As the group cautiously approached the magnificent beast, they couldn't help but be awed by its size and presence. The dragon's scales shimmered in hues of lavender and violet, and its wings, folded neatly at its sides, hinted at the immense power contained within them. They knew, however, that they could not afford to be entranced by the creature's beauty, for the fate of their world depended on their ability to confront and overcome it. Suddenly, the dragon stirred, sensing the presence of the intruders. Its head rose with graceful fluidity, and as it did, its body began to emit a pulsating purple glow. Without warning, the dragon unleashed a torrent of violent energy from its gaping maw, narrowly missing the companions as they instinctively leapt out of the way. The dragon then spread its wings and took to the sky. Hovering there menacingly, its neck craned forward as it continued to rain down additional blasts of energy on the courageous band below. Highland, Kroger, Piper and Fezler scrambled for cover, their hearts pounding in their chests as they avoided the destructive force of the dragon's relentless onslaught. They knew that they had to act quickly if they were to stand any chance of subduing the mighty creature. Highland, his heart racing and adrenaline coursing through his veins, drew upon his deepest reserves of magical energy. As he concentrated, his hands began to glow with a radiant blue light, and he swiftly cast a spell to conjure an artificial dragon high in the sky. The facsimile creature, its form mirroring that of the purple dragon, soared gracefully in the air, capturing the attention of their adversary. The purple dragon, momentarily distracted by the sudden appearance of its doppelganger, hesitated in its relentless attack. Seizing this brief window of opportunity, Fezler readied his bow and notched several arrows. With masterful precision, he fired them in rapid succession, the arrows whooshing through the air, narrowly missing the dragon. Each arrow trailed an enchanted rope that, once released, began to weave around the beast, attempting to tether and immobilize it. As the dragon roared in protest, struggling against its newfound restraints, it quickly became evident that Fezler's strategy was not to wound the creature, but to force it back down to the ground, where the companions could engage it more effectively. The elf's keen eyes assessed the dragon's movements, calculating the trajectory of each arrow to create an intricate web that would bind the formidable foe. The dragon, sensing its imminent defeat, unleashed a furious attack. With a guttural roar, it gathered its energy and fired a devastating bolt of purple light straight towards Fezler. The powerful blast tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake as it hurtled towards the vulnerable elf. Highland, acutely aware of the peril his companion faced, sprang into action, drawing from the wellspring of his newfound magical prowess. He focused his energy into creating a formidable barrier. "Hold on, Fezler," he shouted, his voice brimming with urgency. With a swift, decisive motion, he conjured a protective shield of shimmering magic, interposing it between the deadly bolt and Fezler. The barrier materialized just in time, intercepting the dragon's fearsome attack. The force of the impact shook the very earth beneath their feet. But the shield held strong, its pulsating energy absorbing the brunt of the blow. Fezler glanced over his shoulder, his eyes wide with gratitude and amazement. "Thank you, Highland," he called out, his voice full of relief and admiration. The dragon's frustration grew palpable as its attack was thwarted, the air around it crackling with fury, but the brave companions would not be deterred. Seizing the opportunity, Kroger deftly scaled one of the ropes that dangled from the flailing dragon. His muscles strained with each heave as he ascended, his years of battle-hardened experience shining through in the ease with which he maneuvered. As he reached the back of the dragon, he shouted to his companions below, "I'll divert its attention, friends. Stay strong and be ready for your moment." Kroger began to pummel the dragon's back, his powerful dwarf fists connecting with a satisfying thud. He struck methodically, his every blow calculated to disorient the beast and throw it off balance. "You may be mighty, dragon," he bellowed, "but you've never faced the likes of me." Meanwhile, Piper nimbly clambered up another rope, her graceful form gliding effortlessly towards the dragon's head. Once atop the monstrous creature, she clung to its neck with one hand, while the other reached out to cover the dragon's eyes. "This is for my friends and our world," she cried, her melodious voice unwavering, even in the face of such danger. The dragon thrashed its head wildly, attempting to dislodge the determined siren, but Piper held on tenaciously, her grip like iron. The dragon, now thoroughly disoriented, flapped its wings and roared in frustration. Kroger and Piper worked seamlessly together, their combined efforts gradually wearing down the colossal beast. In the chaos, the dragon's movements became increasingly erratic, each desperate motion a testament to the hero's relentless assault. Below, Highland watched intently, his heart swelling with pride at the sight of his comrades bravely battling the dragon. As he prepared to intervene with his magic, "Together we shall prevail," he called out, his voice brimming with hope and resolve. Then, as the dragon continued to struggle, Highland took a deep breath and began to chant a powerful incantation. He felt the surge of magic coursing through him, channeling his energy towards the ropes that bound the dragon. In a flash of brilliant light, the ropes transformed into enchanted chains, glowing with an eerie blue hue, as if imbued with the very essence of magic. The magical chains wrapped around the dragon, tightening their grip and beginning to weigh the beast down, pulling it closer to the ground. As the dragon fought against the chains, it continued to spew forth bursts of purple energy, the pulsating waves striking the charred earth below. The impact sent ripples through the ground, shaking the earth beneath their feet, and the echoes of the dragon's roars carried far and wide. The cacophony of sounds, the scent of magic and battle, drew the attention of the shambling hordes of zombies and the ever-approaching vampires, their eyes locked on the ensuing chaos. Highland gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he concentrated on maintaining the spell. He could feel the immense power of the dragon fighting against the magical chains, each pulse of energy threatening to break his focus. "Hold on, my friends," he shouted to Kroger and Piper, his voice full of determination. "I've got it restrained, but I cannot hold it for long." Kroger, gripping the chains that now wrapped around the dragon, called out, "We believe in you, Highland. Your magic will be the key to our victory." Piper added, her calming voice carrying over the din of the battle. "Stay strong, Highland, we're with you." Fezler continuing to fire new ropes around the dragon, each turning almost instantaneously into one of Highland's magical chains on contact with the dragon, adding to the weight of the chains and the strength of the magic. With a final surge of energy, the chains pulled the dragon even closer to the ground, its wings beating frantically in a futile attempt to maintain altitude. The pulsating purple energy continued to lash out, scorching the ground and sending tremors through the earth. As the swarm of undead and the vampires closed in on the epicenter of the conflict, Highland then dropped to his knees, his face contorted with concentration as he closed his eyes and focused all his attention on the approaching hordes of zombies and vampires. A deep, pulsating green wave began to emanate from him, spreading out across the land like a ripple in a pond. It reached the undead and the vampires, seeping into their minds and bending their will to Highland's command. As the green wave washed over the shambling masses, Highland felt an immense surge of power, as if he was now the leader of a vast hive of minds. With newfound control, he commanded the zombies to ignore his allies and instead launch themselves at the dragon. Similarly, the vampires took to the skies, converging on the dragon in a frenzied swarm. The battlefield transformed into a chaotic melee as hundreds upon hundreds of zombies clambered over one another, scaling the dragon's enormous form. Dozens of vampires darted through the air, their fangs and talons sinking into the dragon's hide. The relentless assault from the undead and the vampires forced the dragon down, its once mighty wings unable to keep it aloft. With the dragon grounded, Highland saw his opportunity. Summoning his remaining strength, he sprinted towards the beast and plunged his weapon deep into its throat. As the dragon's life ebbed away, a strange purple mist began to seep from its mouth and wounds, swirling around the battlefield like a malevolent fog. The mist seemed to be drawn towards Highland, merging with the green waves of his magic and seeping into his very being. He could feel the dragon's soul intertwining with his own, its powerful magic filling him and augmenting his abilities. Despite the dragon's death, the zombies and vampires remained in a frenzy, still focused on their grisly task. Recognizing the danger, Highland and his companions seized the opportunity to escape while they could. They left the dragon's corpse behind, turning their attention to their ultimate goal, the volcano, and the book of enlightenment that lay within. With the power of the fallen dragon coursing through Highland's veins, they pressed onward, determined to bring down the black dragon and end the reign of darkness that had spread across the land. Chapter 6. The Black Dragon. As Highland, Fezler, Piper and Kroger left the Night Realm, they entered into the Death Realm. This barren, desolate landscape was situated at the base of the volcano, a place where life struggled to maintain even a tenuous grasp on existence. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulphur, and the ground was a mixture of cooled lava and scorched earth, the remnants of the volcano's violent past. By the gods, this place is more inhospitable than I ever imagined, Hyland said, his voice edged with awe and trepidation. The glow of his magic flickered dimly against the oppressive darkness that enveloped them. Fezler, ever observant, noted the twisted and gnarled forms of what little vegetation managed to cling to life in this forsaken realm. Indeed, this is not a place meant for the living, he agreed, his voice heavy with concern. Piper shivered, though not from the cold. The atmosphere of the death realm weighed heavily on her spirit. It is as if the very air here seeks to snuff out the spark of life within us, she murmured, her voice barely more than a whisper. Kroger grunted in agreement, his hardy dwarven constitution not easily shaken. This may be so, but we cannot let the darkness defeat us. Remember, we have a purpose here, he reminded them, his gruff voice a welcome anchor amid the oppressive gloom. As the four companions forged ahead, they observed the scattered remains of creatures that had once attempted to survive in this inhospitable environment, a chilling reminder of the fate that could befall them if they failed in their quest. Despite the air of death and decay that hung over the realm, there was a strange beauty to be found in the desolation. The volcano loomed ominously in the distance, its peak shrouded in smoke and ash, a constant reminder of the destructive power that lay dormant within. The lifeless terrain was punctuated by jagged spires of rock, the remnants of ancient lava flows that had once shaped the land. They knew that somewhere within this forsaken realm, hidden amid the scorched earth and blackened rocks, lay the Book of Enlightenment. It was this ancient tome they sought, for within its pages lay the knowledge they needed to defeat the black dragon that threatened their world. But finding it would be no easy task, for the dragon had concealed it well, ensuring that it would remain undiscovered by all but the most determined and resourceful. The Book of Enlightenment is said to hold the secrets of the dragons, their strengths and weaknesses, and the means to defeat them, Hyland explained, his voice filled with a mixture of hope and determination. It's our key to victory, and we must find it at all costs. The intrepid group, led by the determined Hyland, began their trek across the treacherous terrain. As they walked, the ash-covered ground crunched beneath their feet, remnants of ancient lava flows still clinging to the scorched earth. The eerie glow of fresh lava snaked through the cracks and crevices, a sign of the ever-present danger that lurked beneath them. As they cautiously traversed the landscape, the sky above would suddenly erupt with scalding red chunks of rock, some as large as houses, hurled into the air by the restless volcano. "Keep your wits about you, everyone," Hyland shouted, urging his companions to be vigilant of their surroundings. Kroger grunted in response, his eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of imminent danger. Piper, her ethereal voice filled with concern, murmured, "The power of the volcano is both mesmerizing and terrifying." In addition to the barrage of falling rocks, the group also faced the sudden and deadly onslaught of pyroclastic flows. These fast-moving clouds of hot gas and dust barreled down the slopes of the volcano at breakneck speeds, obliterating everything in their path. The sheer heat and force could reduce a living being to a mere skeleton, a fine layer of dust in mere seconds. Fezler, his voice tinged with awe, remarked, "Such a dangerous place to be, yet we must press on for the sake of our world." As they meandered through the treacherous lava fields, seeking the elusive path that would lead them to the summit of the volcano and the lair of the Black Dragon, the group felt the weight of their quest bear upon them. The knowledge that the Book of Enlightenment lay hidden somewhere within the fiery mountain gnawed at them, and they could only imagine the cunning and malevolence the Black Dragon must have employed to ensure its near inaccessibility. The magnitude of the task before them became even more apparent as they knew they were seeking not just the dragon, but the hidden chamber where the ancient tome was concealed. As they meticulously searched the surrounding area, they eventually stumbled upon a hidden cave entrance leading into the heart of the volcano. The entrance, adorned with an intricate pattern of interwoven runes they'd been seeking, seemed to beckon them inwards. The knowledge that the Book of Enlightenment should be concealed within the shadowy depths of the cave spurred them on. The cave provided a modicum of safety compared to the hazardous terrain outside, where falling debris and the risk of swift gas and dust avalanches were ever-present dangers. However, they were acutely aware that even within the relative sanctuary of the cave, they still had to contend with the unpredictable tremors of earthquakes, the potential for molten lava flowing in their path, and the risk of noxious gas filling the air. Highland turned to his companions, his voice laced with trepidation. "We must proceed with caution. The dangers that lie within are as treacherous as those outside." They walked and explored the depths of the cave, the flickering light from their torches casting eerie shadows on the walls. As they ventured deeper and deeper, they came upon a tunnel, dark and foreboding, that seemed to stretch on endlessly before them. With an air of determination, they followed this tunnel, their footsteps echoing ominously through the passage. As they pressed onward, the distant sound of heavy, thudding footsteps grew increasingly louder. The group exchanged worried glances, uncertain of what might be lurking in the shadows, but they knew it was unlikely to be anything good. Their hearts pounded in their chests, the anticipation of danger heightening their senses. Suddenly, a monstrous cyclops appeared before them, towering over the group with its single piercing eye. It claimed to be the guardian of the path, its sole purpose to ensure that none could pass to challenge the dragon. The Cyclops bellowed, its deep voice resonating through the tunnel. "None shall pass. I protect the way to the dragon, and I'll crush anyone who dares to defy me." The Cyclops hurled enormous rocks at them with a force that shook the ground beneath their feet. Highland, sensing the imminent danger, quickly conjured a series of magical shields, each one shimmering with an ethereal light which deflected the massive projectiles away from the group. The rocks shattered against the powerful barriers, fragments of stone raining down around them. Fezler, his elven agility at the ready, sprang into action. As a rock came hurtling towards him, he brandished his sharp, narrow sword, cleaving the stone cleanly in half with a single fluid motion. Using the momentum from his strike, he leapt onto the remains of one rock, then propelled himself onto another, using it as a springboard to vault onto a ledge high above the Cyclops' reach. Simultaneously, Kroger charged forward, displaying the dexterity of a seasoned warrior. He dodged and weaved, narrowly avoiding the barrage of rocks, sliding under some and rolling around others. He executed barrel rolls and pivots, moving ever closer to the hulking creature. As he reached the Cyclops, he lunged upwards, his powerful arms driving his blade deep into the tendons of both its legs. The Cyclops roared in agony and toppled to the ground, unable to support its immense weight any longer. In perfect synchrony, Fezler launched himself from the ledge, plummeting towards the fallen Cyclops with his sword pointed downward. Highland, seeing the opportunity for a decisive strike, unleashed a blinding beam of light aimed directly at the Cyclops' single eye. The creature, disoriented and in pain, was unable to react to the onslaught that awaited it. Fezler's sword pierced the Cyclops' skull, delivering the final blow. The once fearsome guardian of the path lay motionless on the cavern floor, vanquished by the combined might of the group. Without wasting a moment, the four companions pressed on, running deeper into the heart of the volcano, their spirits bolstered by their hard-fought victory. They could feel the increasing rumbling and the excruciating temperature which was rising the deeper they went. The air was thick with tension, and the oppressive heat seemed to weigh heavily upon them. As they ventured through another chamber, they were struck by the realization that this was no ordinary volcano. The intricate designs etched into the walls and the unnaturally smooth floor beneath their feet hinted at an intelligence behind its creation. It was as if they had stumbled upon a hidden world, a place where the ancient grandeur of an Egyptian pyramid had merged with the fiery might of a volcano. Their wonder was short-lived, however, as suddenly and without warning, Grendel burst out from the shadows. The monstrous creature was entirely unexpected, catching the group off guard. It lunged at them, its grotesque form a terrifying sight to behold. Highland, summoning his arcane powers, cast spell after spell at Grendel, his incantations illuminating the chamber with a dazzling array of colours. Yet, to his dismay, his magic seemed to have no effect on the beast. Fezler, his elven agility on full display, leapt and danced around Grendel, slashing and jabbing with his sword. The sharp blade met the creature's flesh, but it barely seemed to notice the wounds. It was as if the beast was impervious to their attacks. Kroger harnessing his mighty dwarven strength, charged at Grendel with all his might. He rammed into the creature, his powerful blows landing with thunderous force. Despite his valiant efforts, the monstrous foe remained unyielding, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. As her companions struggled in their desperate battle, Piper, with a serene expression, chose a different approach. She sat down, her posture calm and composed, and began to sing. Her melodious voice filled the chamber, weaving a hauntingly beautiful melody that seemed to echo through the very air. Grendel, hearing the entrancing song, clutched its ears in agony, fear and pain evident in its twisted visage. It started ripping at its own ears. Piper's voice remained steady and unwavering, her song a soothing balm amidst the chaos of battle. The creature's resistance crumbled under the power of Piper's song. Grendel started whacking its head against a wall, almost as if its brain was starting to explode inside its head, like it was trying to release the pressure. Finally, its eyes rolled back in its head as it dropped to the ground, its monstrous form quivering in defeat. As the last note of Piper's melody faded into silence, the group stood in awe of the power her voice had wielded. They continued their journey, a mixture of relief and bewilderment washing over them. Kroger, the mighty dwarf warrior, could not fathom how the singing had managed to defeat Grendel, while all their combined aggression, their strength, their skills, had failed to inflict any damage upon the fearsome creature. The thought lingered in his mind, gnawing at him like a persistent itch. "I cannot believe it," he muttered under his breath. His brow furrowed in consternation. All our might, and yet it was the song that brought it down. Highland, too, was deeply affected by the encounter. He couldn't shake off the fact that his spells, the very essence of his arcane powers, had proven utterly futile against Grendel. The young wizard's apprentice glanced over at Piper, his eyes reflecting a newfound respect for her abilities. "Your voice truly holds a power beyond measure, Piper," he said, a note of admiration and humility in his tone. Fezler the elf gracefully wiped the sweat from his brow, his slender fingers brushing away the perspiration that had formed during the intense battle. "It seems we all have much to learn," he mused, the melodious lilt of his voice imbuing his words with a sense of contemplation. "For even in our combined might, we were unable to stand against the creature until Piper's song revealed its true weakness." As they reached what appeared to be an impasse, they were faced with an immense black wall. The surface of the wall was incredibly smooth, as though it had been crafted with painstaking care by an unseen hand. Highland felt compelled to touch the wall, an inexplicable feeling that there was something hidden just beyond it. As his fingers traced the cold, polished surface, he and his companions felt around the wall, searching for any possible clues or weaknesses. In their exploration, they discovered that one small section of the wall seemed to emit a slightly different temperature than the rest. This minute difference, nearly imperceptible to the touch, caught their attention. With trepidation, Hyland placed his hand upon this odd portion of the wall, willing his arcane powers to flow through him and into the mysterious surface. The dark wall trembled under his touch, and then a passage opened before them, as if by some ancient magic. Beyond the wall, they found a vast chamber, its walls, floor and ceiling gilded in gold. Dominating the centre of this awe-inspiring room was a solitary pedestal, atop which rested a single, unassuming book, inscribed upon its cover were the words, "Book of Enlightenment." Hyland approached the pedestal with reverence, carefully lifting the book from its resting place. He opened the first page, expecting to find knowledge and wisdom, only to be met with a mirror. Disappointed but not disheartened, he turned to the second page, then the third, only to find more mirrors staring back at him. With growing agitation, he flipped through the remaining pages, but each one was the same, a mirror reflecting his own image. In a fit of frustration, Hyland hurled the book to the ground. He had hoped to discover the answer to their plight, the key to defeating the Black Dragon, but instead he found a book claiming to be the Book of Enlightenment, with nothing but mirrors on its pages. As the others gathered around, they too shared in Hyland's anger and disappointment. Fezler examined the book, wondering if their entire journey had been for naught. Kroger, his voice booming with frustration, demanded an explanation for this apparent betrayal. Hyland could only apologize, feeling lost and helpless. With a heavy heart, Hyland continued to search the book for answers, flipping through its pages back and forth, studying its cover and spine, but nothing revealed any clues to the book's purpose. Exhausted and defeated, he sank down against the pedestal, tears streaming down his face. But as his despair turned to laughter, an epiphany struck him. The answer had been there all along, within the mirrors. He opened the book again and saw himself reflected on every page. It was then that he understood that the enlightenment he sought came not from the words of a tome, but from knowing himself, his purpose, and his role. The journey had granted him the skills he needed. He just needed to look within. He took the book, holding it close to his chest, and together with his companions, they departed the resplendent chamber. As they continued their journey to find the Black Dragon, Hyland couldn't shake the feeling that the key to their success lay in knowing oneself. Though he didn't fully understand how it would help, he trusted his instincts, believing that the answer would reveal itself when the time was right. The group followed a seemingly endless corridor, and after what felt like an eternity, they stumbled upon a narrow tunnel leading upwards into the heart of the volcano. The only way forward was a rickety ladder, which appeared to be as old as the volcano itself. As they climbed higher and higher, the heat grew more intense, and sweat trickled down their brows. The ascent was treacherous, with loose rungs threatening to send them plummeting to their doom. But they persevered, united in their determination to face the black dragon. Finally they reached the summit of their climb and emerged into a cavernous chamber near the top of the volcano. The chamber's walls pulsated with the ferocious heat of the molten magma and lava, which spewed forth from the heart of the volcano and cascaded down into the magma chamber below. They could feel the oppressive heat on their skin, the very air around them sweltering and smothering as they beheld the awe-inspiring sight of the volcano's fiery lifeblood. As they stood there gathering their strength and courage for the battle ahead, a sudden realization struck Hyland. The answer to their plight, the knowledge he'd gained from the Book of Enlightenment, had led them here, to the lair of the dragon. It was as if the book had guided them, preparing them for this moment. He clutched the book tightly, determined to face the dragon and whatever trials lay ahead. For he now understood that the power he needed was within himself. In that very moment, the magma within the heart of the volcano began to churn and roil, its violent waves heralding the emergence of the fearsome black dragon. The molten rock bubbled and heaved as the colossal creature broke free from its fiery depths, revealing a sleek obsidian body that glistened like polished marble. As it reared its mighty head, the dragon's immense form filled the cavernous chamber, its sheer size and power commanding awe and terror in equal measure. With a deafening roar, the black dragon inhaled deeply, drawing in the searing air before unleashing a torrent of searing flames in the direction of the adventurers. Reacting quickly, they scrambled out of the way, each seeking cover as the scorching inferno tore past them. Hyland, his heart pounding in his chest, knew that their only hope of victory was to band together as one, pooling their strengths and skills to bring down the seemingly invulnerable beast. As they regrouped, they searched for any weakness in the dragon's obsidian-like armor, but the creature appeared impervious to attack. Unlike the dragons they had encountered before, the black dragon's throat bore no telltale glow to signify a vulnerable point. In fact, the entire creature seemed devoid of any chink in its armor, its jet black scales forming an impenetrable barrier against their efforts. The daunting task before them weighed heavily on their spirits, but they knew that failure was not an option. Together they steeled themselves for the battle to come, knowing that only through unity could they hope to vanquish the monstrous foe that stood before them. They jumped on the dragon, hacked at the dragon, got thrown from the dragon. Struck by the dragon's head, Hyland was sent flying across the room. After a few hours of fighting the dragon unsuccessfully, they were exhausted. Piper tried singing to the dragon, which was working at irritating the dragon and seemed to have been having some kind of effect. Kroger decided to use his strength. He jumped on the dragon, tried to hang on and tried to get at the dragon's neck and up and over to the dragon's eyes, to use his strength to try to crush into the dragon's eyes. Hyland started using his magic on the dragon to try and create chains to drag the dragon down, Fezler started trying to use his intelligence to find a smart way of defeating the dragon. He began firing arrows at overhanging rocks to try and dislodge them, to bring them down upon the dragon. While they're all fighting, Highland got struck again by the dragon and thrown across the room, his back cracking against a wall. As he landed in a heap on the floor, the Book of Enlightenment bounced out of his bag, revealing itself to the dragon. The dragon shied away, turning its head from the book. On noticing this, Highland held the book aloft and ran over in front of the dragon. The dragon again turned its head from the book. He realized the dragon seemed to be turning away from his own reflection. But the book was too small, so he used magic to create a mirrored wall that encircled the whole inside of the chamber. Everywhere the dragon looked, it could see its reflection. The dragon fired its breath at the dragon in the mirror. Its breath just bounced back and struck itself. It started firing its breath repeatedly at its own reflection. It was spinning around with increasing speed, firing its breath, and its breath just kept bouncing straight back at itself. It started to burn itself and catch itself on fire. It turned out that only its own breath could destroy itself, and its desire to try and remove its own image was what was defeating the dragon. Eventually, it heated itself up so much by constantly firing at itself. It started to go from jet black to glowing red, then orange, yellow, and finally white, before it suddenly exploded across the inside of the magma chamber. As the dragon exploded, its remains floated down into the magma. The magma mysteriously began to dry up and turn to ash, then began to turn black and solidify. The volcano went quiet. The mountain went quiet. And the gang of heroes were left, stood in silence, in a now dormant caldera. Chapter 7. Journey's End. After defeating the fearsome black dragon, the four heroes, Highland, Piper, Fezler, and Kroger, climbed out of the volcano's treacherous depths, finally reaching the summit. As they stood atop the volcano, they gazed upon the cloud of ash and dust that had long shrouded the land below. Slowly, the ash and dust fell to the ground like rain, but to their astonishment, it was not replaced with any more of the choking debris. The sun began to pierce through the dissipating cloud, and for the first time in over 1,000 years, its rays illuminated the land below. Highland breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face, and said, "The Death Realm has been cleansed. It's now just a mountain among others, and the Night Realm, at long last, can bask in the daylight." Kroger nodded, his eyes gleaming with pride as he added, "Aye, those vampires will be forced to cower in the shadows once more." Piper's eyes sparkled as she looked around, marvelling at the transformation. "We've succeeded," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "We've rid the land of the dragon's tyranny, and we can now return home." Fezler nodded, a smile of satisfaction gracing his elven features. "Our quest is complete," he agreed. "Let us journey home and celebrate our victory." with the weight of the responsibility lifted, Piper, Highland, Fezler and Kroger descended the volcano, crossing the once forbidding desert, traversing the imposing mountains and moving through the verdant valley. The land seemed to breathe a sigh of relief with each step they took, as if thanking them for their heroic efforts. Finally, they returned to the coast, the place where their incredible journey had begun. Highland expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards each of his companions as they prepared to part ways. He approached Fezler first, clasping the elf's hand firmly in his own. "Fezler, your wisdom and guidance have been invaluable to our success. Thank you for standing by us on this perilous journey," he said sincerely. Fezler bowed his head in acknowledgement, and with a final smile, he turned and made his way back to his home high up on the plateau. Next, when they arrived at the caves, Highland approached Kroger, who stood with his sturdy arms folded across his broad chest. "Kroger, your strength and courage have inspired us all," he said, admiration clear in his voice. "Thank you for joining our quest and helping to protect our land." The gruff dwarf merely nodded, the corners of his mouth lifting in a rare smile. "Ye be welcome, lad," he rumbled before disappearing into the caves where his fellow dwarves dwelled, with more tales to regale them with. Finally, as they reached the seashore, Highland turned to Piper, the beautiful siren who had risked everything to help them on their quest. "Piper, your voice and your spirit have been a beacon of hope for us all. Thank you for your selfless dedication to our cause." She smiled warmly, her eyes shining with appreciation. "I'm grateful to have been part of this journey," she replied softly. With a graceful bow, she took her leave, returning to her rocky refuge by the sea. As his companions left, Highland felt a pang of loneliness, but he knew he must return to his own responsibilities. He went back to check on the wizard, who had been weakened by their battle with the red dragon, and to survey the progress of the village's reconstruction. They'd been gone for quite some time, and the people of the village were pleased to see him. Their heartfelt thanks and warm embraces filled him with happiness as he finally returned to his humble shack. Once inside, Highland prepared a simple yet satisfying meal, savouring the fresh flavours he'd missed during their long journey. After his meal, he climbed into bed, feeling the soft sheets and comforting familiarity of his own bed beneath him. For the first time in ages, he allowed himself to drift off into a deep, restful sleep. It was a well-earned respite, for he knew that he had left on this journey as a mere wizard's apprentice, and now he had returned as a highly proficient wizard in his own right. The next day he awoke to a rhythmic knocking at the door of his humble shack. Highland rose from his bed, still slightly groggy from his deep slumber, and he made his way to the entrance. As he opened the door, the sunlight streamed in, momentarily blinding him. Standing before him was his master, the wise and enigmatic wizard. Highland's heart swelled with respect and admiration as he greeted his mentor, eagerly inviting him inside his modest dwelling. "Please, master, come in and make yourself comfortable," Hyland said with genuine warmth, gesturing to a worn but cosy chair near the small fire that crackled in the hearth. The wizard nodded in appreciation and slowly lowered himself into the seat, his aged and injured bones creaking almost as much as the chair itself. As the wizard settled in, Hyland busied himself with preparing a pot of hot tea, its soothing aroma filling the room. The two sipped their tea in companionable silence for a time before the wizard finally broke the quiet, his voice grave and tinged with urgency. "Hyland, my apprentice, there's something I must tell you, a tale that has haunted me for over a millennia." Hyland leaned forward, sensing the weight of the revelation that was to come, his eyes fixed on his master's face. The wizard began his tale, speaking of a time more than 1,160 years earlier, when he had encountered a creature of legend, an ice dragon, its scales glistening like polished diamonds, its breath a freezing gale that could turn a man to ice in an instant. With a sombre tone, the wizard revealed that he'd been gifted with a rare and extraordinary ability, the power to communicate with animals, even the most fearsome and mythical of beasts. And so he had spoken with the dragon, seeking to understand its motives and desires. In their conversation, the dragon had shared that it had been summoned to this land by a powerful sorcerer, a being who sought to control the dragons and bend them to his malevolent will. The wizard, horrified by the sorcerer's intentions, had managed to release the dragon from the sorcerer's hold and put the dragon back into a deep slumber. But the sorcerer had managed to evade him, slipping away into the shadows like a wraith. For centuries, the wizard had been on the trail of this elusive sorcerer, his pursuit eventually leading him to the very land they now inhabit. He had felt the sorcerer's dark presence nearby, a malignant force that tainted the air itself, but he'd never been able to locate the source. The wizard's eyes glistened with a mix of frustration and sorrow as he recounted his long and fruitless search. The wizard explained that the red dragon which attacked the town had been totally consumed by the sorcerer's powers, its heart turning to stone with no chance to free the dragon from the sorcerer's hold. And this would have been the case with all of the dragons Hyland encountered. He went on to explain that although Hyland and his brave companions had successfully defeated the dragons, the sorcerer who had summoned and controlled them still remained at large. As long as this malevolent being continued to exist, the peace and harmony they'd fought so hard to achieve would never truly be secure. The threat of chaos would forever loom over the world, a storm cloud on the horizon, ready to unleash its fury at any moment. "From tomorrow," the wizard declared, his voice firm with determination, "I shall begin teaching you the most advanced techniques of our magical arts. You must learn not only to traverse the earthly realms, but also the astral and metaphysical realms, for it's there that the sorcerer may be hiding." The weight of his words hung heavily in the air, the gravity of the task before them impossible to ignore. Hyland listened rapt as his master described the knowledge and skills he would need to acquire in order to continue the quest to hunt down and defeat the evil sorcerer. He spoke of intricate spells and ancient incantations, of meditation techniques to hone the mind and spirit, and the art of navigating the hidden pathways between the realms. All of this would be necessary for Hyland to confront the sorcerer and finally bring an end to their malevolent influence, ushering in a true age of harmony. The wizard's expression grew sombre as he warned Hyland of the dangers he would face along the way, of the untold perils that lurked in the shadows of each realm. He cautioned his apprentice to remain steadfast and vigilant, for he would need all his strength and courage to face the trials ahead. As their conversation drew to a close, the wizard stood, his aged frame trembling ever so slightly as he rose from the chair. He placed a gnarled hand on Hyland's shoulder, his eyes searching the young wizard's face for any sign of doubt or fear. "I have faith in you, my fellow wizard," he said, his voice brimming with conviction. "Together we will ensure the safety of this world and vanquish the darkness that threatens it." With a final nod of encouragement, the wizard took his leave, disappearing into the light of day as Hyland watched him go. As the door closed behind his master, Hyland sank into the chair, his thoughts a whirlwind of anticipation and apprehension. The enormity of the task before him was overwhelming. Yet the fire of determination burned brightly in his heart. He knew that his life had irrevocably changed, that the simple existence of a wizard's apprentice had been left behind, and in its place stood a daunting and epic quest. Hyland could not help but wonder where this new path would take him, what challenges he would face, and what sacrifices he would be forced to make. But deep within his soul, he knew he was ready to face whatever lay ahead, to confront the sorcerer and bring lasting peace to the land. As the sun dipped below the horizon that night, casting the world into twilight, Hyland sat alone in his humble shack, his thoughts a storm of determination and resolve. The journey that awaited him was long and treacherous, but he knew that he would not walk it alone. He would have the wisdom and guidance of his master, the support and camaraderie of his friends, and the love and faith of his village behind him. The night wore on, the darkness outside his window a stark reminder of the shadows that still threatened their world. But within Hyland's heart, a flame of hope burned bright and unwavering, a beacon that would guide him through the darkest of nights and the fiercest of storms. And as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Hyland knew that he was ready to take the first steps on the path that destiny had set before him. The path of a true wizard, a protector of his people, and a champion of peace.